on through. Those multi-target Infernos are still alive. Come on! Joe, they're going to run over the trenches into the firing line.
That's pretty crazy.
Welcome to day number 2 of the ESL Mobile Open. We have 3 days of all your mobile esports taking place, and we're concluding the season. So you're going to see some of the best players in a host of different titles. My name is Sam, Tech Girl Right, and I'm going to be keeping you company for the duration of the competition. But I'm not alone. Today, I'm joined in the virtual studio by D-Man and Judo Sloth, who are going to be doing our commentating duties for Clash of Clans. Welcome, gents.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've tried to colour match with you this morning, Sam. I hope that's enough. Obviously, we had some absolute blistering action last night. I really hope we get the same today.
That auto chess was incredible, going right down to the wire, big surprises. So yes, complete agreement. I want to see the same in Clash of Clans and Judo. I think we're going to get that because some of the teams that we're going to see play today are up there with the best in the world.
They certainly are. We are going to see some incredible action today, I am sure of that. And I am very excited to be joining you all in the virtual studio. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. And Judo, I'm excited to have you here because I'm new to this game. So I feel like I'm going to learn a lot. Maybe after this, I'm going to try my hand at professional Clash of Clans. We spoke about it off broadcast. I'm hoping you can train me up in the next few hours. Before we get into the game itself, let's take a look at your schedule over the course of the 3 days. Like I mentioned, we had 4 games. Asphalt 9 and Auto Chess took place yesterday. D-Man mentioned it. The Auto Chess was insane. And today, the whole day, Clash of Clans, and then tomorrow, of course, some PUBG mobile action. I think that what we can expect, of course, is with all these players playing throughout the season, battling it out, they're coming here today. They may not be on LAN, but they're still going to bring that big LAN temperament that we expect from these high-level players.
Yeah, and even more so because they're playing from the comfort of their own home, you know, whatever best environment they are suited to. They don't have the pressure of that big stage. They don't have the pressure of the lights, the big sound systems, everything that's going on when you're sat on that stage. It can be a nerve-wracking experience. And these guys, they're at the comfort of their home. This is perfect for them.
You know, would you say it's the same for Clash of Clans? I mean, obviously, auto chess, it's a single player thing. Yeah, it is teams. Are the guys going to be a lot more happier sort of being able to sit on their bed and play? Or do you think that they obviously prefer to be together? It's something I'm always curious about.
Well, I think if anybody has any rituals that they normally do or comfort, things that set them up to an attack, obviously it is an advantage in that regard. But I always think being with your teammates has got to be something that is helpful when it comes to these high-pressured wars. So I think there's pros and cons of both.
Obviously, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we can't have them all together, but we're going to give them the best possible experience regardless. Before we get into that Clash of Clans action, though, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Bananamir was your winner for the auto chess, 1 HP and a dream. Took his prize money and said he was buying his friends consoles. He did that live on stream as well. Not the smartest move, right? Because I feel like now he's going to have to do that.
Yeah, he was a very happy guy. If we can get anyone as happy as him today, I will be delighted, because that was an epic interview with a really cheerful guy.
He was over the moon, like I said, using his prize pool to get consoles. And talking about prize pools, let's take a look now at what is up for grabs for Clash of Clans today, because it is a big chunk of money. It's what all these players want. And you can see now that breakdown on your screen. That is a decent amount of money to take home for first place.
I mean, don't forget it's split between what 5 or 6 guys, so it is a decent chunk of money. But obviously, Judo, do like the subs get any love? Because some of these guys coming in with 6 and 7 players, you're like, are they getting any love from this? Or like, sorry, you didn't play in the finals, so you're not getting anything.
I would like to think so. I mean, like you said, there's often reserves in the teams. There are other people that help to build bases and prepare the team. So I know that, teams will be very grateful for that as well. And I'd like to think they get a slice of it.
25,000 euro prize pool, all up for grabs for Clash of Clans today in the ESL Mobile Open. And of course, all of these teams have been battling it out throughout the season to find their place here. Tell me, Judo, what was the journey like for them to get to this final?
Absolutely. Well, we first had ladder play, and the top 4 teams of ladder automatically qualified into the bracket. The next 4 teams went into a separate play-in bracket, and they were joined from 2 teams from India, Italy, Spain, and Germany. Single elimination, they battled through that, and the top 4 teams of the bracket joined in to create today's matches.
Let's take a look now at that bracket so you can see the teams competing. You can also see what those first quarterfinals are going to look like, who is facing off. Now, there's some big names in the mix and also some unknowns. And of course, I think for all of us, ATN Attacks, that's the one that stands out right now.
Yeah, Alternate Attacks and obviously MCES as well, the finalists last year in Worlds. But there's a lot of tough competition in this. While they are the clear favourites in the number 1 and 2 seeds, it's certainly not easy for them, Judo.
No, it's certainly not. We have Resistance, which is a branch of Existence, one of the teams in the World Championship qualifiers. Euronics Gaming, our first matchup. Definitely an amazing team. Could be a dark horse in this one. And we also have some teams that we aren't as familiar with, but that's often something that can trip your opponents up. So it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be an interesting one. I've actually had a chance to chat to some of the players beforehand, and I know that specifically the Beast was a team that came up a lot, with a lot of the teams saying we don't actually know what to expect from them. Obviously, you need to expect that they're going to bring their A game because they did qualify to get you, but always a little bit difficult when you don't know the team all that well.
Absolutely. I mean, whenever you are building bases against a set team, if you have a good idea as to what strategies they are going to be attacking you with, you can build your defense around that. However, in the case of, as you mentioned, the Beast, ATN Attacks are going up against them. They must be thinking to themselves, I mean, what do? We can just put up bases in general. We can't defend specifically against those attackers because we don't know anything about them. So a good advantage to the Beast in that regard.
Especially in the best of 1 format, that's where you can really trip someone up. I mean, say best of 1, there is no lower bracket, so this is a chance that you could pull out one of those cheeky little tricks, especially someone like Euronics at the start up against MCES. Number 1 seed versus number 8 seed technically for this tournament. While we do know that they're pretty evenly matched, this is where you just throw out whatever the hell you've got in that first round. Try and trip up MCES and get yourself a real big win to start things off.
E-Man, like you mentioned, it is a single elimination, and before we get into that action, it's not the only gameplay we're going to have. We've also got a really exciting show match going down. King of the Castle is happening. Judo, you've got to be excited to see this one because we're going to know the winner by the end of today.
Oh, I'm very excited for this one. So the King of the Castle is essentially a tournament that took all of the golden ticket winners and battled them against each other one after another. Darkest Muzhan beat Existence, who were the 4th team to qualify for the Worlds, Darkest Muzhan being the 5th. So now they are battling the Queen Walkers, who were the 6th team to qualify. It is going to be hectic, and I cannot wait for that matchup either.
That is going to happen just before our grand finals, so make sure that you're there for that action. And now let's talk about that first matchup, MCES versus Euronics. This is technically the 1st and 8th seed, but I don't think that seeding is really fair. I think both of these teams are having the opportunity to take each other out, very evenly matched.
Yeah, and MCES, they're benefiting from the fact they are all French now, so they're all on the same page effectively. I know Remio, one of their new young star players that's joined there, is absolutely delighted to be sat there in a team now that all communicates in French, his home native language, which has improved their standing. Because talking to Judo earlier, I mean, they only get that 15 minutes, well, maybe a little bit longer, 15-minute time slot generally to organize what they're doing, and that can be, communication in that time can be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it certainly can, and as you said, if they can all just be friends and speak the same language and just instantly get onto the matter in hand, it's going to be helpful. But Euronics Gaming, they have a very talented squad. We have seen them go deep into the ESL Meisterschaft event and also pushing onto that global scale as well. They could definitely be a dark horse in this event.
This is going to be a fantastic matchup to start the show, and we are going to get right into the action straight after this. How did you prepare going into this match?
We had a short time to prepare ourselves. We had only 1 week, so we did. I hope we did our best and prepared well against this strong MCS team.
Pour le match, on va analyser les adversaires, on va essayer de construire des bons villages, et voilà, pour notre préparation.
What makes you and your team the best?
We are really good friends, and we train a lot of times, and we will play a lot of time in the game. So that's, I think, a good preparation, and that's why we are the best team. And, yeah.
Je pense que on se connaît très bien, et c'est ça qui fait notre force. On sait comment s'adapter aux autres.
What is your strongest asset, and how will you use that against your opponents?
I think our strongest asset is to have a good defense and to hopefully place the traps right in our base that the enemy will not find them so easily.
Je pense que notre avantage, c'est notre polyvalence en attaque. On maîtrise beaucoup de compositions différentes et ça nous permet de tripler tous les villages.
Why are you going to win?
I think we're going to win because we have the best base building team that we can imagine, and we have a lot of strategies in our pocket.
On n'a pas réussi à se qualifier au World, mais on compte bien gagner le ESL Europe.
Perfect. And then the final question is, any words for your opponents?
I would say good luck to MCS and don't cry if you lose.
Bonne chance parce qu'il va vous en falloir.
Good luck, you're gonna need it. That's the final words from Tryhard there. And Martin, aka Knockout for Euronics, as we get ready to get things underway. Judo coming into this one. We talked about it. Euronics, the dark horse coming into this one. MCS, they did just mention we didn't qualify for Worlds. We plan to win this tournament.
Yeah, and I think they certainly have the talent to be able to do so. Within the qualifiers where they didn't qualify for Worlds, they put up an amazing performance, and I think they really showed the world that they were still one of the top teams. It just wasn't their day, so let's see. Hopefully, today it could be.
Here we go. First game underway. Rims for Euronics going to be on the attack. Euronics or Euronics if you're from Germany, where they a lot of them are based. And we're getting things underway straight away. It is going to be the classic with the healers, trying to get the balloons in there as well to start things, and immediately the lightning spells.
Yeah, using the Grand Warden initially, that's a very smart play because the Grand Warden does take a little bit of time. He is well protected. He has a much greater range from the defenses, then rotating onto the inside of the base with the lightning spells, taking down one of the Inferno towers. And what he is trying to do here, D-Man, is just set up a funnel to the left-hand side of the screen. And I'm surmising that the Yetis and Peckers will shortly be directly deployed in towards the Town Hall.
They're just making that opening space. Here we go. Up the top. It's just going to work it through. It's a nice slow start. It's building up. Something that I did notice actually watching a lot of the Worlds was sometimes these guys just run out of time. So he's got to make sure. Okay, the Pekka's coming down. There's the Trolls coming straight in. The balloon's on top. This is the main attack. Going to be funneling in from the north.
Very nicely done, using that Barbarian King in order to just create that little cheap funnel for the Yetis to move in. There are the wall breakers as well. Hopefully they can get through this initial wall. They do get access, so the Yetis and Bowlers will move. The Yetis and Pekka, hasn't deployed the Bowlers yet. That's an interesting move. Here they come now, and it looks like the Town Hall will be going down momentarily.
They're using the Pekka to cover off the mages as well on the top there. Just by enough time, they go straight in on towards the Town Hall. Going to get himself the first star down, 45% of counting. So they just pile on through the main run of the attack, funneling through that middle. Here comes the Hog Riders trying to run on through. They're going to take out the top half of the base as well. But those crossbows are doing some work.
Very good support by the Hog Riders and the sneakily deployment of the Royal Champion as well, helping to move around the outside of the base. But the interesting thing is that the scatter shot just north of the Inferno Tower is now left open. I think he wanted the Pekka Yetis to move into that area. It is going to do major damage onto the Hog Riders coming through here, but it's still going to be a close one.
Yeah, the air defense not going to help out here. The Inferno doing what it can. A single target will take him down. You can see this is looking like a very good attack. I think we've been starting with a 3-star.
Oh, it could be, but the Hog Riders there is a giant bomb as well, right next to the single target Inferno. And if he needed any defense down right now, it was the single target Inferno. The only hope here for Rims is the Queen ability. He has to have perfect timing on this to get through the single target Inferno. It is burning onto the Queen, but she's going in the wrong direction. 98%, he could still get this.
Cannon doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough. They're going to go around the walls, but it's going to be done. 100%, 3-star. Great start for Rims for Euronics.
It looked very close towards the end there, but the Yeti, with the Yeti mites within its basket, was able to get onto the Scattershot region, and it was actually the Grand Warden, I think, that finished off the final defense. It doesn't matter what happened, Euronics got the 3-star, and that is exactly what they needed against a team like MCES.
Absolutely fantastic start. I mean, they couldn't hope for more. It puts the pressure onto the French team. MCES obviously was setting up. We were trying to understand. My French isn't that great. I could see the chat going on, but I couldn't decipher exactly what they're going on. My German, in fairness, is not much better, and I live in Germany. So we're going to be moving into the next attack. It's going to be Remio starting things off. The young superstar starlet.
Yeah, he was a new addition to MCES for their qualifying matchups, and he was phenomenal within that as well. Starting out with the lightning spells, as we've seen in the previous attack. Now he's rotating the lightning spells around the Scattershot in order to take down the enemy queen. So a beautiful play there. Even gets an expo as well, and the Royal Champion should be able to take down the other Scattershot. What a start by Remio.
Very good start. Avoiding the air defenses as well. Coming in balloons. He does say he uses a heck of a lot of air. So we're expected to see mainly an air attack as they say that. We don't get it. We get the Yeti and the King down the bottom there. And there comes the Queen as well. So we're looking at a fantastic start here. And they're going straight in with the wall breaker.
Yeah, Remio is one of the most creative attackers in my opinion, using a couple of the ground troops just to start off, but you will notice he has a whole stack of balloons. So obviously feels like a ground section into the base initially is the best start, and then finish up with the air. And he has taken apart pretty much the entire left-hand side of the base. He's trying to get in towards the town hall, and down it goes as well.
Very low on the Queen, but it does manage to survive through there. And they can see, there come the balloons. This is what we were waiting for. The Lava Hounds coming in with the balloons all down on the south side. Let's see if they can funnel correctly. You can see the Lava Hounds on the right-hand side. The balloons coming on top of it. Really nice protective work from Remio.
Fantastic, and the deployment to the right-hand side of the screen is exactly what he needs to funnel the balloons in towards the center of the base, as you mentioned, trying to get towards the multi-target Inferno. An early Grand Warden ability is trying to get to it. If that defense goes down, I think it looks good for Remio, but a tornado trap is in that area. It is not going to happen for Euronics, though, because the balloons take it down, and this attack is all but a 3-star now.
Fantastic, fantastic stop. I don't think we expected anything more really coming into this one. Both starting out with the 3 stars on the opening attack. That's just about the best they could hope for. And this is looking like it's all but done.
Wow, fantastic stuff. And the time as well is very efficient. So many balloons left over. 40 seconds to spare. Remio has got to be happy with that. And as good as Euronics were in that opening attack, MCES right back at them. And with 2 opening 3 stars, we have the opening matchup that we expected, Demon.
Perfect start. That's what we like to see. And as we said, the Dark Horse, they're going to be bringing it, but MCAS quickly answering the cause and saying, we are the #1 seed in this tournament for a reason. We'll see whether they can carry on. Obviously, they've got Triad, Kingsman, and Irium, and Synth also for MCAS. But for Euronics, it's going to be Tim starting off the attack.
Yeah, and oh, he finds a Tesla farm right at the start of this attack. He used, looks like a Hog Rider and a couple of sneaky goblins. Maybe he predicted the Tesla farm using the Hog Rider on that area, but he can now use the Yeti with the Yeti mites to easily clear it. So it actually works out in Tim's favor and uses the Archer Queen over there as well.
Yeah, the Archer Queen starting to work round. I'm going to lose quite a few of those balloons at the start, though. Single target. There's the healers coming in, as you'd expect, to follow the Archer Queen around. Just a slow, gentle start. We've talked about the Archer Queen in the past, how whether the slow start... Oh, that was taken very low. Those healers struggling to keep up as at all. And the healers are taking a lot of damage from the turret as well. Has to use the Frost to try and stop the damage, stop the rot on the healers.
Yeah, a brilliant adjustment there, because the healers will move out of range, but he can't afford to take too much damage. They are continuing to get hit here with another black bomb going off. He is losing the healers quick, and this is not what Tim wanted. He deploys the Hog Riders and Miners fast in order to try and protect her.
I think the rest survive. He definitely lost at least one in there, but I think the rest survived, and now the rest of the attack will come on through. The Town Hall will fall, of course. That will give the initial first star, but this is far from a clean attack this time around. Looking towards the north side and the east side, the King coming in. Here comes the Hog Riders to try and funnel on through. They're going to just try to pour everything through the middle. I'm not sure it's going to work. Those crossbows are doing some serious work.
Oh, you're absolutely right. All of the defenses in the center are shredding through the Hog Riders and Miners. He actually used a heal spell in that area to try and compensate. Knows he needs to get the center down in order to help with pathing here. I thought for a second the Royal Champion with the Hog Riders around the opposite side might have given him a chance. The Queen's ability is still to be used here. Now that could be crucial.
Well, the Royal Champion was doing some work. They got the Warden still in there, just about surviving. As you mentioned, the Queen's still going about her business, but now you can see the Inferno's on her as well. That's not looking good. Trying to get stuck behind the wall. I don't think they're even going to get the wall down. The Inferno will take him down. And that is the end of it. 84%. Is there much else from the Wizard down the bottom? It's definitely not going to be a 3-star here, Judo.
No, it's not. He's just trying to drive any kind of percentage now. If the Queen had have stepped to the multi, I thought it might have looked okay, but then the troops down to the bottom went down in a flash. The defenses of Remio really standing up here. And, well, MCES have got to be happy with his performance. A 3-star and then a defense as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But that leaves an opening for MCES to make the next attack. So Remio's defense is working well against Tim there. 87% in the end. 93.5% is the total damage dealt for them in their second attack. And the opening for MCES, will they just walk on through the door? I think they will.
Yeah, you can see the replay here at the end of the attack. There were just too many defenses left up at the end of it, and it means that MCES could sneak ahead here towards the start of the war. You always need to put the pressure on. We mentioned Euronics Gaming having an opportunity here, and well, MCES could indeed just stamp their might at this point if they were to get another 3-star.
I mean, I think that the initial problem was that whether he was planning to take that lava turret down or maybe just work around it, and I think he just brushed too close to it. Simply the pathing took too close, lost at least 1 or 2 healers in that moment, lost so much damage on the Queen as well that he had to pop just about everything he could to keep her alive. You know, that was part of the initial attack, part of the main plan, and then just funneling everything through. The Hog Riders didn't have really an impact.
Yeah, and I think it showed the importance of the invisible defenses within Clash of Clans. The Tesla that all popped up in that one region meant that they had to use the balloons in order to try and take them down. He didn't then have any balloons to test areas for the healers, and it just kind of went south from there. So, very unfortunate. I think he did a phenomenal job to get as good of a percentage, but it might not be enough because MCES are back in here.
It's Synth going to be starting things off on round 2 up against Knockout. Martin's the one we heard in the interview. Let's see if his defenses can hold out against Synth here as we start things off in the north with the wall breaker.
Yes, he is just setting up that funnel. Looks like he's going to send in the Wall Wrecker and Queen towards the Town Hall just to take that down by themselves. Synthé is the master with Hog Riders. You can see 39 of them within the army composition. But the Clan Castle troops come across. He's actually used 2 poisons here just to make sure they go down comfortably.
To make sure he gets the Town Hall done. Remember, he's still currently chasing 2-star. You know, he's going to be looking at it thinking, I want 3 all the way. That's what they said. And you better bring your best to beat the best. The king and the queen going about it. Here we go. Hog Riders to the east. This is the main attack that we're expecting to funnel on through, pouring on over the walls and trying to clear out those defenses. Does look like they're going to survive. Good mortar work though, but it's going to be not quite enough. It does knock a bunch of them to the side, but they're going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, spring traps throwing off the Hog Riders as well. So Synthé hitting a lot of damage early on, had to use an early Grand Warden ability. And the difficulty here is the Teslas that we mentioned being so crucial in the last attack are down to the bottom right of your screen, pulled all of the Hog Riders, and he does not have the force through the middle. He has to hope that the Royal Champion continues to do well, and she is taking out the defenses down here. Synthé might have just rescued this.
Just about. You can see with both the queen and the king down, it's all about the south now, as everything will funnel on round. Doesn't have a great deal left to push out there, so he's going to keep, hopefully it pushes on through, but this is not going to be a strong attack. You can see he's going to keep on pushing through the middle. And that Inferno Tower, that's going to be the problem. You can see the Hog Riders are just burning down to the turrets. I think they might be able to just get the turret down. It will go down. Wow. So that's the key element of the defense. And it should now be a 3-star. Has he got the time? 1 minute left. Easy.
Yeah, easy indeed. The defenses are all gone, which means the Hog Riders can help out. Synthé, with his mass Hog Rider attack, always seems to get it done, no matter how dangerous the attack looks. All of the Hog Riders were pulled to the outside of the base there, D-Man, but he still manages to get this one done.
And he said he loves practicing attack. I mean, who doesn't, right? That's the thing. But he does admit that he plays all strategies. This time around, the Hog Riders, 39 of them there, all distributed, do manage to get it done. Great start. 3-star continues. 100% record for MCAS. Euronics have got some work now.
They have to respond in the next attack. Synthé actually mentioned when we interviewed all of the players that they took part in a boot camp in order to do this. So literally making sure that they practiced every single element that was necessary to win this tournament. And we have seen already from the 2 opening attacks that they really mean business here.
I think the element that they didn't reach World Championships has just spurred them on that extra bit, thinking, well, we need to make sure we finish the year with something strong, and that's what they're trying. It's down to Titan. Let's see what he can do against Tryhard's defenses. Immediately the big rupture down the south there, and immediately the Queen underway on the south with the healers.
Yeah, he's actually taken down the scatter shot and also is creating pathing. Now, he did mention that he builds bases for Euronics. So whenever you build bases, you've always got that deeper understanding on attack as well. So let's just see whether he can take advantage of that. It is the Super Witches. We're only 30 seconds into this attack, and he has already deployed them down to the south of the base.
Yeah, and they're going to pour on through. That Inferno is where they need to go. They're going to just blast on through the wall, no problem. That's going to take the tower down, and they're going to be on the town hall before you know it. Now up in towards the north side. We have the siege machines coming out.
This is dangerous. He's lost
down.
2 of the Super Witches down to the south. You might just be able to see them moving around the outside of the base. That is crucial because the healers are also in that area. It means all of the troops in the center, D-Man, are going to be susceptible now to the defenses.
You see that Inferno multi-targets doing a lot of damage. It will fall down, but now the crossbows in the back end. The Queen, just about hanging on there. Very, very low. You can see the amount of damage being done. Now here comes the Hog Riders. Is it going to be enough? I don't feel there's going to be enough to pour on through here. This could be a stalled out attack from Titan.
Interesting, because there are 4 ground-based expos, leaving your base susceptible for an air attack. But Titan obviously felt that the Super Witches were the best option. But you can see again, the Witches on the outside of the base here meant he did not have the force through the center, tried to adapt with the Royal Champion. And you called it some time ago. It is not going to be the 3-star. This is definitely not what Euronics needed.
Well, there's the balloons almost coming out as a hopeful added to the percentage. It will get a little bit more on the turrets in the north, but not a great deal more. We're looking at a 83, maybe no, not even that. Absolutely done. 81% is all he's going to get.
Yeah, and that is going to drag the average percentage of Euronics Gaming down even further. 93.5 they had before this attack, with MCES with the 100.
One. You can do it. Oh dear, I don't think he can do it.
That one minion tried it. Now sends in the wizard to try and help, but it's still not enough. Oh, heartbreak.
83%. 2-star. Titan Tide. Well, Triarch's defense is looking great. MCES looking great. We said they were the Dark Horse Euronics, but there is a reason that MCES are coming into this one as the #1 seed.
Yeah, you can see again on the replay that mortar looks like it was the one defense that pulled a couple of Super Witches, also stole the healers, and it just went downhill from there. There was not really anything that he could do to fix the attack. The problem with the Super Witches is if they walk, it's pretty much good night, and you are not getting that 3-star. So unfortunate for Euronics. They just have to hope that their defenses hold up on the next attack.
So for MCES, it's going to be EM that goes in next. Now, will he start things off? A slow little approach. There's the lightning, waiting for the pathing, perhaps there. Where things go. It is a nice slow build-up, so he's just looking for his moment. Okay, troll to the north. Troll to the west, sorry.
Yeah, he's
giants to the
what he's done here, D-Man, is use 5 lightning spells in the center, but 3 earthquake spells to get a little bit extra range up to the north, and that's going to allow the Royal Champion to take the scatter shot and other defenses. Now he can send in 1 wizard, and that wizard will be able to clear majority of the non-defensive buildings in that area. I like this start, as now we see the heroes in towards the town hall.
So, the King and the Queen work their way through. They had a Frost Troll with them as well, so they're managing to work on through. They're going to ice up and make sure they get the freedom. They need to try and get that crossbow down that's doing a heck of a lot of damage at the moment, but the pathing will work around the side. They want to send it round the south, but it's not being focused, so it's getting a lot of free fire at the moment.
Yeah, interesting. The King took a little bit of a backtrack, but the Super Wall Breaker thankfully opened up the wall. Queen still taking a lot of damage from the Expo. I think he wants the Queen to the Town Hall. Might still get it here. She steps to the cannon, has the ability, and that is perfect by Arium, managing to get everything that he wanted with precision deployment of the troops.
27 balloons, where are they going to come from? Here we are in the north with the Lava Hounds. The Lalo comes on through. The Queen, unorthodox, not having the healer on it, will go down on the south while the balloons come through and start wrecking.
Yeah, he's managed to take down majority of the major defenses. Love the use of the stone slammer to the right-hand side. That is just taking all of the fire from the scatter shot and uses the Grand Warden's ability when it redirects onto the main pack of balloons. Arium is doing everything right at this point, and I cannot see this attack being anything but a 3-star right now.
Absolutely looking fantastic. You can see they're just piling through. Nothing is really going to be able to stop them. They are on the perfect path. The dragon comes out as well just to add a little salt to the wounds, but it will be a 3-star. In the north, you can see the minions doing their job. The baby, also baby dragons and lava hounds as well with them, sorry.
Ooh, I might have called this a little bit too early because the enemy Queen is doing a lot of damage. The minions and lava pups come to the rescue in order to take that down. And the single target Inferno has gone down
here. Taken down. That's massive. Oh, it's going to get them all down. There's nothing enough that can do it. I think the dragon may be the only thing that can get it. Is one hit away from going down.
Oh my!
But I don't think it's going to get close enough because it's such a slow-moving unit.
The enemy Queen remaining alive took out so many of the troops. The balloons moved down to the south of the Wizard Tower, and that actually meant that they took more splash. It looked incredibly well, but as I mentioned it, the balloons then went around the Wizard Tower, and that is so close.
Wow. The balloons, they just needed one more bomb and that turret would have gone down. It would have been a 3-star 100%, but no. It's not the end of the world for MCES because obviously they have a strong lead already at 99% to 90, 8 to 7 stars, so they're still looking golden for them. But it didn't work out, and it does give a small opening to Euronics maybe. Knockout now on the attack. Let's see what it can do against Kingsman.
Yeah, I was just about to say that myself. This is a very high-pressured attack for Euronics Gaming. Knockout said that he is versatile, tries to keep up to date with all of the strategies so he can pick the right attack for the base. Now, he has sent in a battle blimp to the north area to take the single-target Inferno, and here comes the Queen, likely with the healers behind.
Got a lot of value for money on the north side. The Balloon's coming in slowly. It is going to be the Queen healer coming through once again. You can see that spread of crossbows, the force push back as well. Will be enough to just slow things down. What's he got? He's got a bunch of miners ready to go, so I wonder where they're going to get deployed at the moment, as it does look like this Queen is kind of stalling out at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just taking his time. He's going to let the Queen get through the Clan Castle troops. Here comes the King, look, to the western side of the base. That means that the miners and the Hog Riders will come into the town hall. Here they come. Miners first. You always need to make sure to keep your miners and Hog Riders together. Hog Riders being defense targeting troops, miners targeting everything. And this looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, that's going to go straight around. That's all the defenses who are targeting the Queen. It opens up the Queen as well to be free to attack, and it's going to push on through. The Town Hall will fall, gets himself to secure the first star, and it's obviously going to be a lot more that they're aiming for here. The Queen should be able to take down the Royal Guard, does do that. Onto the Inferno turret, is not actually focusing it at the moment. It has to get through that wall, which could be a slow point, but the healers should be able to keep up.
Yeah, he's had to use 2 of his heal spells in the same area because there is so much damage with the Queen not getting through. She has retargeted, uses the free spell to try and help the miners and Hog Riders through, but they are going everywhere right now. This is not looking good for Knockout.
Yeah, this is looking like it's gone very messy at the moment. The Queen is pathing round, but again, goes towards that defensive turret. Got the wall once again in the way. The healers will come through, but going to be very focused. You can see the artillery. What has he got left? Air defense is down here. Obviously loaded to wizard towers to get through.
I think he knows.
Enough, but I think it's going to be time now more than anything. Could be the enemy.
I think he knows it's just percentage. He has to just use any of the troops in the most precise area because percentage is a big deal, actually. If you know you're not getting the 3-star, you need to get the highest percentage and actually wait until the Queen tanks some of the defenses to bring in some of the other troops.
The Queen's not getting healed at the moment and will go down. That is not what he wanted. And that's going to be, in the end, well, is it going to be another 83? Can he get more? 84 and counting, but still not enough. When the opening was given, he needed a 3-star for his team to survive. And remember, this is a straight knockout tournament. Euronics absolutely need MCAS to make a big mistake in their 4th attack and to come out with a 3-star in their final 5th attack here.
Yeah, and let's be honest, they did actually make a mistake. They slipped up from their perfect streak, but they actually still managed to keep the percentage higher than Euronics. So, you know, Euronics, I think they have to go perfect from now. They have to just get 3 stars, and they do have to hope MCES do not get a 3-star in this attack. If MCES get a 3-star here with Kingsman, it could be all over.
Up against Titanide's defenses. Let's see how things started off. The Warden over to the west with the healers backing him up.
Nice use of the lightnings. Rotating in front of the Grand Warden just to make sure that there's no major defenses to take him out. Now, Kingsman also enjoys watching rugby, but he did say that he believes MCES could take this because all of their players are unique. They can adapt to the bases, and we are seeing quite a variety of strategies. They're using the Super Witches for this one.
Some wall breakers as well. I'm just wondering where he's going to deploy them, at what point. Obviously, you can see the Wardens clearing out those defenses to the south. I wonder if he was going to maybe deploy it down there. The Wizards down the south going to get used. Oh, they took a massive artillery. That's going to hurt them. They're so squishy down the south side. Here we go. Here's the Skellies. Here comes the Balloons. They're going to be backed up. The Witchers pushing on through. I guess the wall breaker is going to be used here to try and work through for those Witchers. And quick haste post popped.
Yeah, just try and get them into that town hall compartment. Then he can use the 1 jump spell to get into the center of the base. There's a lot going on right now. Lots of damage coming onto these troops. But he gets a little bit fortunate that the Hog Riders have ran in front of the Super Witches. But the thing I worry about is pathing here. They start to move out to the right, and that is why Kingsman is bringing in the Royal Champion and the Wizards, trying to force the Witches back into the inside.
Is he going to work out, though? Does manage to push them through. You can see, looks like they're working over to that left, but they're going to keep on funneling round as this L shape effectively round the right-hand side. The Super Witch is still alive. The healer's doing the job that they were employed to do, and they're just going to keep on funneling round, but I think they wanted to go further central here.
Yeah, I think that was the original plan. He adapted with the jump spell. Now, I was a little bit surprised that he probably heard me because the scatter shot locked onto the healers, and with the healers going down, that would mean that the Super Witches were pretty much done. Now, time is also becoming an issue here. I don't think it's going to be the 3-star that MCES needed, so it could indeed be another opportunity for Euronics, but with only one attack remaining, they would still need something special, really.
Yeah, with those 2 witches following the queen around the north, that has really caused a problem. You can see it's just a weak push in the middle at the moment. It's not strong enough. Now they're going to start funneling through to see whether it's quite enough to get around. With only 30 seconds remaining here, the queen without the healers is also susceptible to damage from that tower. You can see immediately boosts up to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, again, it's the percentage game. So many of the attacks have been so close, but this one, with a little bit more time, might have actually got it done because he still has Super Witches, he still has the Queen, and there's actually not a lot of major damage. With the healers moving on to the other Super Witches, I think with a little bit more time, Kingsman might have surprised us and got this one done. I must admit, 94% is a lot better than I was expecting, and MCES with that commanding lead right now.
Just goes to show those smallest of errors, and obviously funneled half his witches to the right, half to the left, and that was the difference. If everything would have gone through the middle, it would have been absolutely golden. But there is an opportunity. Gotta be honest, I'm not even sure if a 3-star can do it. We'll see whether he can pull it off here. They've had one Euronics. They started off strong, both 100% in it, and now Crusader with the last chance saloon for Euronics here up against AM's defenses.
Yeah, he has to get this one done. Sending in the battle blimp relatively deep into the base here will hopefully get the scatter shot, but the Yetis are not quite targeting it. It finally goes down. A little bit of a scary moment for Crusader, but he manages to get the defense he wanted. Clan Castle troops pulled out, and the Archer Queen can take them down easily at the bottom of the base.
Nothing to prevent too much. The Inferno will take down that one balloon that came through. The Wizard down the south was also decimated by the cannon, and this is a lot of focus on the Witcher. It's going to delay as long as possible. Will clear out, obviously, what it's doing, but it's all about a time factor. We've seen it so far in the last 2 matches. The time factor is a big issue. As again, has to pump up that Witch, but he's not going for the Inferno, hitting just about everything but at the moment. Focusing on the cannon, still not looking towards it, will continue on, and that Inferno's getting so much bang for buck.
It certainly is, and the thing that is drawing my attention is the time as well. The Queen is taking so long to get through this bottom area, has to use the ability. He needs to start with the Miners and Hog Riders. Here they come, but with time ticking down, I'm getting a little bit nervous now for Crusader.
Using that King to tank up what he can. The Hog Rider's coming on through. That's going to be the Wizard's Tower down. The Cannon's also going to get focused on the King, continuing to push on round. And now the Queen's going to join the party with the healers all funneling round. It's actually worked out very well for Crusader here. I feel like he's pushing and funneling really nicely. They can see the top. That's going to slow things down. The King just getting focused on, but they are starting to funnel nicely together. Ooh, but that's going to cost them with the artillery.
The Town Hall, though, doesn't have a lot of fire. Fortunately, the Miners did migrate back across there to help out, but the major thing is the Eagle artillery in the center. It is slamming down into the troops right now, and I don't think he can get around to the Eagle until the end of the attack, which might be too late.
Yeah, it's decimated the group attack, that's for sure. The Miners luckily can obviously funnel through, so they're managing to mitigate most of the damage. But this is going to be a full clockwise approach all the way around the base before it gets the Eagle artillery.
Yeah, I think he wanted his Queen into the center of the base. We did see at the start she was kind of taking a long time to the south. My prediction here is he wanted the Queen into the center and then to run the Miners and Hog Riders around the outside, because leaving the Eagle artillery standing has done so much damage, and it is not going to be Euronics Day. MCES just have to close this one out now.
Yeah, not going to be close enough. 16 seconds left, but simply put, they don't have anything left in the bag. I don't think they're going to hit the 90% marker because the artillery getting so much value. 88% in the end with a 2-star. It does look like it's a simple closeout job for MCS. They don't even need a 3-star. It's a simple 2-star and it's done.
Yeah, we mentioned them being the number 1 seed here in the Mobile Open. Remember, single elimination, 10,000 euros for the winning team. So it does mean a lot, and they will be hoping to give themselves a 3-star. They don't want to just get a 2-star here, I don't think. They want the 3-star in order to keep their momentum moving forward.
And it's the man that said, you better bring everything, because Tryhard is super confident. He's the man that most on the team look towards to close out the games. And I feel he may well just get it done right here. I don't see... no way. I'm trying to think of any way I could say that he wouldn't get a 1-star, but I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I just do not see it. This is going to be a great start already. There's Quakes getting it done, and in comes the Wallbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree, especially because of the start of this attack. He's used the lightning right in front of the Town Hall. So now the Wallbreaker and the Archer Queen can literally just move to the Town Hall, take it out, and I can't see any way of him not getting the 2-star. We do have, looks like, sneaky goblins onto the Town Hall, which should be able to take it down relatively easily. Archer Queen moving into the left-hand side, and it looks like he's going after a scatter shot. Very ambitious here, but hey, MCES proving what they are made of.
Well, that's the 1-star. That obviously ties up the series. Anything more is all a bonus, and the victory is all but inevitable for MCES here. The free spell going down just to buy time. And of course, he's still got stacks remaining as well to pull out. Here we go. Here's the Hogs. This is what we were expecting. The Hogs to the north. Everything's going to pile on through, and the 2-star will follow shortly.
Yeah, the Archer Queen didn't directly target these scatter shots, so it is standing. Tryhard gets the 2 stars, will put MCES through, but the scatter shot might be what stops him getting the 3-star. A couple of Hog Riders actually move over there. He freezes it. Good adaptation. Maybe he can get this.
He will. It's looking good at the moment. The Wizards are desperately trying to catch up. The Hog Riders getting so much for them as they target all those defensive units. We can still see that Inferno. It has done a lot, but now it's basically sitting there unused. The Hogs will fall. The Royal Guard is still going about his business. Has he got enough to try and take down his defenses? I think he will.
Oh, I'm not sure. The shield might be the savior. Look at it going across the map to the Inferno Tower. Takes down the Expo. You are indeed right. The Royal Champion goes across. Will finish that off. And Tryhard showing that MCES do want to win this tournament with a 3-star and 13 stars. What an incredible performance.
I'm not too sure it's exactly how he planned it, but it's worked out nonetheless. That's for sure. There's the 100%. There's the 3 stars. There's MCS going through to the next round.
What a job. What a job. I mean, we expected MCES to be the favourites. Euronics coming out with that 3-star did put up a good fight, but you have to say the talent of MCES really shone through there, getting it done on offense and defense. I'm excited to see them moving through.
And fantastic stuff. 13-11, MCAS will move on through. We're going to the break. When we come back, we'll break down exactly how that worked out and move on to the next match. See you in a few.
What a dominating performance from MCES as we start, and both teams actually coming out right from the get-go. Did you expect those 2 3-star attacks from both of them as they began?
It was a very strong start. There's no doubt about it. I mean, obviously, the bonus of going second is you always know what you're up against. And when your opponent starts off with a 3-star, I reckon there was a little bit of anticipation, maybe, or educated. But the fact is, it was Remy starting things off with MCES. I don't think we expected anything less than a 3-star.
I would agree. I mean, we talked about Remio being a fantastic addition into the MCES roster. You've seen how well he was able to get it done. And I think that responding 3-star really just gave MCES their confidence. Not that they weren't confident in the first place, but it really just allows them to know that even as good as Euronics are, they can respond.
Remio, great in attack, but also really impressive defense from him as well, shutting down Euronics extremely fast.
Yeah, it was an attack that definitely went south and just left the door open for MCES. And I think the Tesla farm at the start of that attack really just played with his mind. And from the end of it, sometimes you can't fix the attack if something goes wrong too early on. If something goes wrong late in the attack, you might get lucky, you might still have enough troops. But I think the Tesla farm being on the outside of the base was a really good play by MCES.
We saw it in the clips a little bit earlier, of course, but it was Tim from Euronics who was able to shut down that MCES 3-star streak with his defense. What was it that he did right there to allow him to shut that down?
Well, I think it really came down to the defensive pathing. We seen balloons moving around and the wizard tower was centralized around other defenses. So what it meant was any defense targeting troop, didn't have to be the balloons, would circle around it and be susceptible to the splash damage, which is exactly what happened.
And if you think about it, it was just small things in general that separated it. We had a couple of times where, for example, that Inferno Tower, the Inferno Tower that was left in the middle, balloons were one away from getting it, and it just did so much damage after that because they didn't finish it off. Everything around it got decimated, and that completely ruined the attack, and that was looking like it was going to be a 3-star attack for them. So there was so many small things, but I think Judo is the man to ask about it.
Yeah, well, I have an attack by Remio because he was the one that kicked it off for MCES. Wanted to break it down for you so that you know exactly what he did in case you want to use it at home. Now, before we start the attack, I just want to let you know that for any Lava Loon attack, you are always looking at major splash damages such as the Scatter Shot, Eagle Artillery, and the Town Hall, as well as any defenses. So what exactly does Remio do here? Starting out, he needs to take them down, and he actually uses the lightning spells very smartly to rotate around the Scatter Shot, but look at the enemy queen. He's actually waiting to hit the defenses and the queen. This means that as the queen moves to the south, he can take out the air sweeper as well. A fantastic move, and allows him to use the earthquake to hit the Scatter Shot. Now, with the central area of the base down, notice that the Royal Champion can then be used to extend the dead zone that has already been created. This allows then him to use a hero dive method, which is sending in your heroes to a certain area of the base. With both Scattershot down and the defending queen, he now has to worry about the town hall. So that is where they are coming from, and he can also take care of the clan castle. So the only defense I mentioned at the start that would still be alive is the Eagle Artillery, and that will come into play with the Lava Loon. Now you might be asking, why is he sending the Wall Wrecker in towards the town hall? when he's doing an air attack. We mentioned in the broadcast he mixed the ground and the air. It's all because of the security he can get to the town hall. No traps could take out the wall wrecker, and it opens up pathing for his heroes. Now let's take a look at what has been taken out in the base. This entire section. It means that the lava loon has perfect pathing, deploys some from the very south, others in very quickly from the right hand side of the base. Now that is highly important because what it does is make sure to focus the fire of the main pack of balloons through to the center, to the multi, and towards the Eagle artillery. So very, very nicely done by Remio, very controlled as he just picked apart the different areas of the base. I also like the Grand Warden's ability, which was able to catch the balloons through the two major defenses. So I mentioned the multi-target Inferno and the Eagle. The Grand Warden's ability was used through that. So if you are planning to use Lava Loon in part of your attack, make sure that you are taking out areas of the base to create pathing. Remio did that with lightning spells and the Royal Champion, and also extended that with the Hero Dive. It meant that his Lava Loon pretty much focused on the right-hand side of the base, and that is how he picked apart Crusader's base, managed to get MCES into the lead, and they just cruised from that point. So a brilliant attack by Remio, and he also got it done on defense as well. So I am excited to see MCES as they move through this.
Remio is just showing the adaptability of MCES, and obviously we saw a host of strategies throughout that war. Does that mean that maybe moving forward there's even more that they'll be able to offer? Is that the strength for this team?
Well, I think they said it themselves as part of the player interview that they feel they have the versatility to get this done, and I am sure that we will see other attacks as well. Moving through the tournament, you saw how many different strategies they were able to offer. It wouldn't surprise me if we see something new from them as well.
Let's take a look now at the bracket so that you can see that update. Of course, this is a single elimination, which means Euronics is now out of the competition. We say goodbye to them. MCES moves through to the semi-final. And of course, you can see who they could potentially face off against later on. And that's going to be our next matchup, ESEU versus Zepto. So this is an interesting one because ESEU, some different clans bringing their players together, a bunch of friends wanting to compete. How much do we know about them?
Well, they qualified through ladder, so they actually were in the top 4, but we don't know too much about them. So we kind of hinted at the start of the broadcast that could go in their advantage if you can't predict somebody. So I am excited to see them.
I mean, when you come in through a ladder, and they've said it themselves, you know, they're a group of friends. It's like when you're playing ladder games, that's what you're doing. You're playing for friends. You know, it just turns out that they're really, really good players, and that's what, you know, when you get a group of really good players that are having fun together, they do well. And, you know, the fact that they are, I think they'd be classed as the number 3 seed effectively in this tournament puts a lot for them obviously up against a tough German team in Zepto.
That is going to be our next game, ESEU versus Zepto. Now, Zepto is a team as well that we don't know a lot about.
Oh yes, my apologies. I was actually referring to Zepto, so that is my fault. The ESEU team is part of the Space Station roster, so we know a couple of these teams, of these players, but Zepto, as we mentioned, could be a dark horse. They've qualified through ladder. They have definitely proven their worth, and I think this is going to be a close matchup.
It's great to see John Cena stepping out of the ring to come in for this one as well. I feel like he's really bringing it. But yeah, no, obviously the Germans, they've had to qualify through this one, so do not write them off. Obviously, anyone that's had to qualify through a grueling competition is certainly not one to write off. I think they're going to be a formidable opponent here for ESEU.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. ESEU taking on Zepto. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we jump straight into the war.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting straight into the next matchup. It is going to be ESEU up against Zepto. ESEU made up of a mix of players, Judo. A couple of them from Space Station Gaming. Obviously, we've seen them prevalent throughout the Clash of Clans world.
Yeah, they were in one of the world qualifiers. They put up a fantastic job of that as well. So a lot of experience with this team, and as we mentioned with Zepto, they did qualify through ladder, so we'll have to see what they have in store for us. But it is going to be ESEU attacking first, and it is Joker with lightning spells into the Lava Loon attack strategy.
Let's keep our eye, see where he goes. Lightning Strobel's coming straight down, and obviously going to make sure he takes down two of those defenses. Immediately comes in with the balloons, the baby dragon down the south as well. Over to the western side, there's also balloons coming through. They do manage to get the unit down, but I don't think he quite netted exactly what he wanted. King popped down on the south side. The baby dragon still getting a lot of value for money right now as the queen comes in with the king.
Yeah, I think he might have just wanted to create the funnel down the bottom area, because you can see the wall wrecker will allow the king and queen into this area, depending on how far that gets.
The king's pushing away. Sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's gone straight into the tower. Okay, he's going to have to use the spells to get him to safety. That has not gone the plan.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that king in front of the queen to provide some tanking, because, as I was about to say, the wall wrecker here could get him to the town hall, and it might now mean that the queen misses it.
And it's just slightly off on the timing. Not what they wanted. The Royal Guard coming in, though, to save the day. To a certain extent, you can still see Zepto looking very good at the moment. Let's have a look towards the north side. What's he pulling in?
Yeah, this might actually work in his favor, you know, because the king was able to take down a wizard tower over to that other side, and he's still going to get the town hall. So that might have worked in his favor as the lava loon now comes in. Wow, this is looking pretty good.
It may well survive. The lava loon, they've got to get rid of the Inferno, and there we go, perfectly timed. The freeze comes down on it. The question is, will the balloons get to it in time? No, they won't. They still have managed to get through that wall, and he uses a second freeze spell to try and slow that lava down. A third freeze comes in, and now there's not a lot to stop those balloons. The tower's just dropping, and you can see the queen now back up in action.
I very much like what Joker just did. Used the spells ahead of time. Didn't want to take any risks. The Expo and the scatter shot were crucial. He managed to freeze that to keep the pack of balloons alive, and they can cruise through the back end of the base, take down the remaining defenses. What an opening for ESEU. Still has the queen ability in tow.
And that just goes into the adaptability. He's made it work. You know, his king, the pathing wasn't perfect, but he managed to make those adjustments. Joker pulls it off, 100% 3-star. Perfect start for ESEU there. Great adaptability.
Yeah, fantastic stuff indeed. That is exactly what they wanted to do. Like you said, a group of friends that have came together, but that have the talent to indeed get this one done. And throughout the plains, they beat Dark Tangent, who were a team that went deep into the World Championship qualifiers as well. So definitely a roster of players that are very experienced.
And we'll see. Next battle getting ready to start out here. I can see there was a small issue, which is what the delay is for at the moment. It does look like Zepto started things off as well with a 3-star attack, if I'm not mistaken. We did have a small issue with the war starting early, so it looks like we've missed the Zepto attack. As it does appear, we're going to be going back into it. I guess ESEU back on attack here? No, it's going to be Sasha.
Yeah, looks like we're rotating into the Zepto attack. At least we get to see how this war builds up. 2 opening 3 stars, exactly what we've seen from MCES and Euronics. And a very quick start here, using lightning spells in the center of the base. But the Grand Warden ability has been used. What on earth just happened?
Really, that healing. There's so much damage going on at the moment on the north side. Not really working out for him. The P.E.K.K.A comes out along with the Giant trying to cover the protection there. And they can see the Wizards also coming through behind the P.E.K.K.A. The Baby Dragon over on the western side, eastern side as well. Only have to get the northeast southwest right.
This is not looking good though. I was looking at the lightning spells in the center of the base, but the Grand Warden ability went off, which normally you want to use around about now when your troops are taking major damage to make them immune. So Sasha has to just try and adapt anything he can. Town Hall goes down. Oh, but I'm not sure what he can do here.
The king fell so fast down the south. He just got nothing from him. Luckily, the witches, super witches coming in behind him. And the witches going to get enough done. They got to get through the walls here, though. And that's going to delay them. They will take down...
I'm not sure what he can do. The scatter shot in the center is tearing apart the witches. The healers are on the Grand Warden, so the witches are going down incredibly fast. 1 minute and 30 seconds into this attack, and it's pretty much over. Sasha is just trying to get any percentage possible, and this is a heartbreak of an attack for Zepto.
The healers were not on the queen either, so the queen goes down. It's just all gone wrong. Hasn't worked out as planned. And yeah, fantastic stuff. Fantastic defensive work. It was all about that air sweeper. Just kept pushing the healers back and then swept him away and then just pathed away from the queen. And yeah, not a lot from this one to be said. Not even going to hit 75%, I don't think, here. The one little minion. Come on,
little minion that might get it done at the top. But the Eagle could indeed finish them off as well. Kronos on defense is one of the players of the Space Station gaming roster that we had seen in the World Qualifiers. So clearly showing the strength on defense. And I'm going to be intrigued as to what they do for the next attack. Because again, both of them did start with a 3-star.
So 75% 2-star, not what the doctor ordered for Zepto. And that is going to be all she wrote. And just a plethora of errors, really, I think, there.
Yeah, it all started right at the beginning with the Grand Warden ability going off, and we will have to see what Danny of ESEU does. Oh, it's a 2-star as well, but the percentage is incredibly higher, so it will be ESEU that are in the lead after the opening 2 attacks.
So here we go. Now we're going to be jumping straight into it. As I mentioned, the war was started early while we were in the break, so we will be getting back into it. Now we see Kronos on the attack. We just saw his defenses doing work, stopping a 75% 2-star attack. Let's see what he can do on the attack.
Yeah, Kronos is a very talented player. He gave advice in our player interviews to do as many attacks as possible in order to improve, which sounds straightforward, but I guess it is true. The more you practice, the better you get, and he takes down a Tesla farm very early here.
Yeah.
Nice, comfortable start.
I think he only netted, what, 3 balloons out of that? I think he took the Tesla farm down. Real good value for money there, effectively. The Warden's just going to push on through with the healer heal. So let's see what's he going to bring to the table down the south. There's the Witcher coming out, you can see. Actually, I don't think he wanted the Witcher targeted. You can see he put the troll out there, and I don't think he quite planned on the Witcher being targeted, but it's fine. The Witcher's just about surviving through it now, won't? The artillery coming through, and now the Town Hall is going to be the focus. You can see everything funneling in for that. There's the free spell coming through. That should be enough to get the tower down.
Oh, it should be enough, but the defending minions are doing a lot of work right now, so they are stalling big style. The Grand Warden's ability can be used in order to help them through the Giga Bomb. The minions on defense finally go down, but I think they took a lot of damage there. Fortunately, the healers were still healing them, and he could still spin this one around.
Yeah, the king was tanking a little too much there, and the defensive queen took it down in the end. You can see the Royal Guard now coming out to try and help out with the Hog Riders down on the west side, while the rest of the main force pushes on through the middle. You can see the Hog Riders getting it done, but what's happened there? The jump wasn't quite working. Finally, they managed to mount the wall effectively, but the Hog Riders are already down, and you can see, looks like the Royal Guard's also going to go.
Yeah, the Hog Riders took major damage from a giant bomb in combination with the scatter shot, and whenever you use the Super Witches, it's about getting them into the center, but then having your Royal Champion and Hog Riders sideswiping through the outside of the base. Kronos trying his best, but the Royal Champion goes down. Is it enough? The single target Inferno can now shred through the Witches.
Yeah, again, the Warden steps in front of the Queen, hogs the heals effectively, and the Queen drops. Don't think he's quite got enough to go through there, though. It is going to be, I think they may be able to do it. I think it's going to be time against them. Oh no, the healers! The healers going down to the tower. That's a disaster. That's not what he wanted. And that is possibly going to cost him here. You can see the skeletons can only take so much now.
Yeah, it was actually the ground skeleton trap in combination with that which proved deadly, making sure that the Super Witch could not get it. And you can see how important it would have been. Them extra couple of seconds might have been enough. The Super Witches try their best, but with 5 seconds, it's not going to be the 3-star. ESEU still in the lead percentage-wise here. But you've got to be heartbroken when you are that close to a 3-star.
That was 1-2 seconds more. The Warden would have done it. That would have been over 100%. Job done. But there's a small opening for Zepto to try and step into. Let's see if they can answer that one. Very tight game from Kronos, but he's going to be utterly disappointed not getting the 3 there.
Oh, absolutely. I think he did a lot of things right in that attack. Managed to get the funneling perfect, to get the Super Witches in. The crucial factors was the amount of time initially by the Town Hall, just stalling all of the troops, and the giant bomb, which in combination with the scatter shot, took out the Hog Riders. If he had a couple of other troops swiping around the base, you could see that he would have been able to get that.
So, 7-5. ESEU with the lead right now, 97%, because while it was a 2-star, it was a 98% 2-star, so it was a strong 2-star at that. Now it's John Cena for Zepto. Let's see what he can bring to the target table. Interesting defensive setup from Danny as well.
Yeah, it is an interesting defensive setup. You often see bases similar to this in multiplayer, whereby you have this dead area in the center. Now, sometimes there's Tesla in there, but more likely than not, it's to try and mess with pathing of the troops. Now, John Cena has done a brilliant job taking down that Town Hall, and what he's going to do here is allow the Queen to walk in either direction. It means he can save troops on the funnel, and because the base is symmetrical, he can just adapt on what the Queen wants to do.
They're trying to focus the Queen, but it's not happening. You're not going to get through that healer combo down the south. It's buying plenty of time for that cannon to get some serious damage done, but the healers quite easily work through that. And now we see the main attack forming. Trolls and Wizards up on the western side, and a couple of balloons to follow the Queen through. It's obviously cleared out. Let's see if this funnel pays off.
Oh, look at the black bomb that was targeting the balloon. That is exactly why you send the balloons in. You drive the balloons in front of the Queen wherever you think there could be seeking air mines, because a balloon is 5 troop capacity and the healers are 14. So a very nice move there. And he's able to use these super wall breakers to get the Queen right into the center. She's going to take the left-hand side. We've got the King on the right with Hog Riders and Miners moving through. This is looking incredible.
Another balloon tank defense. That was very nicely done from him. Meanwhile, you can see on the north side as well, the push has begun. It's going to be funneled on through, and now the main force, the Hog Riders, pummeling through and getting so much bang for buck. In come the rest of the defensive forces, but this is looking very good for John Cena.
Yeah, the pathing has been perfect for his Hog Riders and Miners. This top area is the main thing. He has 2 free spells. He needs to use them wisely. There is one of them to get the single, the eagle, and a couple of Tesla. He needs to hope that the Hogs and Miners push through this, but there's giant bombs going off everywhere. Can he get this done?
Queen gets through the wall. That's a big part as well. That means the Queen will get the damage down on the Inferno turret. You can see the scatter shot's not going to work out as well, and the Queen should still keep on pushing through. This has worked out so well. This is looking like a 3-star.
It certainly is. Uses the Royal Champion's ability to celebrate at the end. Just look at how many Hog Riders and Miners are left over on this. Beautiful planning. Zepto right back in this. Wow, that was beautiful to watch.
Did we ever doubt John Cena would get it done? Goes out on top and gives Zepto the lead coming into the 4th round. Wow.
Yeah, well, the hybrid style attack can still work as long as you can set up pathing for the base, which John Cena did incredibly well there. And, well, it now means that ESEU, as good as their roster are, they are behind in this war and they need Khan to get a response.
They're going to be looking back at that 98% 2-star and thinking, oh my god, just a second more, that would have been done. But it's down to Agent Khan to try and deliver the killing blow here. Can he pull his team back in, or will it be done and dusted before we reach the 5th round?
Ooh, this is interesting. I'm not sure if he just wanted to clear pathing to the town hall with the battle blimp.
The healer's just... okay, this
Yeah, well, I presume he wanted to take down the town hall in that area. It's half damaged. He didn't get it, so now he has to rely on the queen, because I'm thinking he wants to send the super witches in towards where the queen is standing.
Yeah, the damage continuing through. We've already used a minute of this game, so it's a very slow start for Khan here. We saw how time can be your enemy in the previous match. Now the baby dragon comes out on the south side as well to start working down those towers. The queen going to join the party and should be able to path on through. Going to be pathed over to the right side.
Nice adaptions. He's used the headhunter there in order to help take down the barbarian king, and with the Grand Warden he recognizes that the queen is going to take a little bit of damage here, so try and give her a boost and just help with time, because he's already part way through this, so he needs to get things going. And I'm worried about that town hall. Maybe it's the royal champion he's saving onto to solo and take it down.
But it works through. Little haste goes on to the king at the top, who's doing some serious work working around that right hand side. Here comes the rest of the force to try and join it. They do manage to get through the wall as well, and now, as you mentioned, Royal Guard is going to come in, should be able to get it done on the town hall. That will start the first star off, and you can see we're looking good on defenses as well at the moment, but there is still a lot of base left for 55 seconds.
Yeah, that was exactly going to be my next point. I think Khan has done a phenomenal job taking down the defenses and pathing the troops correctly, but you've got to be able to do that efficiently as well. And with 40 seconds left, 40% of the base, he needs to hope that things start going down quickly, and I'm just not sure that it's going to happen.
Just one freeze left, that's all he's got in the bag, and you can see I don't think there's really enough left. There's certainly no support, there's just a couple of wizards to go down, but that's not going to be enough. There's still too many defenses up. They are so fragile. The funnel working well. Look at that nice little defensive work with the skeletons there to just lock him up in the artillery. And again, it's just too little too late. 10 seconds is all that's going to be left. It's going to be an 80% at best.
Yeah, and the difficulty here is no matter how good the attack itself works, if you run out of time, you run the risk of getting a low percentage. It doesn't matter how many troops are left on the board, it was a low percentage, so he actually would have been better off losing some of the troops by deploying them earlier, even if it meant a higher percentage.
A real chance for Zepto to stretch their lead here. They are looking golden right now against ESEU. But of course, let's not forget, they've still seen some grand defenses here. We haven't seen that many 3 stars in all honesty. So when they do happen, they are pretty damn epic. And Zepto in a great position to progress is the word I'm after. It's a G, not a C. Versus MCES. Whew. It's been a tough morning.
Zepto are in a pretty good spot right now. They do have 2 attacks left, whereas ESEU only have 1 attack left. But you would take them odds, because even if they get a 2-star, they are a star in the lead. We did mention ESEU qualifying via the play-in. Zepto, as much as we don't know too much about them, qualified direct through ladder, and they are showing us why they are here. Very good job starting out this attack quite quickly as well with the lightning and earthquake spells.
Never doubt Germans and base building games. It's always going to be the strong point for them. You have The guard up the top there doing work, taking down the initial turrets. He's got a troll with him, and he's making a nice opening to see what can funnel on through. The balloons coming through. I think they wanted the king maybe to tank before those balloons, but either way, the balloons are going to do the job. And the guard, look at that. He's getting so much done down on the western side here. That's going to be another wizard tower down. Finally will fall, but has made a big opening. Let's see what follows through. Here we go. This is what we expected. The queen to come up through. No healers, obviously, on the back there, which is why we're taking so many of the turrets down as the wall wrecker comes on through.
Yeah, he just wants the queen to go into the town hall, take that down. It's very similar to the attack I broke down on the telestrator for the last war, in that the royal champion is taking out the left, the queen is aiming in towards the town hall. Can he get the scatter shot in that top area as well? Wizard tower is taking out barbarians, but there is one little barbarian that can take out that scatter shot. Wow, what a start!
And there's one tower untouched that's putting a lot of damage down on the Queen Archer right now. Has finally switched target, and the Queen Archer will avoid it. Now the balloons and the lava hounds will come out down the south-hand side. That should clear out a bunch of the defensives there. The Queen will fall, though. And I just feel the Goblins finally got that turret down, but I feel they just got so much from it. You can see the artillery popping off now. I don't think the balloons coming in are quite got enough.
Yeah, but it was an interesting approach there. He used the Royal Champion's ability early, felt a little bit worried about the defending Royal Champion and the early damage. He's done pretty good with the spells because the balloons power on through, and he might just get this. It's going to be close coming down to the end. It's really just the Wizard Tower in combination with the high damage defenses, which do indeed take the balloons down super quick. But a good attack by Zepto that will keep them well in the lead at this point.
Well, 47 seconds to go. The little baby hounds are still getting it done. Let's not discount their work down the south here. It's working well for them, but I think once they get towards the tower, it will be enough. 93%. Not bad. 2-star, as you say. They hold that lead because of John Cena getting that big 3-star. Gave them that chance, that little moment, but 94%, not too bad. The one wizard's going to make it 95 up on the north side, but he will come against the wizard tower. That will be all she wrote. 95% 2-star. Great for Agent Khan.
Well, the reason I was so surprised there is look at the percentage, 92.5 per team. So it is level on percentage, but Zepto still have the extra star. But the fact that ESEU are level on percentage is still very relevant, because if they were to 3-star, they get 100% obviously. That means that Zepto's 2-star actually wouldn't be enough. So it's still anybody's game right now.
Dana from EXO. As we mentioned, ESEU, they are a group of friends effectively put together from multiple clans. There's the lightning going down, trying to work on the wall more than anything, onto the town hall as well. And the town hall will fall. Gets a bit of damage on the Eagle artillery as well.
Yeah, an interesting use of the lightnings, because whenever you can take down the center of the base, it helps with the pathing that we keep talking about for the troops. So he doesn't have to worry about any clan castle troops tripping up his attack here, but also he doesn't have to worry about trying to path his balloons to the center, because he's already taken that section of the base out. So good start by Stanner.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. You can see he's trying to get it done at the moment. Queen will come through. Freeze working well. Eagle artillery gone. And now the bulk of the forces can come through. The king sped up through there, absolutely motoring on through. The queen, though, not pathed with him. That could be a problem, because the queen is now tanking a lot of the damage from that turret. Will be able to avoid it. The wizard turret will fall as well. Now down in the south, over on the east side, the lava hounds coming in with the balloons. This is the main attack.
What are we watching? Stanner is putting on a performance of a lifetime here, taking out all of the major defenses with the hero dive. Both scatter shots down. He just has to worry about the lava loon portion, and he's got so many troops coming in from each and every angle. Wow, brilliant job.
Perfect freeze on the air sweeper there just to get everything in the right place at the right time. The air sweeper will push them back. You can see it's the one that facing to the north. And the sweep misses as well. It's disastrous, and they should be able to finish this one off.
The Town Hall survives, but I think Stanner can get away with this because he has enough troops left over. Wow, we mentioned that you can't make mistakes at the start, but you can at the end. Oh my word! Town Hall goes down, and it's going to be a 3-star. That could have very easily been a 1-star, though.
Very, very close. Bless the king. He can't do anything about it, but sit and watch. 48 seconds on the clock, all the time in the world. The Dark Elixir will go down, and it's going to be a 3-star 100% once again. This time for ESEU, putting the pressure onto Zepto in the final game.
Well, you have to give full credit to Stanner in that attack because he had to risk it all. If he didn't get a 3-star, then Zepto could just get a 2-star and win out the war pretty much. But now that he's got a 3-star, even a 2-star, they couldn't catch up on percentage, so it means that they need a 3-star now. Wow, crazy scenes.
Yeah, in terms of, well, a 2-star, high 2-star? I mean, we did have a 98% 2-star, if you remember, so a high 2-star perhaps, maybe?
The percentage was the same beforehand, and
That's
ESEU
true.
just got 100%.
Yes.
So anything less, I think they would be just short.
That is
which
correct
means
math.
3 stars it is. What a climax for the end of this war. Starting out with 3 stars each team. Now they need to finish with 3 stars.
That queen is taking a hell of a beating early on. We'll be able to finally get through it in the end. The baby dragon coming out to help out. But that was a lot of damage to start things off. That buys time for the balloons to come on through, looking to try and avoid any of those traps that are possibly in there, going straight for the crossbows.
Yeah, had to use a rage spell to help the queen down at the bottom area of the base. And this is interesting because he recognizes that the pathing of the queen is not ideal, but by using a jump spell, she will be directed into the town hall. We've seen how good Zepto was with this strategy. John Cena pulling in the 3 stars earlier on. It looks like the hybrid is what they are using to try and win the war.
This balloon's going to get knocked back, not getting to the target that they want there. The queen always taking some big barrage damage, tanking through, but the town hall will fall. There's the first. The queen in trouble. Oh, the queen almost going down, and now we can see the hog riders and the miners coming in over on the western side.
Yeah, just managed to get that queen ability off. The scatter shot can often take down your queen if you're not careful. Can she get the expo? Incredibly, he uses a rage, wants to keep the queen alive. Hog riders and miners moving through. Remember, Honk of Zepto needs a 3-star to win this, and it's difficult to predict at this point.
Perfect use for the jump spell again. The queen hops on over the wall and continues the damage there, and should be able to take the king down quite convincingly. The other side of the wall, king's going to hop on over, but the damage has already been done. Meanwhile, on the north side, look at the king getting it done up there. The hog riders coming on through as well from the backside. This could be a 3-star. What could stop it?
It could be. The only thing that could stop it is the back-end Teslas, because he has frozen the multi-target Inferno. That will go down. Hog Riders take a lot of damage, though. But with the Queen still with the healers, I think he has done it. And Zepto, against the odds, will be able to get their 3-star, will be able to win this war. What an exciting finish!
Big plays from Zepto. Honk and Zepto take down ESEU 13-12, both on 94%, as you pointed out. Wow, could not have been closer, but what a performance from the Germans.
Incredible. I couldn't have asked for a better end to that war. When anybody can still win, just amazing. And I think we will be getting back into the analysis of this after we've had a break.
Yeah, absolutely. Zepto looking fantastic. They're going to be up against MCAS in the brackets. We're going to cut to a break already.
What an incredibly close war we just got to see. I want to jump straight into the analysis of this. Stanner with that 3-star right at the end for ESEU. How did he clutch that? Because at the start, I honestly didn't think it was possible.
Yeah, he took a lot of risks in that attack, to be honest. He very patiently just picked apart different areas of the base, but when it came down to it, he used his main phase, the Lava Loon, at the opposite side of the town hall because he knew he needed the 3 stars. He had to give everything, and he just about got it. It could have very easily been a 1-star, but I take my hat off to him for taking such risks.
And think your mind back now to Kronos' 98% attack. That would have been 100 with probably 2 seconds more, and that would have been done and dusted, and they would have moved on through. They're going to be looking back through that and thinking, what could we have done better? Just a second more.
Definitely going to be rehashing that, I'm sure, for the next few hours. But let's jump onto Zepto now. They come into that last attack. All the pressure is on. It's 3-star or nothing. And once again, when it started, I was concerned. I didn't know if they were going to be able to do it. How did they clutch it out at the end?
Well, I think they went with a strategy which they knew. You've seen John Cena getting the 3 stars earlier with the hybrid, and I think they just played it safe as well, in the sense that there wasn't a lot of risks or nerves showing. Maybe that was just the talent that they had at the end of the war, because knowing you need a 3-star, sometimes you can deploy your troops too quickly or you can make little mistakes, but we didn't see any of that. Really just holding the nerve, waiting on the spells, as you can see on the screen now, until the end of the attack, which is something that you can easily not do if the nerves get to you.
You mentioned little mistakes, and towards the start, we saw a lot of that from both sides. Very evenly matched, but both of them making small errors when it came to time management, maybe when it came to timing their attacks. And do you think that this is something that meant that we had that situation at the end where it was so close because they were so evenly matched?
I think so, because, I mean, whenever you get a war of this caliber in this tournament, 10,000 euros for the winning team, there's a lot of pressure, and that can force mistakes, and that can be the difference of winning and losing, as we've seen, and it also could be the difference of, getting onto that world scene and not. So I think both teams will be looking at ironing out them little mistakes and, learning to move forward.
B-Man, I know how much you love John Cena, and I know that John Cena put on a great performance. I think, Judo, you've actually got a clip of this that you're going to break down for us.
Yeah, he certainly brought the smackdown on this base, so let's take a look at it, because the hybrid was used by Zepto twice. Now, I just want to highlight, whenever you want to do a hybrid attack, it is all about pathing. So in this attack, taking out the bottom area of the base, then using the king on the right, which allows the hybrid to come straight through. Pathing is the main thing. Now, you always tend to start with a queen charge, and you can use a Yeti blimp in order to help out. So the reason you would take the Yetis inside the battle blimp is if the clan castle troops are going to be difficult for your queen. So notice the battle blimp coming in, and the beauty of this, it's a little bit different than traditionally, is he can lure the clan castle and take out the town hall. But it also means that the queen does not have to enter this area, which could potentially be trapped with black bombs. She can walk around the side of this area and still create the pathing that we talked about, which is brilliant for John Cena. So with this area of the base done, he's just going to take his time down to the bottom of the base, which we mentioned patience. You always need to make sure you are keeping an eye on the clock. For a hybrid attack, it's normally around about the 1:45-minute mark, but make sure you are not making major mistakes by trying to rush. So with the queen and a symmetrical base, he can allow her to walk any direction. The fact that she walks to the left starts with the super wall breaker, and notice that we have just a couple of troops creating pathing to the left. We always talk about pathing, but it's so important. It drives the queen into this little area whereby she can take down the archer queen and the scatter shot. Now, if I just reset everything here for you, you can see that this area has gone down. We already have a dead spot in the middle of the base, and the Queen is going to take the left-hand side. We then start the Barbarian King to take the non-defensive buildings on the outside, and now you can see that clear pathing for the Hogs and the Miners moving through. Look at them go. They just move directly through into this area, and what you want to use as a general rule of thumb is a heal spell initially in order to help you through the defenses, then transitioning to the Grand Warden ability in the center and a back-end heal spell, which in this situation is for the Eagle Artillery. So I think the reason this attack was so overpowering was because he played it perfectly for this style of attack. So again, setting up the hybrid, you need pathing with a Queen charge. You can do that with a battle blimp if you need to lure out the clan castle troops. Once you have done so, you can use your king on the opposite side in order to allow your hybrid directly through. Use your heal spells over areas of splash, and in general, use a heal, Grand Warden's ability, followed by the heal. John Cena with a fantastic attack, helping Zepto to the ever so impressive victory, and I can't wait to see them moving forward in this tournament.
They are moving forward because you can always rely on John Cena. We had to throw that in, but not quite. There was a team effort, so of course they now move forward, but we say goodbye to the group of friends, ESEU. They obviously are now out. It is a single elimination. Still though, I think that Zepto, knowing who they're now going to face in the next round, they're going to have to clean and tidy a little bit because there isn't going to be room for those small errors we saw when they were playing ESEU.
That is true, but both of them did hit 13 stars, so I think we have a real game on our hands in the semi-final between Zepto and MCES. I don't think that's going to be as easy as MCES would like it.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at that bracket now and see what we are looking at in terms of our semi-finals and some of our other matchups. And like we just said, obviously Zepto moves forward. They will be facing off against MCES in the semi-finals. But now we get to take a look at Last Dance facing off against Resistance. Tell me about these two teams. Who should we be keeping an eye on?
This is an incredible matchup. Last Dance is pretty much the previous activity roster who we have seen on the world stage, and Resistance is a division of Existence, which are in the world finals. So honestly, this war is incredibly difficult to predict. We keep mentioning the caliber of each of these teams, but they really are impressive.
They are impressive. They had to get here. I mean, that's the thing as well. So we talk about some of the dark horses or the underdogs in these matchups, but the truth is all 8 teams had to work to get here. They all deserve their spot here, and all of them can be a threat on the day, especially with this tournament format.
Absolutely, and that's the danger of it. We've already seen it from ESEU, who we thought, coming into this one as a higher seed, we thought they would brush Zepto aside, but Zepto really performing well, and that just shows, anyone on their day can step it up. We've already seen in these first 2 wars just the smallest differences what separates it. Chronox 98% 2-star, 2 seconds more would have been a 3-star, wasn't to be, out of the tournament. That's just how harsh it can be in this environment.
We just mentioned to you the next war that we're going to see is Last Dance facing off against Resistance. Let's take a look at those rosters now. A variety of players, of course. Judo, a few of these names familiar for you?
Oh yes, and I think a lot of the viewers will have many of the players in mind as well. 2 of the standouts would be Rigger Torres, who is the captain of Existence, and also Hugo Stiglitz of Last Dance, a former member of MCES and was on their roster last year when they were 2nd in the World Championships, ever so close to being a World Champion player.
Both of these lineups have the potential to really dominate and to get through to the semi-finals. So, I mean, I don't want to call in any predictions, but I'm presuming a lot of adaptability is going to come out knowing the experience of the players?
Absolutely. And I think it's very hard to predict this war, in fact, and I think it goes back to on the day. Resistance, I would think, on paper is potentially the slight advantage, but the roster that Last Dance have are full of players who are relevant in the current meta. They have been studying since the update. They've taken part in the world qualifiers, so they are still on that level. And in a single elimination format, we've seen how one little mistake could be all it takes.
We're now moving in to our fourth war. It is going to be Last Dance versus Resistance. When we return, the game begins. How did you prepare going into this match?
I think we try to build solid bases and to know the players we're going to face a little bit more. Obviously, we know them already because some of them are qualified for the World Championship. But I think we'll try to adapt to their skills and to defend the best.
We focus on defending well, but it's complicated.
Okay, so the next question is, what makes you and your team the best?
I don't think we are the best, but every team in this tournament is very good, and tournament will be best of one, so anything can happen on a war. I think we're strong, we're solid, and it's going to be on really small details every war.
We have a lot of time of sharing a team. We are really good friends.
Perfect. And then what is your strongest asset and how do you use that against your opponents?
Our strongest asset is we all really, our skills are really complementary. Like we can hit with any composition. Some players are good at Lalo. Some other players are good at Queen Charge Hybrid. Others are good with Yetis or Dragons. So we can basically hit every base with every strategy.
We are specialists in Lalo. I think it is our best attack. We must trust.
Why are you going to win?
We're going to win because we're determined to do well in this tournament. That's the biggest we're going to play this year. And so we're going to do our best and give really all we have on every war and every attack.
We make a perfect war.
Any words for your opponents?
I wish them best of luck, and if they can save their good bases for the World Championship and not for this time.
Intenten vencernos, si pueden.
Well, I don't know how your Spanish is, Judo, but what I do know is that they are very, very confident coming into this one, Resistance. And for Last Dance, as I said, this is effectively our World Championships. This is our last tournament of the year, and we're going to give it everything we got.
Yeah, it's interesting because, as we mentioned, Resistance are, part of the Existence team. They have the World Finals, but does that mean that Last Dance have their focus, analysed completely onto this event, and that could very well weigh up in their favour?
Absolutely, it certainly is. And Last Dance talking about how they've got the multiple different attacks. They feel they got everything they could bring to the table, whereas for Rigatores it's like Lalo. That's all we're gonna do.
I mean, he is probably the best in the world at Queen Charge into Lava Loon. He seems to be able to do it against any base. We talk about defense being very important and trying to, just pick apart your opponent, put up a specific base, but it doesn't seem to matter for Rigatores. He can take it down anyways.
Well, let's see what they get to bring to the table here. Obviously, we've seen some very close matches already. MCES going through 13-11. And, of course, we just saw Zepto knocking down ESEU going through 13-12. Both final attacks, 3-star, 100%, required it and delivered it. So great stuff from Zepto. Let's see whether Last Dance and Resistance can do the same.
Yeah, handling the pressure, and I am sure we are going to see players from these squads doing exactly the same. We know our first semi-final matchup, and it's now about finding out who will be progressing into the second semi-final. I'm not too sure. I really still can't predict this one. I am looking forward to seeing if we are going to be treated with any different attack strategies, because like you said, Last Dance being their last tournament of the year, they can just leave everything on the table here. They can reveal all of their secrets and it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at some of the comments that these guys have had, how they're prepared for it. Obviously, a lot of studying going into it. And you talked about it, are some of the Resistance players maybe, I wouldn't say taking their eye off the ball, but preparing more for the World Championships in a couple of weeks rather than preparing for, maybe putting the time into looking at Last Dance's defenses, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about a juggling act, isn't it? They definitely won't have neglected this tournament. It's a big deal, but with World Championships, they're trying to, focus on two things at once. And sometimes if you can just tunnel your vision onto a set task, that can definitely be helpful. And we keep mentioning it, but I feel it's very relevant. A single elimination, that is all it takes. Last Dance just need the one war, and Resistance could be out.
Well, here we go. Resistance starting things off. Will be Meshio with the opening attack. It will almost certainly be the Lalo. You can see the Queen already starting things off with the Baby Dragon up on the north and a quick King down the south. Oh my word, it's hitting early. They're not going to be making sure they're running out of time here.
Yeah, Mechu does not mess about, let me tell you. He was added to the Existence team, who back last year was actually Team Queso. But wait a second, Archer Queen, she should turn back around here, but I think he wanted the air defense down to the bottom, and it could just mess the Queen's pathing a little bit here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, didn't quite get that down. We all managed to break the wall, so no problem there. As he's going to take the Town Hall out as well, and should be relatively easy for him. Okay, Royal Guard comes out. That's going to start getting some damage done, but the crossbows do work. Now, where are those Lava Hounds going?
I'm highly surprised that Mechu didn't use a freeze spell onto the Town Hall. He actually lost a lot of healers there, and it means that with the Rage spell, the Queen is not going to be healed as much, and the super minions are doing damage. The Queen ability could go off, and it might not be what he wants, so he's having to start the Lava Loon early from the north of the base.
Yeah, the Queen ability does go. So now we can see the Lava Loon working its way through. I feel he just wanted to get a little bit more from the King and maybe the Royal Guard. Didn't work out for them though in the end, and as we expected, it is going to be the heavy Lava Loon coming through. Attack should be enough to push on through. Will we see an opening 3-star here? The freeze spell being used perfectly. The Eagle Artillery will go down as well.
Oh, he missed the freeze! He tried to freeze the enemy queen to allow her to go down. He used it too late. And in fact, what happened here is instead of using one freeze on the Town Hall initially to protect the healers, he ended up using 2 freezes later on in the attack to try and protect the queen. So he definitely could have been more efficient, but it's not over yet. It depends what's in this Stone Slammer. It's all balloons with 1 dragon. I think they might go down. Oh, they do.
The Warden's tanking as much as he can. We can see the crossbow doing the damage. The crossbow will take him down. The balloons fall, and all that's left is the little pups and a single dragon to try and finish the job, and they're not going to have enough to take it down. The crossbow is doing work, and wow, as you talked about, that freeze spell, that was critical. Just missing the Queen, and it cost him.
It cost him big style. That is not what Resistance needed. Entering this war, we have talked about how strong both of the rosters are, so you really need to put the pressure on your opponents from the off. And Last Dance get the defense with BN, and they will be looking to take an early lead.
93% 2-star, not the start they were after. And Last Dance will be loving that, seeing a chance to get a foot in the door early on the semi-finals. Lots to do still, though, in this war. But there is an opening on the first game. And that's something that I don't know whether they were expecting to get it gifted to them so easily. It's then going to be down to Fabian for Last Dance to start things off against Menchu's defenses.
Fabian will be using the Super Witches. Early Grand Warden is deployed alongside the lightning spells to take down the single Inferno, and he will just be allowing the Grand Warden to create a funnel. Now, Fabian is one of the base builders, in fact, for Last Dance, so he has a good awareness of offense and defense, also enjoys playing football in his spare time, but he is fully dialed into Clash of Clans today.
Well, the Wizards just trying to clear a little bit on the north there to get the funnel working, but I don't know if he quite got enough that he wanted. He's going to drop the King on the north side. Down the skeletons here, so the Super Witches coming through. They're going to try and bustle on through. The healers obviously doing work on the backside. The balloon's going to come straight up. It's just going to be all in the north. Everything funneling through. Let's see if he's got it in him, because that artillery is doing work.
Directly into the Town Hall. That is the plan. Just get everything in there. Fortunately, they do move into the compartment. The Grand Warden's ability can be used on all of the Witches. But the one thing I would say is normally you send balloons in to test for any black bombs. Is that a mistake from Fabian? Will he find any into the bases? Everything is splitting up now.
Yeah, that's 2 Witches that have been pulled down to the south side, you can see. And the healers have actually stuck to the Witcher as well. So that's going to expose potentially the King or the Warden. We'll see if it works out for him, because they're just going to follow on through. It means the Witcher's actually getting a lot done down there, but that's far from ideal when you see the damage being done in the center.
Oh, he might still get this because the Queen has her ability. Fortunately, she got through the single. He needs to send the Royal Champion in towards the top area. Oh, he was waiting of the Hog Riders. What a brilliant play by Fabian. So the Royal Champion is protected through the single. He can hold on to the ability and the freeze. With a minute left, he might have just rescued this attack.
Queen goes down, but it looks like the Hog Riders are going to get it done with the Royal Champion. The freeze spell undone, but the damage has been done. The Warden's going to rotate up towards the north. Meanwhile, this one solo champion, the healers have gone over to the skeleton. The skeleton's the most buff skeleton you've ever seen in your life taken down at the moment. But it looks like they may have enough. 37 seconds. This is going to be a 3-star.
Royal Champion's ability came in at the precise moment to take down the defenses. Plenty of time left, in fact. Fabian puts Last Dance in the lead, and they couldn't have asked for a better start than that.
It said this is their World Championships and they're delivering like they need to. A perfect start for the Last Dance boys. Now Resistance, a lot of pressure on them coming into this one. Let's have a quick look at how this played out, because we thought it was funneling nicely and then it started to split a little.
Yeah, the Witches, as you mentioned, just took the healers down to the bottom. Very, very close. It definitely could have gone either way. Paid out in the end for them. Now, I am very intrigued now. What do Resistance do? Do they stick to how they had originally planned, or do they put one of their powerhouses up? Do they put Rigatores in next to try and get a 3-star on the board?
Get themselves some confidence back in there. Resistance. The sister team is going to be Diego Jorge that comes straight in against Hugo Stigler's defenses. Looking to start things off. Are we going to be seeing no lightning? That's for sure. It's going to be straight away the Warden in the north with the healers. The balloons didn't get anywhere, didn't get any value for that other than trying to tank out as much damage as he could.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to check that area. Difficult to know if there's going to be a black bomb, but we've seen the Grand Warden rather, after lightning spells being used, but no lightning in this one. Grand Warden is just going to set a funnel, and the reason you do that is it's very easy once you deploy your troops to have him switch. Right there, he moves towards the Yetis and the Bowlers, so you don't have to worry about creating a big funnel. He's just going to follow the pack of troops anyways.
Yeah, the Yetis coming through, the Bowlers, the P.E.K.K.A. and the King down the south as well, with the Wizard backup, so there's a good bit of damage down that south side. The P.E.K.K.A.'s just going to funnel on around the south side. Yes. Meanwhile, the Bowlers working on through. A lot of damage being done here to the base already, closing in on that 2-star. They are still a long way from the Eagle Artillery that's putting a lot of damage down in that center right now on the Bowlers.
Interesting approach here from Diego. Very non-traditional. Uses the Earthquake to get big damage in the center, allow everything through, but the Valkyries in the Clan Castle have caught my attention. Normally you do see Hog Riders, but notice the little gaps in the base. This allows the Valkyries to run into a compartment, back out of the compartment, and they have done pretty good. Oh, they missed the Royal Champion though. That could have been a game changer moving down into the end of this.
I'm going to work out from Meanwhile, the Queen pushes on through. The P.E.K.K.A.'s going to be tanking as much as he can, but the P.E.K.K.A. should fall down here to the Teslas down the south. You can see the freeze was used to just buy as much time as he could. The Royal Champion will come down south. He's going to get one of the towers down, but it's still not quite done yet. It's going to be all on the Queen. There's plenty of time on the clock, though, so I feel they should be able to get this done.
It's all about the healers keeping the Queen alive. Notice one of the healers up to the top of the base on the Bowler. She should be able to get through the Tesla, but I don't necessarily want to call it yet. Resistance might have the response that they need. Skelly Trap pops, that will slow the Queen down, but she's not under a lot of damage right now. 45 seconds. I think you're right. This could be the 3-star that Resistance need.
The one lone Bowler working his way down. You can see the Queen's took a lot of damage. It's actually the Warden that's getting healed at the moment, not the Queen, but it doesn't matter. It's 100% for Diego Jorge for Resistance. They respond in kind with 100% 3-star.
Exactly what they needed to do. We know that Last Dance are a talented squad, but now the pressure almost is put right back on them, because yes, they have 1 3-star out of 1 attack, but if they weren't to 3-star in this one, they could very easily fall behind due to the high percentage that Resistance put on the board in their first attack.
Just double checking I had his name correct. It was Diego. I never quite know between Spain and the Jorge or the George. It is pronounced differently, so apologies if I have got your surname wrong there, Diego. But it's going to be down to Hugo Stiglitz now for Last Dance. They started off with 100% and they're looking to follow that way. The Quake in the middle, not quite enough to get things started.
Yeah, I think he's probably got what he wanted there, even though arguably it's not quite as big a value as you sometimes see. Takes down the Clan Castle and the Scattershot. Remember, we did mention Hugo Stiglitz, part of the MCES team last year, who was the Vice World Champions, so a player with lots of experience, and he will be wanting to prove himself again within this Mobile Open tournament.
The boost on the King, is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. Doesn't get the hull down. I'm pretty sure that's what he was after with the rage boost on him there, and then haste straight in, but it wasn't quite enough. That may not be the start he's looking at, and looking at the delay he's doing now, it looks like he's thinking, what can I do to change this?
Yeah, and it is the battle blimp that he will be using. Fortunately, the Queen took down the scatter shot, so a little bit of savior there, but he can use the battle blimp, take down the town hall. It does mean that he loses some of the troops moving into the lava loon phase, but I don't think he has to worry too much about it, because with the major defenses down, it looks pretty good here. They come in from the south of the base.
Does manage to push the balloons through just in time to avoid most of the black bombs there, because there was plenty of them set. He knew exactly where it was going. It's all on that Inferno tower. It will go down now, and we'll see where the balloons can manage to push on through.
He's taking major damage. I can't believe he didn't use the Warden ability earlier. I think he was maybe just trying to get some of the balloons on the left-hand side within his aura, but he took a lot of damage there. Only now sends in the headhunters, and he's still got a lot of base to take down, but he's being very patient with his spells. It's going to be close. It's too close to call.
The Warden's going to try and give the cover that he can. You can see the baby dragons coming through. Sorry, the minions getting it done on the King. So the King's going to be taken out of this one, but I don't think there's enough balloons left here.
Oh, well, the ground expos are not going to target the balloon, but notice that they target that first rather than the archer tower. One balloon goes across. Is it enough?
Well, they call in the tornado, so that's going to hold them up once again, but finally the tower will fall. And of course, it's the little minions doing all the work that absolutely everybody else should be doing. Meanwhile, it looks like the Warden's going to get it. 23 seconds left. That is going to be tight. I don't think there's enough damage to get 100% here.
Yeah, the balloons have split a little bit, but it's just not enough. Hugo Stiglitz trying to really pick apart the base, maybe a little bit too precise, to be honest, because again, he doesn't have the force to the back end of the attack. I think, it's going to be, again, around about 2 seconds, and this would have been done. 99% heartbreak. Hugo Stiglitz, can't believe it.
9-9 Luftballon, that's all that was, and that's all we had. But that opens it back up again. Last Dance had obviously started off with the perfect beginning. Resistance answer it in kind, so we're all square at the moment. Last Dance with a 99.5% lead over a 96.5 for Resistance. But now it's back to Resistance to answer the calling. We've still not seen Rigo Torres coming out here. We know he obviously can bring it. They talked about the fact that basically most of the team are going to be going Lava Loon, and that's what we're expecting once again.
Yeah, it is the specialty of this Resistance team. So I think that means Last Dance will have tried to have built their bases for it. If it pays off, we'll have to wait and see. But 99% puts them, or keeps them in the lead. But when stars are what matters, it might be the difference maker. Filippi is the next attacker for Resistance.
Yeah, Flippy, you'll see what he can do. 3 minutes. There we go. Lightning down onto that clan castle straight away with the earthquake. Clan castle will go down. That was the initial focus that he needed. And it's going to be a start in the north. Just to take some of those buildings down, clear the pathing situation. Just back it up with a wizard to make sure he can.
Yeah, looks like he's got all he wants here. Just a small start into the town hall. Very precise, trying to just pick off the major buildings. And Felipe is a very versatile attacker. In fact, he told us that he pushes trophies with multiple attack strategies in order to practice for war. So let's find out if it's going to be enough. Lots of Tesla slowing him down, though.
The King's coming through. He's going to be able to get on round. Okay, good pathing. Does work out for him. They did have the opening in the wall that he needed. Now the Queen also over to the western side. Should be able to walk on through. The King is tanking a hell of a lot of damage early. Maybe a little bit too much from that tower.
I think it might be enough. The Queen is on the outside of the base, though. He needed the Queen in towards the town hall, and it's not going to happen. She is stuck on the outside of the base. What does Felipe do here? He's got the siege machine he could adapt with. Looks like that's what he's going to do. Sends in one minion to activate the town hall. It does activate it. Wow, scary stuff.
The Queen down. Royal Champion coming in. Where's the air assault coming from? That's going to be And no, it's not going to be enough. He freezes. Oh, he hasn't frozen the crossbow in the background. Might be able to take him down. It has to use the heal on the Royal Champion to make sure he can get it done. I still don't think he's going to get it done. It looks like he's going to be on the last spear.
Notice the Stone Slammer coming into the back end of the base. That was the backup plan because I think he was trying to make the best of a bad situation. Royal Champion took major damage from the Expo. There was a sweeper that would have pushed the Stone Slammer back, so he just did all he could. Now we see that Lava Loon portion, but he is struggling. Fortunately, Stone Slammer gets the Multi-Inferno in the center. That could be pretty crucial.
Just not too sure if they're going to quite have enough to continue the attack south. I feel that there's still quite a lot of defenses standing, obviously, around that Inferno. And I'm just trying to see if there's enough to get it done. Obviously, the balloons, they are grouped up right now. So if anything would trigger in and around them, there's going to be the freeze comes through. And now
all about the splash.
Will the splash be there? That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, the balloons took down the Wizard Tower too quickly. I thought they might have been able to take down the Archer Queen as well, but not quite happening. She locks onto the Grand Warden. It's not going to happen. It's just gone from bad to worse for Felipe, and with less than 10 seconds, it's all about time now. He rescued the 2-star, but not the 3-star that Resistance needed, so Last Dance could very much put themselves in an even greater advantage here.
So, 86%, 2 stars. That is not what the doctor ordered. And at the moment, both teams struggling to find that big 3-star finish. Both just stalling out. We tried it with Mecho. That didn't work out for him at the start. And obviously, now, don't forget, we still have Rigatores in there. And Diego is the only one so far to get the 3-star for Resistance. For Last Dance, though, it is a chance to get in. They have the percentage advantage as well, 99.5%. So while they've had those 2 stars, it's been incredibly close down to the final few seconds. It's BN's chance to attack. We heard him earlier on in the conversation saying how his team has a lot in the locker, lots of different attack strategies, and that's what we're seeing so far.
And he is using a totally different one with the Drag Bat. He said to keep an eye on small details if you want to improve in Clash of Clans. So I have more than confidence that he has every aspect of this plan nailed down, shall we say. King rushes ahead. This will leave the Queen vulnerable. Royal Champion to the right is not going to get the single Inferno. I don't think this is the start that BN wanted.
Oh, I don't think that worked out at all. The King's going to put some damage down on the Queen as well. The Queen's going to drop as well. This has really not worked out well down the south side. Now we're going to see the Dragons coming in. As you mentioned, we haven't had too much from the Dragons. The baby in there as well. And now we'll see whether they can get it done from the west.
He had to set up the funnel, but having the Teslas really caused a big problem. He's managed to get it done, but the Eagle Artillery down to the south of your screen needs to be taken out before the bats come through. With the Battle Blimp moving through, that has to get the Town Hall as well. It will make it there. Is he going to use anything to help them out? Balloons it is. They take the Town Hall. He needs to try and get as much splash down here, but the bats come in already onto the scatter shot. With a nice golem tanking the Wizard Tower. This actually looks pretty good, Demon.
There's still so much to be done to get the 100% right now. The freeze over on the north side should be enough. You can see the bats getting a lot of work done. They have managed to get 1, 2, 3, 4 turrets down. Oh, the push almost taking them off the turret there, but they do manage to get it down in the end. But is there enough? 66%, and you can see most of those bats have gone. It's down to the Dragons, and there's just not a lot left anymore. It's simply a little wizard up the north, plinking away, and a couple of minions.
Yeah, I've got to say, BN was really unfortunate there because he could have still got this if the bats had have stuck together, but they literally split in every direction, reducing his DPS. He still had more than enough freeze spells to keep them alive through the base, so I think he got unfortunate with the bats splitting up like that, and this could have been a whole different story if they stuck together.
And this is going to really hurt Last Dance's percentage. They were at 99.5, a 69%, 70% maybe. And that's what I say maybe because I'm not even sure they're going to hit the 70% threshold here. This is looking like it has gone horribly, horribly wrong. It's a 69%, such a low scoring 2-star. That is going to hurt. It knocks them down to 89.3% average. That puts Resistance in a real good spot.
Yeah, despite Last Dance just chipping away and trying to get themselves in the lead, one attack with the low percentage is all it takes to turn it back around. Resistance now find themselves in the lead, which I think, given their performance of their first 3 attacks, they'll be pretty happy with because they have not been on their A game, let's be honest.
Krisan versus Viking. We've not seen Viking's attack yet, but we're going to get to see his defense first. Krisan leaves Rigatores as the last man to attack for Resistance as well. It is going to be the Quake down the south side and immediately followed up by the Royal Champion. Going to get through and try and take out that Inferno as quick as possible, and he gets it.
Yeah, he gets it with a beautiful combination of the lightning and earthquake spells. Fantastic recognition that he can just take that area, set the funnel. Now you see the Super Witches deployed already, and I've got to say, we don't traditionally see Super Witches deployed this fast, so maybe he has seen a couple of the other attacks and the time fails, and he's very conscious of that.
I'm going to split the artillery as well, using the P.E.K.K.A. in the north with the Wizards to try and work their way through. That's going to funnel the northern side and try and take most of those, which tries to turn the attention into the center, into this hall right now, which is where the Witches are going. The Warden in there still stacking up. The Witches were taking quite a bit of damage from that turret right now. There's a lot of splash damage going down on top of them, and I wonder if they're going to have to use that Warden ability early.
Yeah, and I you know what? I think with the healers, he managed to get through that relatively okay. I think Krisan recognized they were going to be under major damage there. They jump into the center of this base, and he just misses the Valkyries. They walk around the outside. I think he wanted them onto the scatter shot. It goes down anyway. He still has a relatively strong push here, but the 2 single target Infernos are going to be what you need to keep your eye on.
P.E.K.K.A.'s going to fall. That's going to open up a lot of damage on the north side. You can see the Infernos just burning through. The Witches have done just about enough to path through the 2 Inferno turrets in the north and the south. It's the south side he wants. They see the Queen's turning on towards it. That's going to be the free spell working wonders. The Queen doing a lot of damage, but is it enough right now? 80% and counting. The Queen's going to push on through, but there's still a lot of damage going down on that Queen. They should be able to turn it around here.
Yeah, he used the freeze to keep onto the Queen's ability, but the issue is the Super Witches weren't able to tank the defenses at the bottom. The Queen does manage to get through that, and with a couple of Super Witches and not many buildings left, he might actually be able to just swarm the single target Inferno. As much damage as it has, he might be able to swarm this and get the 3 stars.
Warden's going to stroll on past it. You can see the skeletons doing as much as they can to tank and avoid the mitigation. Now the Witches will turn onto it. Surely that Inferno will fall. It will be. It's going to be a 3-star, but the Warden will fall just before it. There's only the Wizard Tower left. And what a great performance for Krisan. His team needed a 3-star, and he's delivered.
Absolutely, and the thing that I really like about that attack is the recognition of how long it was going to take in the center. He still had 30 seconds remaining, but normally for a witch attack, you use around about 1 minute setting up funneling, trying to get damage. That means you have 2 minutes. He started the attack at 2:40, so with only 30 seconds left, he could have very easily time failed, but he didn't. He started early, he did what he needed to do, and yeah, Resistance now in a commanding position. Last Dance need a 3-star.
And really nicely done, because the defenses, it looked like those Infernos were perfectly placed, spaced apart, but he managed to thread the needle through with the pathing with those Witches. So very well done by Krisan. We move on to the next match. It will be Viking's turn. It was his defenses we just saw fall. He's up against Diego, and he needs to deliver a 3-star for Last Dance here.
He certainly does. It is the lightning spells into Lava Loon. This is what we have seen a couple of times, and let's see if he can do it. Viking says that Last Dance have a good atmosphere in their clan. That is what they are counting on moving forward. So even though they are behind, I think they will be supporting each other through. Let's see if he can get this one done.
The lightning in the center. Clan Castle, the focus, hasn't gone down with the initial 2. Now, okay, the Quake should be enough to take it down. It will, and that was the main focus. Now, where does the attack begin? Where would you attack from?
Well, I think what he's trying to do here is send his heroes into the town hall. Notice that we have the clan castle down. That is next to the town hall. So normally you then see a little bit of a push into there, but looks like I am wrong, and he's coming in towards the queen. Maybe get the scatter shot and then just lava loon directly into the town hall. The reason I was thinking against that, is the air sweeper pointing up in the north.
Yeah. That's okay. I was just going to mention the hidden Tesla that maybe caught them off, but it didn't. They managed to respond in kind. A couple of balloons down the south. That's going to actually get one of the turrets down, but it's not quite enough. Just looking for those couple of hidden more traps, and he's taking a lot of damage now from that scatter. Immediately taking it down. The king is not going to be able to get enough off. And meanwhile, the balloons are going to come around the side as well. The queen will get the damage done, but it costs them the king.
Yeah, and the single target Inferno goes down to the queen. That is pretty good. And interestingly, we see a wall wrecker into the town hall. Wow, I definitely didn't think that. Very creative by Last Dance. And it looks like that lava loon will be coming into the north, but the town hall surviving here, causing some issues.
Is that air sweeper going to be able to keep them away? You can see it's turned. Oh, very nicely done. Turns around to the side. That means the balloons will get in. They're going to get the town hall done. Now, what can the rest come in? You can see more coming from the south. The lava loon coming through. And the balloons putting a lot of damage down. You can see them grouping up, but you can see the amount of freeze spells they had in the locker. It has seemingly worked well so far. The Inferno is the real pressure, and immediately he gets froze.
Oh, I must admit, I'm surprised that he attacked in towards the sweeper. It just seems like he's had to use too many spells to get through it, and his balloons are down with no chance of the 3 stars. I'm just shocked that he came into that area. I think he just expected more from the wall wrecker. Maybe he should have sent the king and queen in from the north and just played it safe. Didn't work out for him, and Last Dance will be even further behind now.
Quite a few hidden black balloons catching him out there as well, black bombs. So it is going to be a low score once again for Last Dance, and that gives Resistance a real chance to close out the game. Obviously, we're already going to be looking at, well, just 9 stars for Viking, not what they needed. Another 75%, so another low percentage. It started off so well for them, but it has whittled away here in the final attacks.
Yeah, and Resistance could very easily just put up a high percentage 2-star and take this war. It definitely didn't look good for Resistance. However, they are in the position where they could get 13 stars, exactly like we did see from Zepto and MCES. So everyone's seemingly on par at the moment, and 13 stars setting the benchmark for the teams, if you will. But here we come. It is the main man, Rigatores, with that Queen Charge Lava Loon attack.
And no messing about. Straight attack in the north. That's going to pop out. Gets that Inferno down. It hasn't gone yet. Oh, he gets it. Okay, just about gets it. I was thinking if that failed, that could cost him because he's certainly already put the queen in action.
Yeah, and with the single target Inferno, at a side angle to the queen there, it could have definitely been something that he couldn't have pathed onto. Now, fortunately, he's pulled out the clan castle troops. They will go down. Nice, easy funnel set up to the north. Notice the king getting deployed further down south to where the queen is, just to flush out that area and direct the queen into the town hall. A balloon takes out 2 black bombs, and another one. Rigatores predicting what is happening here. iPro trying to bait him, but it's not working out.
Reading him like a book. I think he sensed the danger instantly, and that's just going to boost up. And you can see now the queen pushing through. Clan Castle going down. Will be the town hall that will fall next as well. The turret doing what it can. You can see the crossbow, but throwing everything he can at the queen. But you can see the healer's just going to tank it through, and that king is getting so much value down the south.
Rigatores did not expect that though. 3 ground skeleton traps in front of the town hall, slows the queen down, forces a freeze spell onto the expo and another rage spell, but he takes it in his stride, uses them perfectly to get the queen through. Another rage spell. He has committed pretty much everything to his queen, and he has a jump spell as well. I think he's going even further. This is incredible.
This queen is just going the distance, and now we see see the Royal Champion coming in on the north, along with the minions. But that Queen has done work. Now, stuck at the moment, needs to try and get around, taking a lot of artillery. There's the jump spell. That's going to get him across onto the Inferno, and that looks like job done. Here comes the Lava Loon. This is what we expected from him, but it's the Queen that's done the damage.
How does he do it? The Queen has picked apart pretty much all of the bits. There's nothing left for the Lava Loon at this point. Like, all of the balloons can just take down the rest of the base easily. 45 seconds remaining. There's not a lot more to say. Rigor Torres can take a bow here. He puts his team commandingly in the lead. What an attack. What a performance. So many troops left over. Grand Warden's ability not used. Honestly, I don't know what to say. That is just incredible.
There's a reason that he's in the World Championships, and that proves it. 100% decimating iPro's defenses. Nothing he could do. And as you say, putting his team Resistance into the semi-finals. 13-9, the overall score. Last Dance, they do have one more attack, but unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to pull it through. It's down to iPro. He's going to be the last man that will attack for Last Dance. And let's see if he's got anything to bring a bit of pride to Last Dance.
Yes, with the attack, all he can do is put stars on the board and hope that they can go away from here with their heads held high. 12 stars against Resistance would be a fantastic performance. And let's see what happens here. Queen attacking a multi-target Inferno, so not too big of a deal, but you have to keep an eye on the air defense, which might be getting in range of the healers pretty soon.
And the King also having a sniff towards him, maybe get drawn towards it, does try and draw it out. That Queen taking so much damage, getting hit by both Infernos at the moment. Oh no, the Inferno's onto the healers, and the Queen is not responding. That's 2 healers down already. Oh, this is disaster. And all the healers gone, the Queen is gone, and this attack has fell apart.
I can't believe he chose that area of the base to charge, because whenever you are driving your Queen into the base, you need to be aware of the defenses directly in front of the Queen, but more importantly, to the side, because they will sideswipe your Queen and healers. He had 2 air defense taking down the healers. I mean, what can he do now? Wow, that is so unfortunate for iPro.
Gone badly wrong. He's got to hope that the King can maybe deliver the P.E.K.K.A. and the Wizards down on the south side. And he's got a load of miners ready to go, but I just don't know what he can do now with both those Infernos still untouched.
Yeah, I think it's all percentage at this point. He needs to just secure the 2-star. You don't want to be getting a 1-star in this type of tournament. He actually sends in a couple of Hog Riders, miners, balloons, anything towards the Inferno Towers to try and take them down. And you know what he's doing here is just surrounding the base. Forget about the defenses in the middle. Surround the outside. Take the non-defensive buildings. Get the percentage. And he's got the 2-star, which is all he wanted at this stage.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can get any more from this one. I don't think there's too much left to be had, other than maybe reaching 70%. We'll see. The Royal Champion's taking all the damage. He's going to fall. And now the Warden, the last unit to fall, will take the Wizard Tower down. But you can see the freeze spell already being used. And unfortunately, he's not focusing on the crossbow. And that Queen's saying, let me at him.
Yeah, and you know, this is the risk of a Queen charge. If it goes wrong early on, there's not a lot you can do. It's a risky attack. It's a high risk, high reward. But in this situation, he needed to do it. But what a performance by Resistance. Rigor Torres with that attack, really showcasing that they are one of the teams that could be winning this as well.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Resistance will progress to the semi-finals with a 13-11 score. 13 seems to be the golden number. Nobody hitting that 14 or 15 just yet. That perfect war yet to happen. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll break down all the action and move on to our last quarterfinal.
D-Man just said it off air, but I have to repeat it. We are going to be set for some incredible semi-finals if these games are anything to go by.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing all the teams delivering at the moment. Obviously, we saw Rigatores, why he is touted as one of the best players out there. He won with aplomb. That was easy for him, the way he walked through that defenses. Another 13-star victory as well is setting up these semi-finals. Obviously, we've already got MCES in there looking great. Zeptronic looked fantastic. They knew how to attack, they knew how to defend, and now obviously I would say there was a small gap in Resistance, a chance for Last Dance to take it, but unfortunately Last Dance just didn't snatch it.
I wanted to grab that for specifically for Judo here. For me, Resistance, in the beginning, they lacked pace. Like, it just seemed like there wasn't a lot of aggression. They were struggling to finish up. And then something changed, and all of a sudden, they kind of, it was almost like they switched on.
Yeah, and you know what? That is something that can be an advantage, and I'm sure they will be looking at that with a positive slant, in that they weren't performing well, but they were able to change it around. It's always easy, or not easy, but it's easier to keep that momentum going. It's harder to get the ball rolling in the first place. So I've got to give them credit, and in the end, they won convincingly in that war.
Did it maybe help, even though their attacking at the start wasn't as strong as it could be, their defense throughout, though? I really think their defensive game was potentially what kept them in the running.
Yeah, and I think they will have been testing bases for a long time. And you know what? This is a bit of a test for them, if you will. They can not necessarily test an entire base, but they could test areas of a base for the World Championships and just see whether there's sections where they can bait the team in and perform well. So I'm sure they'll be analysing their bases after this as well.
I know that you have Rigatores for us now, that incredible attack. Let's break this down. Explain to us how you did that.
Well, Rigatores is on another level with the Queen Charge Lava Loon. I actually had a completely different attack ready, then he brought that in, and it's near impossible not to break it down. So I want to take a look at the base here, because you can see this path from the left-hand side where there are no wall compartments or anything for the Queen to walk through. Rigatores recognizes this, sends in the Queen, and it's almost difficult to teach you how to do this at home because he is that good. But let's try our best. Sends in the battle blimp in order to take out the compartment to the north of that walkway we just talked about. Getting the single target Inferno was the crucial thing, and actually he planned it perfectly. We weren't sure if he was going to get it, but saving onto the rage spell was crucial. Then he needs to do exactly the same to the south. What I want to highlight is the gaps in between the Builder's Hut. Rigatores recognizes that there is potential for Tesla, given that this looks like a baited trap. So he sends in a balloon that allows him to take it down. King can go in there, there's a gap in the wall to take this compartment down, and before you know it, the top and bottom compartments are gone. This just allows the Queen to walk directly in to the town hall. Now, if he didn't have a clear plan for the top and the bottom, the Queen could have very easily walked around. Second main thing is the balloons that he kept sending in. Bit of a bad example here because the balloon didn't actually hit the black bomb, but trust me, he managed to take out many of them to protect the healers. Also, the rage spell is an important aspect. It covers the Queen and the healers, not one or the other. It's powering the Queen up, but keeping her health alive. With Expos firing onto her, it's pretty tough. Now, many people might have just gone for this initial section. Rigatores wants to take out this area to allow the Lava Loon to pretty much have nothing left. So if we take apart the two sections I just added, as soon as the Archer Queen is down, this allows the Royal Champion to beeline through the defenses at the top, because there's nothing for the Royal Champion to be in danger from. If he had not have taken down the enemy Queen, it would have been a different story. Now, for a Lava Loon, it's all about taking down defenses and pathing. I mean, what is left? 10% of the base. There's pretty much nothing left here. Only the Eagle Artillery remains as a threat to this attack. He has so many balloons. Grand Warden's ability, he does not even need to to worry about the Lava Loon at this stage. It was all about the Queen charge. So carefully plan the pathing. Make sure you have the areas to the side of the Queen planned so she can directly target in. Make sure that your rage spells encounter the healers and the Queen, and make sure that you get pathing and value. Rigatores is a master of this, and exactly why he did so well bringing in the 3 stars with probably the most overpowering attack I have seen in a long time.
If you're another clan and you've just seen that and you're still in this competition, are you starting to feel a little bit concerned?
I mean, what can you do? That base, I feel, was set up to defend that attack strategy, to bait in a Queen charge. Rigatores did it anyways. So knowing that what you put in front of him, he can take down, yeah, I'd be pretty scared.
It's funny. It's funny because you said before the show, because I was asking you about the current meta, what we're expecting to see. You said, Queen Charge is a bit risky these days, so I don't think we're going to wait to see too much for it. And then Rigatores throws that out there. It's like, all right, okay, still relevant.
Let's take a look at that bracket now. And of course, Resistance taking that win, moving themselves through to the semi-final. We do have one more quarterfinal to go, though. And I'm very interested in this one. ATN Attacks going up against the Beast. Now, anyone, if they're looking at this on paper, we could argue that ATN Attacks is going to take this, but I think the fact that no one really knows the Beast is what makes this matchup pretty exciting.
That's the biggest problem. Alternate Atex, obviously, they are the only team in this that have qualified for the World Championships. Obviously, we have a couple of players from Resistance and etc. that are there, but Alternate Atex as a team qualified for their God, I think it was back in June. It was a long time ago, very different meta back then. But as you just alluded to, coming into this, the Indian team, obviously, that have qualified through, there could be surprises. There could be big surprises that Judo, they might get caught out by. And this is something that I've seen across multiple esports is, if you sometimes don't know, for example, if they don't play the current meta, it might catch you completely off guard. If they're playing something completely random and you're just not prepared for that with the defenses.
Oh, totally, because you try and defend what you think your opponent is going to use. And if they say, no, I'm going to use something that you didn't think of, then how can you defend that? It might be that they come out with an attack that we just haven't seen in a while, and ATN haven't planned for it. So it's very difficult. And the other thing I would mention is, normally with a base design, you try to defend a strategy, or maybe one or two, but when you're trying to defend everything, it can leave even more holes in your base.
Let's quickly take a look now at those player lineups for this matchup. ATN Attacks facing off against the Beast, the favorites potentially for this competition. They've qualified for the World Champs. They are considered the stronger team, going up against the Beast, the team we don't really know, the player list we're not 100% sure of. This is going to be an interesting matchup, gents.
Yeah, if the Beast don't use dragons, I'm going to be very disappointed with an icon like that. They certainly coming into this one, but as I mentioned, obviously been talking to Judo coming into this game. A lot of those players, Leonade, for example, some of the best players in the world, not just in this European competition, in the world. So it's going to be tough.
Oh, it certainly is. And I think that we are going to see an explosive matchup. The Beast actually beat WHF Europe, which is a tough clan in themselves, so they've proved their caliber, and I can't wait to see what happens.
I can't wait to see what happens either. I'm sure you at home, you can't wait, but you're going to have to, just for a little bit. We'll be back with the war right after this break. How did you prepare going into this match?
Yeah, we prepared in scouting our opponent and especially preparing our bases for that special opponent. And we obviously try to be in shape in offense all the time. But for this match, we try to have our bases on fleek, and that is set.
We have done a lot of friendly challenges and friendly wars, and builded bases and try to see that where is the weakest point, and build according to our opponents.
What makes you and your team the best?
I think our team has a really good communication and also a good motivation, but also I think we are really professional as a team. It's obviously fun for us to play and we are all friends, but we really have a professional level to play and to prepare, and I think that is really unique in the scene right now.
Well, we can execute every possible strategy when needed, and we can perform very well under the pressure.
What would you say is your strongest asset, and how will you use that against your opponents?
I think the strongest part of our game is that we are ourselves very versatile and can execute a lot of strategies, which makes it very hard for our opponent to prepare and to predict what we're going to do. And that makes us as really strong and unpredictable, and that's I think the strongest part of our game.
Well, we are new to this tournament, and most of the teams are very well known, like MCS, Alternate Attacks. Everyone knows about them, but they don't know that much about us, so we will use that to our advantage.
Why are you going to win?
Yeah, I think we're just a better team in the end. From player to player base, we're just in the end a little bit better to beat them. They're also very strong, but I think with our versatility, we'll come out on top in the end.
Because we are going to win, we have done a lot of practice.
And then any words for your opponents?
The Beast, you rather show your A game, otherwise you're chanceless.
Please don't 3-star my base.
Please don't 3-star my base. Well, I think it's quite ironic. Obviously, the Beast, they are talking a big game, but they do realize they're up against a very tough opposition here in Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, I think they recognise that, but you've got to have your confidence. If you are going to take a team down like ATN Attacks, you have to believe in yourself first, and I admire them for their ambition, and I can't wait to see them in action. We haven't seen a lot from them, so it's intriguing. I can't wait.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about the random factor, what they can bring. Now, for the Beast, we're going to be starting things off. It will be Toxic 9 Crafty. We'll go with Crafty throughout it. A lot of these guys have favored Riga Torres, actually, as one of the players they look to. So maybe we'll see after an inspiring attack after what we just saw a moment ago.
Yeah, and maybe they will get to play against their role model in the semi-finals. Toxic actually studies medicine, and he does say that their team has an advantage due to the variety that they have. Looks like it is the hybrid starting off here, a queen charge very comfortably down to the southwest area of the base, just picking things apart, using that baby dragon to allow the queen in. And this is an interesting base by Boom, I have to say.
Opening the wall break, he managed to get the crossbow wall open, but the queen is pathing and actually taking hits from both crossbows now. So taking a lot of damage, keeping the haste on, making sure she gets it done. There's going to be the freeze. Oh, that was a freeze on the Royal Champion. Just making sure that champion is avoided. Now here comes the rest of the damage. The Hog Riders coming on through from the north. Meanwhile, also we've got the Warden in there as well, trying to give the cover.
I feel like the freeze spell was a little bit of a panic. He could have maybe got the scatter shot at the same time, driving in the hybrid to try and redirect the queen down to the bottom, but she goes down, and that spells disaster for the hybrid as it moves down towards the bottom of the base. It will be taking major damage.
The healers have hooked onto the Hog Riders. The healers were following the Hog Riders in there, so I'm not too sure if they're going to path where exactly he wants them at the moment, but he is getting a lot of damage down. The artillery still doing a lot of work. The crossbows Inferno's still getting so much bang to buck, and as you say, he used all those spells at the start, and the multi-Inferno is just doing so much work right now. All the healers are melting down, the Warden eating everything, and this attack is going to fizzle out. The balloon's coming in, but you can see they're getting pushed back.
Yeah, using the spells early like that can power you through a dangerous area, but it can leave you vulnerable to the back end of the attack. He's kind of getting away with this. It's going to be pretty close, but the Eagle Artillery finishes off the Royal Champion, and it's not going to be enough. Unfortunate for the Beast. It's not the 3-star they needed, and against alternate attacks, they definitely needed a higher percentage than this, I think.
Well, the Warden might get it to 90 plus. I think that's about as far as we're going to get. Yeah, 91 will be enough. We can see the minions at the top. They are getting blasted backwards, but I think they're going to get the crossbow down as well. Eventually, it will be a slow finish, but 25 seconds left. And as you can see, it will not be a 3-star. There's 2 little minions. You know, I got a lot of faith in the minions, but not this time.
I think it's a better percentage than they hoped. With all of the spells getting used early on, I can't help but think if he could have saved onto maybe 1 heal for the back end of the base, it might have been a different story. 94%, as you mentioned, is pretty good, actually. But against alternate attacks, they are the number 2 seed of this tournament. They're actually the number 1 seed for the World Championships. You really need to be putting up 3 stars.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Let's see what alternate attacks will bring to the table, because we did see some well-known players making mistakes early on. It is going to be Vale, who we just heard in that video, saying that they need to bring their A-game. Let's see if he's brought his A-game. It's going to be starting off with the lightning spells in the middle, getting a bit of damage down on that Inferno. Perfectly placed. Gets the... did he get the Clan Castles on? No, he didn't. The Clan Castle's perfectly fine, but he managed to focus on the Inferno.
Yeah, got that down alongside scatter shot, and basically a lot of splash damage are mitigated early on here. He is using mass witches, which splash damage is the major factor. With all of the skeletons, it is something that you need to be aware of. Now, he's just taking his time setting up the funnel, but struggling a little bit to the left-hand side with that Tesla.
Yeah, the hidden Tesla catching his baby dragon off. I don't think he was ready for that. He was looking to try and funnel it nicely, but it didn't work. But here we go. Here's the Witcher charge. This is what we were waiting for, and we'll see whether it can work out. Obviously, the giant being perfectly placed to tank that crossbow.
Oh, no, Queen, go into the base. She does. I thought the Tesla on the outside might have drawn the Queen around with the Witches taking down the mortar quickly, but Vale is fortunate in that regard. Has the Witches moving in. Notice the balloons I talked about earlier. They are used to protect healers, but one of them gets pinged off by a black bomb. Queen moves to the other side. This isn't looking too good, actually.
The Witch has been separated from the... the Queen has been separated from the healers. The healer's sticking on the Witcher, so the Queen is a little exposed at the moment. The Pekka's doing some good work, though. He's working around the outside, which is obviously forcing this funnel through the middle. You can see they still haven't got to the town hall right now, and the Witcher's very much funneled together, but they are going to get the damage down.
Just about get that town hall. Vale can breathe a sigh of relief. He was actually holding on to the Royal Champion just in case, but I'm not sure what he does from here to get the 3 stars. There is a lot of defenses left. Witches now taking a lot of damage. I think they've even gone down, Demon.
Yeah, one healer peeled off to help the Queen off in the north, but a black bomb just dealt with that healer, and that's the Queen gone down now. So the northern push is completely nullified. Now the Witches really is all that's left of this attack. They've got to deal with the Queen defensively. The skeletons just swamping around her will take her down, and you can see the barbarians down the south trying to get it done.
Not going to be enough, actually. Royal Champion has her ability that might help through the single target Inferno. Do not tell me that Vale can spin this around and get this one done. Single target Inferno out of range of the Royal Champion is already damaged. If she takes that down, the skeleton trap is there. I don't think he's going to get it.
Skeleton trap does the job. Works out perfectly and prevents the Inferno going down. Now the Witches still got quite a few in there, but
get it. Grand Warden hit the Inferno. He's walking right past it. He needs to hit the Inferno. It doesn't go down. 10 seconds. 98. He's going to get it.
Pekka's got it. Pekka's got it.
3 stars.
No! On the button! On the button, just as it split. That must have been at 0.2 seconds, that swing. But he gets the 3-star 100%. Good grief.
I don't know how he did it. I really don't.
I thought he'd lost out. I thought it was a 99, but I think the P.E.K.K.A managed to get the last hit.
I mean, everything split up at the start. That's the difference, right? Alternate attacks, Varley held his cool there, kept on to the Royal Champion, and to be honest, I feel bad for the Beast because they now are a star behind, and that could have been a whole different story. But here they go. They need a response.
Quake goes in. Into the middle. I didn't actually catch what they take down. It was a little too early in the start, but it is going to be the King to the north and Royal Champion as well. So they're going to start clearing out the path in the north side. It is going to be Lava once again, so Lava will come through. Actually, there's not too many balloons.
Yeah, I think he's obviously wanting major damage at the start. Wow, look at that Royal Champion's ability. Takes down the single Inferno, the air sweeper. So probably we will see the Lava Loon coming in from the right-hand side now that the air sweeper is taken out in that area. And I'm intrigued with the Town Hall. He's left that so far, using the Ice Golem to come in towards the Scattershot and the Queen.
Queen is in. The balloons come through. The Baby Dragon falls. They should be able to take the tower on the north. That's going to actually path the King around to the side. Queen engaging Queen. So that should be fine. Queen will drop. That's a good start for Kalsa. Looking good at the moment. They're going to path on around the side here. Meanwhile, a couple of balloons from the north.
Yeah, interesting. I think he's trying to get the Wizard Tower. Maybe he's sending the Stone Slammer into the Town Hall, but he needs 51%. All get damage onto the Town Hall. This is a little bit of a risky play, starting the Lava Loon because he recognizes he's not going to get there, but he needs the Stone Slammer for the Town Hall. Driving everything in. Needs a good push here. He does have enough spells to do this, but he's used 2 haste early on to just try and power the balloons through.
Queen got locked up by the wall. I feel the freeze wasn't quite positioned right down on the western side, and now it's all on this Lava Loon pass.
Oh, no.
Don't think there's too much left in this attack. We can see the balloon coming in once again from the north. Is that going to be enough? It's going to be on the Town Hall. That will get the 2-star. But what can back up from it? Because these balloons are going to fall.
Yeah, look at the Archer Tower. That just did not go down to that small pack of loons. It meant that the major group didn't come into the middle. And although he has the Stone Slammer, he's got a lot of defenses to get through here. Eagle Artillery, Multi-Inferno, and Wizard Tower all in a line that do splash damage and will wipe out these troops. Unfortunate for the Beast.
Yeah, there was a dragon in the Stone Slammer as well, but that's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, the balloons were taking all the damage ahead of the dragon because he's a little slower moving, which puts the positioning out. It does look like it might be close to a 90% again. We'll see. It's all down to the minions once more.
Yeah, those minions have been really getting it done today in terms of percentage, but there we are. It is not the 3-star, it's the 85, and ATN attacks, we know that they were the favourites for this war, but if they get a 3-star now, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure for the Beast.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that's for sure. So, alternate attacks going to be very, very confident. And the Beast, you feel, is just a small amount of position. And obviously, if you look to game 1, it was just the spells not quite being on point. We'll see whether alternate attacks have it in the bag. We're just waiting for the next one to load up. We fired through the first 3 so quick that it's given us a small delay.
Yeah. You know what I was going to point out there, though, is the attack that we've seen by alternate attacks. The way that they transitioned it was because of the patience holding on to troops and spells for the end. And I think that's been the difference maker. Maybe the Beast feeling the pressure right now and, using them spells a little bit hastily. But we have Linnaeus using the hybrid, and this is actually one of his favourite attack strategies.
And he's against the Prince. And we'll see whether it works out. It is, of course, the Queen down south with the healer strat, the rollers making it work. That's going to be the Dark Elixir down, and balloons on the south side as well. All the defenses funneling and being drawn out by that single balloon. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done. And remember what I talked about earlier? When you're charging into the base, you've got to be careful of air defense swiping your healers. Notice that the bowlers that took out the Dark Elixir storage also bounced to an air defense, meaning that Linnaeus doesn't have to worry about that. So a very confident start, walking the queen down to the bottom. It looks like he's going to use a bit of an extended queen walk and then drive the hybrid direct to the town hall to take everything in the center.
Wall goes down. That's trying to path the queen into the center at the moment. Is actually going to path around to the left. Should draw through and will get pulled into the center. Okay, it works out.
Works out indeed. It was all because of that wizard. And again, the little details that we see by these players. That one wizard was what was needed to redirect the queen in. Here comes the hybrid. Hog Riders and Miners direct to the town hall. Use the Miners first to activate the town hall. Down it goes. Hog Riders to reinforce. And what a start for Linnaeus.
Queen doing the work, wiping everything out, and in comes the cavalry from behind. The Hog Riders up as well. It was a split Hog Rider push, by the way. They didn't all get funneled in the middle because there is a stack of them on the north side as well that are just funneling round. That Queen taking all the crossbow damage. Look at it, it's perfect. The Queen tanking everything up, and now the Miners will take the crossbow down as the Queen pushes on through. Absolutely directed so well around here. The north attack has failed. The Queen, the Hog Riders have gone down there, but I think there's enough still in this south side that should be able to finish it.
I think so. Linnaeus has done a phenomenal job. You mentioned the Queen tanking that area at the bottom. Although he loses a healer, I think he's got more than enough to get this done. But it's all about the single target Inferno and the Grand Warden Altar. They do major damage, and he's not going to path to them until the final two buildings.
It will be the Grand Warden that will move in and take the initial hit, and actually the healers are on the Grand Warden. The balloon pops. That takes, I think there's one healer left now, and the Grand Warden will fall. The Queen's still taking the damage. That's going to turn onto the healer as well. The final healer will fall, and now has the Queen got enough? No.
Queen goes down. He's got Miners onto the single. It will go down pretty quickly, but the Grand Warden statue also doing damage. Is there enough to get it done? It looks like he's got a couple of Miners, but they're going down fast. So is the Grand Warden's altar, and it is going to happen. 2 Miners with little health. But if you get the 3-star, that is all you need. Linnaeus showing the strength of ATN attacks and really putting themselves in a good spot now.
Death by the Miners, the 2 little shovels still swinging there on the Warden turret at the end. And of course that means it is still a perfect war for alternate attacks coming out on top. And now we're over to the Prince, who just defended against Linnaeus, and now it's his turn to attack Linnaeus' base.
Super Witches it is. Now, Prince is actually the war commander of the team, so he is the man that gives the commands and tells everybody who attacks when. Make sure to, well, captain his team. So let's see if he can pull in the 3 stars when it is really needed. Just a very patient start with the Grand Warden. There's the lightning spells to take out the scattershot.
Yeah, they should take a little bit of heart. We know there is a chance. There is a chance that they can work their way back into this. While there has been a perfect start for alternate attacks, there is a possibility that they could throw it and go badly wrong. We saw it in the World Championship qualifiers. INTZ, the captain, when they had it all done, I think they were at 99.5%, right? And then captain just failed to deliver the 3-star, and that left the opening that the Queen Walkers need. We're going to get to see the Queen Walkers later on in the show match, but right now this is a very nice start by Prince.
It is a very nice start indeed. I'm surprised he didn't use the Grand Warden's ability a little bit earlier, but he does have balloons that are very nicely tanking for the healers. There is the Grand Warden's ability as they power into the town hall. Using that second jump spell, he does have to hope that the Super Witches get over there because he's taking a lot of damage right now and they are struggling to get through this base.
Yeah, that sweeper's doing a great job of keeping those balloons away. The Hog Riders do come in and get the town hall down, but the balloons are just null and void right now, being pushed away. Look at it. there's not a great deal of damage on them, but that triple crossbow, look at the crossfire, is burning through the riders. They will fall. The skeleton's also in trouble, and that's going to focus now onto the witches, and that's a problem.
I can't really see how he can get this one because the Royal Champion goes down, and although he has the Super Witches in the center, he doesn't have anything to take out the outside defenses on the perimeter. And with only 1 minute left, the Super Witches, they need to get a move on if he is going to get this one.
No more jumps left either, so they're going to have to work their way through the walls, and that's going to slow everything down with just 50 seconds remaining in this game. Warden Tower now also putting the damage down, the cannon doing work, and they can see the Warden going to come in. He will take the towers down, and as you say, it's simply a matter of time. That one wizard, though, that one wizard on the outside, he's doing some work.
He certainly is, and the Super Witches continue to tank the defenses in that area. The Queen goes down, though. That really could have been... If it was going to happen, the Queen had to survive there. Not going to be now for Prince.
Yeah, the Warden fell just as well, straight after him. And now, well, there's healers left with only witches left to heal. And unfortunately, with 8 seconds remaining, it is going to be looking like a 83-84% win in the end, with just another 2-star. It needed really to be a 3-star at this halfway point.
Yeah, and when you think about it, the Beast have now had 3 attacks. Alternate attacks already have 2 3-stars on the board. So the Beast basically need to put 2 3-stars in the next 2 attacks, and they need to hope for defenses from now on. The next attack from ATN is crucial for this entire war.
It's going to be Yo-Yo that will start things off. But reliably informed it is Yo-Yo, not Jojo. And it will be the Warden to the north.
Interesting to see Yo-Yo using witches. He actually has a nickname of Lalo23 because he is so good with the Lava Loon attack strategy. So it's very interesting that he picked witches. Maybe he just identified a weakness in this base. Lightning spells actually take down a huge chunk of it already.
Could also be putting in some practice for the World Championships, knowing that he may need to adjust, because that's Lalu is not always what you can rely on at the moment. But there's the Queen on the east side, and now down the south will be the King, and the siege will drop with the P.E.K.K.A. coming out.
Oh, wow, this is very nice because you can see exactly what is happening. King will walk into that compartment, use his ability, take out a lot of the defenses, create just a breadcrumb of defenses for the witches to move directly from the right where they are now through to the town hall and to the back end of the base. This is picture perfect so far.
The King tanking everything up there for the witches to come on and put the punishment in. The skeleton swarm taking down those Teslas, looking great for him so far. And now the Queen moving in behind as well. There is a mass of damage here. And I've got to wonder, is it going to be enough?
Well, the thing that I love about this attack is you could automatically think about using a jump spell to the back end of the base. Yo-Yo doesn't want to do that. He recognizes there is a gap he can send his super wall breaker into to be super efficient. And I can't wait to see if he can pull that off. Witches do get the town hall, but they are stuck in the tornado now and taking a little bit of damage.
Oh, if only that Phoenix artillery was still standing.
Oh, no!
It was all sat ready and waiting, but they're going to be coming in. The Royal Champion on the west side, taking a lot of damage, actually. He's going to get the freeze down now, and they should be able to take that Wizard Tower down. The freeze will come out, and he gets the heal off in time to take the Inferno down, so he's getting a lot of value on that Royal Champion now. That's going to come in and do a lot of damage with the rest of the team now coming through.
Very nicely done. The Super Wall Breaker didn't quite open up the compartment, but he has more than enough witches to get through that. Royal Champion running ahead to take down the defenses. She wants this base down even faster, and with the single target down, Queen's ability, lots of witches, it's all a matter of just steamrolling through the rest of it now.
Certainly enough available with 30 seconds to go to clear out the rest of the bases. Hordes and hordes of skeletons funneling through, taking everything down, and with that Queen doing so much damage from behind, this is inevitably a third 3-star finish for alternate ATACs. It's looking like a classic 15-star here.
They are putting on a masterclass, aren't they? There is the confirmation, 3rd star. And what I instantly think of right now is the other teams that have already qualified into the semi-finals, alternate attacks trying to battle into that. They've already got 13 stars if they were to even just 2-star their next attacks. That is what the other teams put up. So alternate attacks will be wanting to put even more 3 stars to put a little bit of fear into the other teams.
It's Resistance that are most likely to face some. But for the Beast, it is going to be Kunj, the man that a lot of people actually credited as the best base builder on the Beast. We'll see what he's got in terms of attack against Valor.
He is one of the players of the Beast that looks up to Riga Torres as his role model, but the chance to face against him is just slipping away from them. He really needs to put up the 3-star now if there is any opportunity. Uses the lightning spells in the center. Very nicely done to get damage onto the single target Inferno, because the Royal Champion comes in, and with the Seeking Shield, there you go. It goes down straight away. Very nicely calculated to start this attack off.
A couple of minions dropped on the north side as the Royal Champion continues to do work around the edge. Taking so much damage, though, and is going to get popped pretty soon. Dragons! I was just about to say, I can see a couple of dragons in the pot there.
Interesting use of an E-Drag for the funnel down this area. Now notice there are storages that they can tank through, but it looks like he doesn't want to go that way. The E-Drag is coming down to the bottom. That's also where the dragons are coming in from, and he wants to just steamroll through to the town hall. Looking pretty good at this stage. No air sweepers to push him back, but it's all about the most northern Eagle artillery, which will be raining fire to these dragons throughout the entire attack.
Gonna push on through. It's looking good for him. Yeah, Stone Slammer. Ooh! Funneling away from the town hall. Not what he wanted. Not what he wanted at all.
This is dangerous. All of the dragons taking major damage from the eagle. They path around, as you say, and the dragon that's on the town hall is not within the Grand Warden's aura. He has had to use the free spell, trying to get the 2-star as a minimum here. And yeah, it's looking dangerous. Can he get it? Dragon is going down, but it's going to be close. Freezes it again.
Oh, having to use that second freeze, that's going to cost him later on. It will secure the 2-star, but I don't think there's going to be much more from that. You can see it's not gone the way he wants. The Barbarians on the north side, they're going to get some damage done because with the Queen, but I don't think there'll be too much more than that. The Queen getting focused at the moment. The Queen, what's the real threat? I mean, it's time, I guess, right now is the real threat to the Queen.
Yeah, she's got the ability to get through the single target Inferno. It is just the sheer volume of buildings, and I really feel that the E-Drag he used for the funneling could have been something different. He didn't need an E-Drag that had that much health but takes so much time. For the high HP storages, he could have used baby dragons, and I think it would have been a better result. Maybe even getting the 3-star. It looked pretty good, but it's only the 83 for him at the end.
Yeah, not the ideal war score that they were looking for. They are getting the 2 stars consistently, but up against alternate attacks, you need to be bringing the perfect 3-star game. And, well, they've just shown they've had it all the way. And even 4 rounds in, they're still behind alternate attacks, even though they've only played those 3. We're going to be moving over to Boom on his next attack. He's against Kunj's base now. The Beast did say Kunj is the best base builder on the team.
Well, let's see if he can get this done. Boom is one of the players that is always at the top of the game in terms of legends. He's always up in the top leaderboard, and he said that his team has the best teamwork in the game, and that is what puts them so high up. Remember, #1 seed in the world, and they are looking for the perfect war right now. Let's see if Boom can continue the streak.
Absolutely, that Royal Champion pushing through does get quite a few of the towers down, and now the attack starts in the north with the Queen looking to work down towards that town hall. Free spell comes in, that's going to buy time, looking for a couple of those traps. The Queen actually has pathed away. Okay, he's going to pass in through the wall.
He's not. I don't think she's going to get the Town Hall, though. She will get the single target Inferno. And there. Oh, he has the ability. I didn't even realize he had the ability. Town Hall does go down. A little bit of a savior for Boom. But the Queen in the center is still alive. And he definitely wanted the defending Queen down. He has 3 Headhunters, so he could still adapt. Just has to send in the Lava Loon now.
The Queen giving up, that's going to go down. Here comes the Stone Slammer as well coming through, which a lot of people obviously been saving for that Town Hall. Let's see what he can get from that as the Lava Loon does come in from the east. They're going to push on through. This is looking like a very good attack. That's going to get a couple of balloons on the Warden Tower. The balloons all come out, actually, the hidden balloons. He needs to bat them away. Hope they don't get locked. There's some more. There's another hidden balloon trap that does come in. It doesn't get the damage down, but my God, that was close.
Yeah, but the Queen in the center is wrecking the balloons right now. Headhunters trying their best to take her down. And I think Boom might just get this. Queen is still alive, in fact, but he's got more than enough balloons. If he gets this Wizard Tower down, he is pure, plain sailing. Boom.
The Queen's still going, but he will fall, but he's done so much. He got the Warden down, but as you say, I think he's just about got enough in the locker. Obviously, the crossbow tower can do nothing. It's all on his tower, but there's enough balloons there to drop the bomb and take it down, and it will be a 4th 3-star victory for alternate ATACs.
Really showing us how good they are. Now, I have to say, we keep talking about adaptations of these teams, and Boom sending in the Stone Slammer to the center. He had a dragon in there, and that was enough to damage the Archer Queen, which allowed the Headhunters and a couple of Lava Pups to finish the Queen off. And just having that forward planning of what's happening and how you can fix it is really what sets alternate attack above the rest for me.
Well, Virus playing for pride. If anything for the Beast, they've come against the world #1 seed for the World Championships. Lightning comes down, gets a big slice of that Eagle artillery.
Interesting.
What else?
Yeah, he's used didn't take the Eagle artillery, obviously. Didn't seem to want to get that. I missed the Lightnings, actually, but whether he wanted to get the Eagle is questionable. Uses the Royal Champion. Ability is used. I think he probably wanted the Eagle looking at the Lightning.
I think so too. I don't think that worked out as planned. Oh, those balloons are going to get wrecked by the hidden Teslas on the north side. The Queen actually using that freeze so early on. Not too sure about that.
Yeah, he's using a lot of ice golems here. I'm trying to count the spells because, as I said, I missed the start. It looks like he did have enough lightning spells to take down the Eagle and the defending Queen, but must have missed them both. The Queen has a little bit of health, but not taken down. That could be dangerous moving into the attack, but let's just focus at the top here because the Queen is taking a lot of damage. King is taking a lot of damage. Going to have to use the abilities. Town Hall will be activated, and can he get this?
Well, we're waiting as much as you. The suspense is killing us. I'm pretty sure he's going to get the Town Hall, but I don't see much left in that Queen either. The Queen unprotected as well. And unfortunately, it looks like there's been a disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, just when your day couldn't get any worse, has it really happened? Nobody wants to see that. I think, the attack would play out. Maybe he would get the Town Hall with automatic troop abilities, but, oh man, definitely not what you want to see.
And we're yet to see Ast's attack, actually. He's the final attacker for alternate ATACs, looking at closing out the perfect 15-star victory.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing, we questioned all of the players, and Virus did say that on their day, they could beat anybody, but unfortunately, it's not their day today. Alternate attacks will be taking this one. Tornado Trap at the top is catching all of the balloons and just making things worse for him.
I do love the confidence, but it's easy to say that when you're beating people within your nation and maybe a couple of local competitions, sort of international competition, but when you're coming up against some of the world's best, it is unfortunately showing And alternate attacks are better on the day. The balloons getting a lot of value. Good freeze spell. That's going to get the Inferno down. Or it should get the Inferno down. It does. But unfortunately, I think that tower is going to plink off a little bit too much damage with the Wizard Tower behind it.
Yeah, unfortunate, because I do like this small group of balloons and the haste spell to the right-hand side to take the scatter shot down, and the balloons through the center have actually done a remarkable job. Had he have been a little bit more efficient to the right-hand side, he might have actually got that.
If he potentially hadn't have had to use so many free spells right at the beginning, if you think about the 2 free spells that were used, it is going to be down to the Warden now. And I think time is unfortunately against him. I actually think the Warden probably has it in him to finish the job here, but because there is really only just the 2 towers left that can do a real problem. But unfortunately, with only 10 seconds to go, there won't be time for the 3-star.
Yeah, and I think this attack really just summarizes the Beast's day, right? Like, 2 stars consistently, but just not quite enough for the 3 stars. And you know, when you're going up against the world #1 seed of alternate attacks, you just can't do that. And I mean, you need a perfect war at this rate.
I mean, when they're not going to slip up in any of their attacks, yeah, you kind of questions like, well, what else can we do, really? But they're definitely going to hope they've got more than 10 stars. It's going to be 2 stars for everyone in the end, with an 88% for the Beast. The big question is, can As do it? Will we see the perfect 15-star victory?
Yeah, and he said that how they have prepared for this tournament is testing bases, and testing bases that they plan to use for the Worlds as well. So maybe using a couple of mixtures throughout this tournament and the World Championships, and on their current form, they are wanting to win this for sure. Ast coming in with what can hopefully be a perfect war.
Well, the Queen Healer down the south side is going to trigger off and pull out everybody from the clan base. And he is going to manage to fight his way through it. The balloons being used just to draw out any traps, not able to find too much in there. And the Queen will be fine. Now we see the Royal Champion coming across on the eastern side. Also a Rupture Bice away, just used on the Inferno there. So trying to quake that down by the time for the Royal Champion, just hop on over and take it with 1 spear.
That was very, very nicely done, because a lightning spell, earthquake spell, and the Royal Champion's Seeking Shield can take down an Inferno Tower. So he did that, but he saved onto the lightning to just get a tiny little bit of damage on the defending Royal Champion. So although it might seem minimal, that can be the difference when it comes to this level. Brilliant stuff.
Great freeze being used as well as the Queen continues the attack, but ooh, a bit of damage on the healers at the back line there, but they do manage to survive. Here comes the Lava Loons coming in with that Stone Slammer over on the western side. Meanwhile, the King tanks his way and passes around the north track as well, and this is looking like it's on track to be a 3-star.
Yeah, he's committed all of his spells to the Queen. Needs her to take down the major buildings for the Dragons, who really don't have a lot left now.
Multi-Inferno, the balloons are going to drop here. I don't think they're going to get close enough to get the Multi-Inferno down. The Queen is now on it. Will get enough down. Will finish it off. That was the big trap. There's the trap coming in as well on the balloons. Does delay them, but there's no damage anymore on them because the crossbow is on the Queen. There's 1 crossbow that's doing the damage, but the Dragons coming in behind have enough to back it up.
Has that freeze spell as well, just to slow them down. Make sure he didn't even need that, but he has so many dragons. He wants to keep them all alive. And well, we might have predicted it, but you never know until it happens. Alternate attacks showing their power with what looks like a perfect war.
Fantastic stuff in the quarterfinals, laying a marker down to all the other teams that can only reach 13 stars. A perfect war from alternate ATACs, 15-10 in the end, taking down the Beast. The Beast unfortunately came up against a very determined and a well-practiced alternate ATACs.
They certainly did. Whenever you are going up against a team that is as talented as alternate attacks, you need to put on a better performance. It wasn't their day. They did consistently get the 2 stars and the high percentage, so I take my hat off to them, but alternate attacks showing their strength.
Let's go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're moving on to the semi-finals. Some fantastic games so far. Who's going to take victory here in the Mobile Open?
A perfect war and a masterclass in how to play Clash of Clans from Alternate Attacks. Judo, they just proved why arguably one of the world's best.
I mean, there wasn't a lot that they did wrong. Every single one of their attacks were executed exactly as they planned. So much detail, and, you know, the Beast did what they could. I think they put up a great fight, but against the number 1 seed in the world, there's just not a lot you can do when they are racking in 3 stars as they did.
They did put up a good fight, though. I mean, I also think it's not exactly the easiest one, right? They clearly are good, the Beast. They got here. They made it into the top 8. First game out the gate happens to be, like you said, the world number 1 seed. They held their own, I think, as much as they could in that situation.
Absolutely. I mean, what can you do? Like when your opponent is basically having the perfect game. Yes, you can test it. And I said it during the cast. It's like they are a great team. Clearly, they're beating a lot of people in the Indian region, etc. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. We've already seen from the Indian teams how they can prove it as well in the World Championships. But unfortunately for them, they're up against a team that, you know, as you mentioned, they qualified back in June, a long time ago. Well, what have they been doing since then? Well, practice, practice, practice. That's what they're doing. They are working hard. The World Championships are in 2 weeks' time, and Alternate ATAX want to go into that World Championships with the Mobile Open already in the bag. That's their aim. They want to have that trophy to go in confident, to give them the confidence to go into World Championships. Because if they were to fall here in the Mobile Open, that's going to really dent them going into that World Championship. So they have turned up to absolutely dominate, and it looks like they may well.
I think as well for the Beast, I hate saying this because no one who's a competitor wants to hear this, but this is an opportunity. I mean, you got to play one of the world's best. You get to learn from them. You can go away, analyze these games, rethink your strategies, and ultimately you get a little bit more knowledge that other teams at your level possibly don't have.
Exactly. And I think the one thing I would add on that regard as well is, you know, Alternate Attacks said themselves they didn't know what to expect from the Beast, so I think they will have put up some of their best bases just to guarantee that they could take this one, because when it's so unpredictable and you don't know, they're going to be putting on their A game, so they definitely will have had their best bases there. So the Beast, you know, they were coming up against the best in the world.
They did get quite close, so I think there was one time there where I really did think that they were going to get the 3-star consistently with the 2-star, so they don't need to walk away feeling like it was a rollover. I think that they held their own, and we need to watch them for the future, no doubt.
Yeah, I think if they just look back at the replays, they would see it's just small things, really was. That was all the difference, Judo.
Yeah, it was. It was tiny little things, and I think the pressure maybe got to them as well. This is the first time they've competed in such a wide tournament. Alternate Attacks have done this again and again, and that's something that can always come into play at this level. So I think having this experience under their belt, they will definitely be someone to keep an eye on moving forward.
Let's take a look now. Judo, you have a clip for us about this is the masterclass. So now we're going to do a masterclass analysis in what makes Alternate Attacks so good.
Well, I wanted to start with saying that they picked apart the bases so well. So Yo-Yo23 is known for his Lava Loon attacks, chose the Witches in this one because I mentioned in the cast, he can analyze the fact that once he set up the funnel, the defenses are so clumped in this area that the Witches can move right on through. Now, splash damage is the major factor for Witches. He sees that both Scattershot are actually within 1 Earthquake range. So he uses 2 Earthquakes to weaken them, 4 lightning spells to take one of them, and 4 lightning to take the other, with the eagle in the center being dented. That means that he's taken out pretty much all of the major splash before he even begins. And he's also started the funneling that we've mentioned in terms of the defenses. He doesn't even have to worry about it at the bottom because you have a natural path of the base. Always think about that. So we have now the natural path for the Witches, uses the Grand Warden to help out because he's got a little bit of time. Grand Warden has greater range, and whenever you deploy anything next to the Grand Warden, it will allow him to just come across to be supportive. Now I want to pause just for a second and highlight the 3 balloons. Many people question the balloons in a ground attack. What that is for is the healers. When the Witches have healers on them, you have to protect the healers. And the balloons are checking for black bombs. So that is why it's crucially important that you send balloons in. Now I think at this point we can really highlight, again, I know I've done it a couple of times, but you can see the witches have got nowhere else to go. Whenever you can plan a base and have the witches directly through like that, it is perfect. Now why did he choose the witches over Yetis or anything like that? Well, it's because he could take down the scattershot and the eagle so early. I mentioned as well, I thought he was going to use a jump spell round about here, just to allow him to the single target infernos. But what he recognizes is down to the bottom of the base, the super wall breaker could potentially hit this piece of wall, which would allow the witches through, therefore saving onto spells because he committed so much initially. He just needs to keep the witches alive. Now, because it is single target infernos, he does use a freeze spell to help the royal champion through, and in the end, there is more than enough witches to power through the base and up to the defenses. So in this one, I think it was perfect because he analysed the fact that there was so much value with the lightning spells taking out the splash damages, but it also set up pathing alongside that natural funnel of the base to allow the witches to drive straight through, choosing the witches because there wasn't a lot of splash. And in the end, proving that if you pick the best strategy for the base, you will get the 3 stars convincingly, as Yo-Yo did, and that's where they got the perfect. They moved to the semi-finals, and they are looking good, but it is definitely still anybody's game.
Would you say, sorry, I just wanted to get across because this intrigues me. Would you say that's down to a defensive error? Because obviously you've got those 2 splash damages too close together.
Yeah, definitely. That is, the lightning spells are a technique that is top of the meta right now. So you always need to limit the amount of lightning spell damage. I would say that ATN attacks were incredibly creative there, though, in how they took it down.
So now you can take a look at our finals bracket, moving into the semi-finals. Alternate attacks going up against Resistance, and then we've got MCES up against Zepto. That is the game that we are going to see when we come back. So, gents, MCES versus Zepto. MCES looked very, very strong in that first war.
They did, but both finished with 13 stars, so do not write off Zepto. They looked incredibly strong as well. They have it in them to take down MCES. MCES, of course, coming into this one with something to prove. They didn't qualify for the World Championship, so this is really their last gasp effort this year to take a trophy.
Yeah, number 1 seed for this tournament. They qualified in that top spot, but Zepto, with their performance and the 13 stars, they could just trip MCES up if they weren't expecting them.
I think that we're going to have 2 incredible semi-finals. The teams have all popped off. It's looking really strong. I don't think anyone can call it just yet. We need to find out what is going to go down in the single elimination. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, our first semi-final war. What is the one tip that you would give to a new player who is watching right now?
I think to watch pro attackers video and listen to their tips and really check the small details in their attacks.
I would say practice more and more and try to master different strategies.
Always look for new strategies.
Je lui dirais de maîtriser toutes les compos possibles.
Never give up.
I would give them an advice to practice as much as they can a particular strategy that they want to get better at, and yeah, that's the key to success.
Yeah, if you're trying to get better, just try a lot of stuff that you get better with it, and yeah, you get there. It's a lot of work, but just try different strategies and ideas, and yeah, you will be a better player.
Viel spielen.
What is the hardest part about Clash of Clans, and how do you handle it?
Currently, the hardest part is to defend. Base building is hard as it has never been that hard, and that's the toughest part. We're working a lot on it, but yeah, it's going to be hard to defend during the competition.
I think the hardest part is farming, and it takes a lot of time. But with proper planning of, you can say, buildings that you want to upgrade first, it can be done in an easy way.
The hardest part is not using super wall breakers, and I think it takes a lot of training to use the normal wall breakers.
Le plus difficile, c'est la défense, c'est sûr. Construire de bons villages.
The hardest part is mastering a queen charge. I think that's the key to tripling every single base, because it's a strategy that gives you a lot of options.
I think the hardest part is the motivation for base building, because it can be really frustrating right now, especially with that very offensive meta. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be the best, you need to work hard for it, and so we get the motivation for the grind every day again.
Ich denke, die Gegner zu analysieren und dann halt die beste Strategie auszuwählen auf den Gegenüber.
What makes an opponent really difficult to beat?
I think that's when they can attack you in any composition. Like some players really like one composition, but some teams can attack you in almost every troops of the game, and that's the difficult part, to beat them.
When your opponent has air attacker and ground attacker, both, so it is really hard to build bases to beat them.
It makes him difficult to beat, to find his, to read his bases, to read his defenses.
Justement, un adversaire qui sait bien gérer la défense.
The best team of this tournament is Athena Attacks. They have players very, very good.
Good bases. Strong bases are always hard to beat.
The opponent is very hard to beat if we don't know what we can expect. Like if they are really versatile with their strategies, and that makes it really hard for us to prepare.
Ich denke auch, den Gegner halt eben zu analysieren, so wie ist die Base aufgebaut, ja, wie sehen die Gegner das also vor, was du angreifst, also um nicht gebaitet halt zu werden oder so.
I think it's clear that Sasha doesn't really know what the best attack's going to be. Well, I hope he figures it out, though, because he is into the semi-final along with Zepto against MCES here. And what would you say, Judo? What is your hardest part of the game?
Well, I think the Queen Charge that we've highlighted a few times is probably the most difficult technique to master, to truly master it. So maybe we will see it in play. We do have healers in this first attack. John Cena, who used the hybrid for the 3 stars in the initial war, looks like he's switching it up and going for the witches.
Well, the Lightning managing to benefit, doesn't get the barrage, but that will finish it off with the Quake, and that will take down a lot of the splash damage, what you just highlighted in the replay a moment ago. The Warden starting off strong, the Balloons checking for any hidden dangers as the healers will follow that Warden, and here come the Witches.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted to wait to take down the Wizard Tower. Interesting move to start early on, but obviously he must be concerned about time with this attack. Does have nice funneling due to taking down the scatter shot in the center. Look at them two balloons we talked about raging forward. There's one of the black bombs protecting the healers. Exactly what John Cena needs in this attack. Getting going very strong.
The defensive house going to get taken down, but look at this, the boosted up attack absolutely funneling through the south side of the base. Now what's he going to do? He's going to start hitting those walls. There's the jump spell. That's what he's going to do. Straight over the wall, straight in towards the turrets and get that scatter down.
Good use of the rage spell in order to take the scatter shot down as fast as possible. He does not have any other jump spells to get to the other area of the base, but there's no scatter shot there, so he can take things a little bit easier, allow the witches to just burn through the walls. But oh no, looks like they're going to the outside of the base.
Yeah, they've gone around to the outside. That's not where they needed to go. A couple of the super witches are still going to move around though, but most of the skeletons pushed on through. The Hog Rider's now in the south side. That's going to help out. You obviously, while you're stuck against the wall, they can see the Queen trying to get through that wall right now, but the rest of the witches are already there, and the Hogs onto the artillery. That's what he needs down now.
Absolutely what he needs down, and the Hog Riders did a good job there to get in front of the Queen, tank her just that little bit. Can she get the single? She does. Protects the ability, which is crucial because there is yet another single target Inferno at the north.
Royal Champion doing so much damage as well, starting to come through, throwing out the spears. This is looking like a very good start for John Cena once again. Oh, we were talking about those bombs. They just caught the healers at the back there. I think he lost at least 2 healers from that attack, but I think it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it is too little too late because the Royal Champion Seeking Shield comes in to take down the defenses. Look at all of the witches left over. MCES must be thinking, what on earth just happened? Zepto coming in strong with the opening 3-star.
John Cena with his second 3-star, obviously got one in the quarterfinals as well, but right here in the semifinals, the very first attack put so much pressure onto MCES. Both of these clans hitting that 13-star marker in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and MCES did take a 3-star against them in the opening matchup with Euronics, so we know they can bounce back. But when you move into the semifinals, it is a little bit more pressured, and let's see if Kingsman can get this one done.
Kingsman starting off, where we're looking down over to the western side. And try and move straight in and hit. I didn't actually get...
Oh, he gets the single. That's a pretty good move. Doesn't have to use any rage spells or anything to help the Yetis. They also take a couple of extra defenses. Creates beautiful pathing for the Archer Queen, who can now just walk up to the top of the base. Very, very nice start.
Okay, I can see a natural funnel in this base, and I wonder if that's where he's going. I expect some traps to be there. That's where the Queen is heading towards. Obviously, we'll path on past those balloons, just checking for traps as they go to cover those healers. You talked about the side swiping and some serious chance at side swiping from the crossbow turret right now, which is actually putting a lot of damage down. I feel the Queen's going to pass on by, and I think those healers are going to get hit.
Yeah, I think it's with the Clan Castle troops just slowing him down here. Kingsman might not have expected so much to be taking fire when he gets to this area, but he's comfortably through, can get to the town hall. Now it's really if he uses the hybrid to the 6 o'clock or the 12 o'clock area. Looks like he is coming in from the south of the base.
You know what? I think we're going to see this Queen getting a lot done now. I feel that it's just opened up for him, the Queen. So now let's have a look down the south. You've got the King in there with the Barbarians. There's the Royal Champion coming over with the Warden as well. The Hog Riders to back it all up. And this is just going to sweep from west up to the north. It looks like the base is just going to get swept through. I don't see anything slowing this down anymore. The Infernos is all that's really left in there. That one scatter shot has to go, though.
Yeah, from one side to the other. The fortunate thing is that the Queen can tank it, but wait a second, Miners actually step up and will take that down ahead of time. Where did they come from? They have swarmed this base, and it's all about the single target Infernos. Miners getting caught up on skeleton traps right now. It looks like they could get it. Royal Champion gets one. Oh, but it survives. No!
The Champion's going to hop over. He should be able to finish it off. It was down to one. Use the freeze just in case. I think it was safe anyway, but it saves the damage on the Royal Champion. Meanwhile, the Queen is doing work in the north still. The Royal Champion in the south. There's not a lot to slow them down. The Champion should be able to take another tower here. We'll get the 1 and the 2. That's going to be the tower. This is going to be another 3-star. Here's the time left, 28 seconds, because there's not too much with the Queen. This is going to be a very close race.
Yeah, he kind of needs the Queen to come to the right and just let the Royal Champion take the buildings at the top. She does. She comes down to the storage. That is exactly what was needed. Minion over on the right-hand side as well. It's still a race against the clock, but it looks a whole lot better due to the Royal Champion and the Queen going in separate directions. Gold storage falls, and there you have it. Kingsman of MCES puts up the responding 3-star. We have a war on our hands.
Fantastic. Honk's defenses falls to the Kingsman. And 3-star apiece. What a start to what we hope is going to be an absolute blistering semi-finals. We said they both delivered similar scores, 13 stars in the quarterfinals. It does mean there were a couple of 2 stars. It's over to Sasha for Zepto.
Yeah, Sasha failed to get the 3-star in their opening matchup. John Cena, who just put the 3 stars up for Zepto, did get a 3-star, but Kingsman was a new 3-star attacker for MCES, so that could be something they are looking at to boost their confidence. Looks like we have the Grand Warden just gently starting towards the right-hand side of the base. Nothing too crucial here, just needs to make sure everything goes right.
30 seconds down, has managed to successfully work his way through, and if he can get that 1 Inferno down, it will be a real nice start. 2 more Infernos over on the north side of the map. The King comes out down the south side with a couple of Witches to back him up, and actually they're going to sweep around. They're going to sweep around and funnel through the middle.
Yeah, very nice play by Sasha. Really well recognized, because the multi-target Inferno, I wouldn't have thought of just charging the Grand Warden in there. So let's hope that pays off for him. He does have the funnel set with the Super Witches moving in. Jump spell deployed already. How quickly can the Super Witches get through here?
The double scatter doing so much damage, just slowing them down at the moment. They can see the clan popping them all out there. That's going to be the town hall going down, but that second scatter still yet to be touched. Now they're on it. Now the freeze spell comes out. I feel that may have been a little earlier, but the Witches rotating around from the south. There's going to be the Grand Champion coming out as well. He's going to be looking towards that multi-inferno. He needs to hop over, and he should be onto the multi-inferno, but the multi-inferno is getting a lot of damage done to the Witches.
A lot of damage indeed. He gets a little bit fortunate, actually, because the Super Witches are on the outside, but the big boys that are spawned by these Super Witches were in front of the Queen. They have the healers, and they are still getting healed, keeping the Archer Queen alive. She has the ability. Royal Champion has the ability. Zepto could be looking at a second 3-star.
Oh, and the King gets frozen along with the turret. The Champion comes through. Nicely done there. I was wondering why he was saving that freeze spell, and that was exactly it. The towers will fall, and this is absolutely on track for a second 3-star. Fantastic performance from both these clans.
Well, we talked about making sure you hold onto your spells for when they are really needed. And what an example there, with the Super Witches walking around the outside. Knew he had to protect the Royal Champion. It is all but confirmed now. Is second 3-star for Zepto. MCES on the back pedal yet again.
Wow, what a game we have. And MCES with the pressure. You know, often you like to go second. You like to be the one that sees what's ahead of you. But when you're seeing perfect scores posted in front of you, it puts so much pressure on you. Well, we saw John Cena posting a 3-star in his attack. It's his defensive side as Tryhard, who brought up the rear for MCES last time around, is going to be the one to attack. He did get a 3-star in that attack as well, if I remember rightly, in the quarterfinals.
He did. He used the Hog Riders in order to get the job done. Looks like he's rotating out from that strategy to the Lava Loon. A quick use of the Royal Champion's ability will take down the Inferno Tower, and that sets up things beautifully for the Archer Queen.
Not quite enough done, though, I don't feel there. I think I wanted a little bit more value for it, but the crossbows are punishing. The Queen taking some punishment down the south side here as well, as he looks to run the clock down. 2:23, we've talked about time being the enemy sometimes, and Tryhard, I think, if I remember rightly, was one of those that ran it right down to the wire, but still got that 3-star. This Queen is getting a lot of damage on her.
She is. He's trying to hold on to the ability. Big risk there, but it pays off. Now, the thing that I am looking at, time already ticking down. He only has one super wall breaker. He needs it to target the central compartment, so he's going to have to wait until the clan castle and gold storage are down. And that is going to take even more time. Let's see how long it takes him as the Queen steps up.
Hasn't been able to find too many traps in here. Obviously with the town hall just to the side, there's the balloon coming in once again just to make sure everything's safe. I expected that. The black bomb right next to the turret straight away taking it down. So, okay, the king in the north. Looks like he's done just about all he can. Gets a quick heal on him and boosted up. Meanwhile, the Queen getting focused by that multi-inferno at the moment. He needs to try and path across there. You talked about that wall needing to go. It hasn't gone yet.
He just about gets it. He actually rotates where he used the super wall breaker, and I think that was good recognition. I don't think Tryhard was expecting that, but the main issue is time. He has spent so long on this Queen charge. He's only got 1 minute left, so here comes the full force of his attack.
The lava balloons coming through, trying to push on that south, that force push doing so much. I keep calling it force push. It's not a force push, but it's just, you know, in my head, I'm afraid, the air sweeper just doing work. The Queen has got the healers on, but oh, that Queen is low. Has to use the Queen ability to try and push on through. Again, those air pushers, they're doing so much. They're slowing this attack down. 41 seconds. They should have enough still in the locker now because there's not many turrets left.
Queen goes down, but I think she just did enough to tank the scatter shot, allow the balloons through. Stone Slammer takes it down. Tryhard, with 1 minute left, obliterates the rest of the base, and there you have it. MCES with the responding 3-star.
Back and forward we go. MCES with the perfect delivery. I think he had 15 seconds to spare as well. Big performance once again. Oh my god. We just saw the perfect war from alternate ATACs. And at the moment, both of these clans are on track with 6 stars apiece in the opening 2 matches. Incredible.
Yeah, and let's remember, stars are the main factor. Obviously, more stars, you get the victory. Then it comes down to percentage, but after that, it would be attack duration. So the teams will be looking at that now and making sure that they get the attacks done in time. But you just need the 3 stars on the board to start with. Nico was an attacker that got the 3-star in the first war, so he'll be looking to do the same and continue the streak.
Takes down the Inferno turret and the top there with the Quake and the Lightning. We'll be able to push on through with the Warden. The Queen also up the top and the King over on the northwest. That's going to drop in the backup with the P.E.K.K.A. over on the western side. So a multi-pronged attack to try and funnel. It looks like he wants to funnel all the way around the edge. The P.E.K.K.A. and the King going to take down what's on the bottom to funnel the Queen into the center right now through this gap.
Nicely done with the Barbarian King, just flushing out that left-hand side. Notice that the Super Witches now have got nowhere else to go other than the Town Hall. That's what I talked about in the replays. But a couple of them are choosing to go around the opposite direction, take the long route, and that might actually fall in the favor of MCES. Struggling at this point.
Becca goes down. That's going to open and expose the Wizards down the south side. A couple of Witches in there. I think he was hoping the Skeletons would get there and cover it, and the Wizards are covered. Meanwhile, in the center, you can see it's looking good. It's going to take down the opposing Queen. The Witches will keep on pushing through, and that Queen is strong. Will take down the opposing Queen as well as they push on through. I don't think the artillery is going to get taken down. It just tries to cover off, and the Warden at the moment is going to be the one that will focus it.
Oh no, a good use of the freeze spell to try and help the Queen take down the scatter shot. Didn't quite happen, but he does have a Super Witch that's in there. Royal Champion helping out. If that goes down, it could be the difference maker. Single target Inferno locking on though.
Wasn't enough to get him across. They do manage to get that one down, but you can see this Inferno turret. That is the focus. And at the moment, the Witches not quite getting there. The Wizard Tower will fall. The cannon's going to be going down next. The healers actually trying to desperately to jump over with whatever was left there. The healers is going to fly on over. But the healers at the moment, okay, they found a Witcher at last. They found someone to lock onto. But is there enough left? I think it might just be enough, but nobody's hitting that Inferno turret.
Yeah, I don't think they can reach it. They have to go through the walls, which is incredibly difficult right now. The minions go down. There's a headhunter trying to do damage, but it's not enough. The single Inferno is just picking apart each of the troops. Now the big boys finally lock onto the wall. There is a Super Witch, but I just don't think it's enough. Having the compartment closed like that has saved Remio in this attack.
The Witch is going to walk into it. Will get healed through here. Hasn't got enough. 10 seconds is all that remains, and it won't be a 3-star.
Wow.
The first time it fails. It's a 97%. It's still a solid 2-star score. But when we're looking at potential perfect wars, it might not be enough.
MCES have to look at that as a slip-up by Zepto and take advantage. As good as the percentage was, 97% is incredible. MCES will be looking at this as their opportunity. It is Remio. He got the 3 stars using this exact attack. Lightning spells into Lava Loon. Let's see if he can do it again.
Gets the damage down in the center. Throws out a little couple of minions, and that opens up the pathing for the Royal Champion, who immediately gets to work on those turrets. Hidden Tesla gets dealt with. A little free spell, maybe used a little earlier than he wanted. And he will take himself down, that Inferno, and straight onto the barrage. Not going to quite get the barrage down, though.
I think he's happy with that. Honestly, I think he's happy with that as an entry. The Clan Castle down has that opening in the center with the multi-target Inferno. I just want to see where he's going from here, though. Using the Ice Golem, King and Queen over to the right-hand side, I thought he might have gone directly into the Town Hall.
Found a couple more Tesla stacks as well with that Ice Golem, so prevented the Queen obviously taking that. The King's going to push on through as well, so they will be able to take these down and get back to that scatter that the Royal Champion had started on. So, where does the Lava Loo come from? Lava Loon? Lava Loo? I mean, maybe they need the Loo, but it's going to be the Lava Loon.
I think maybe he has to come to the Town Hall. It's very risky if he comes from the top area of the base, unless he's planning on swapping out the siege machine. Either way, he's getting pretty good value here. Eagle Artillery goes down, but a sweeper is pointing in each direction. Wow, he's attacking from the top, going all out for the 3 stars.
Going straight into the Grand Warden turret, and of course, the push on there. Is he going to be able to get to this multi-lava? Should be able enough to get through, and he will just keep on bombing through there. That's going to work out well for him. The battle blimp doing what it does. He gets in there with the balloons. That's going to get the damage down. It should be the Town Hall. Yes, it is. There's the Town Hall. Really nice use of that battle blimp.
Very nice, because he used the Grand Warden's ability, protected it all of the way through to take the Town Hall, and with so many balloons, I don't think there is anything that this base can do to prevent the 3 stars. A tornado trap will add a bit drama to the end of this attack with a Wizard Tower right there, but it's not enough. Remio with the 3 stars pulling MCES ahead.
The little minions up in the north doing what it needs to clear out the rest of the remaining units. And of course, there's so many balloons left. So MCES Remio saying his favorite and best attack 95% of the time will be from the air, and that's where he delivered from once again. And that puts MCES in the lead now, 9 stars to 8. Zepto, the pressure is on with 2 rounds remaining.
I think they will still have a lot of confidence here. 97% is nothing to sniff at, and they will be moving through to the final 2 attacks, wanting to knock MCES down. So let's see if this is the one. It is the Lava Loon again, using lightning spells in the center and earthquakes to take out the Clan Castle. 1 Inferno Tower weakens a second, and I think we'll see the Royal Champion coming in to finish that off.
Yeah, probably going to be coming in from the northwest side. We'll see. He has dropped the king in the north side. There's going to be the balloon just to check for any traps, potentials. The baby dragon also just to clear out. And there's the queen. Burst coming through. Ice Troll. And there is the champion, as you mentioned. Should be able to get this turret down. We know that that is already low. Will do the work. And the Royal Champion going about his business.
I like that he used the Royal Champion as the King and Queen was there, just to give a little bit extra tanking, but look at how it directly funnels the King and Queen into the Town Hall. Easily able to take that down. The defending Archer Queen in that area as well, also a mitigated. Exactly what you need for a Lava Loon attack.
Looking great so far with the base exposed. The Queen about to fall. And I think he's going to be happy with the value he got for it. Did there. So here comes the Lava Loon. As you'd expect, the balloons, the lava hounds, everything all pummeling round. There's the warden as well. Try and cover off.
Protecting the balloons as he moves in, waiting with the ability. Notice the 2 scatter shots towards the end of the base. Oh, he actually uses the ability early, wants to just protect the balloons, have as many of them possible, moving to that area, and use the spells to finish it off.
Freeze for the Stone Slammer, gets the scatter down as well, and that should be enough. The scatter turns its focus attention. It pulls the defensive turrets in their direction. The air sweeper focuses on the south as well, and it buys all the time for this major push from the north to push on through. The second freeze goes down on the scatter. This is going to be very, very tight.
Very tight indeed. He has balloons in different angles, which could pay off for him. Good use of the spells. Very patient on the deployment to try and freeze the scatter shot. But with the Wizard Tower still standing, it will finish off the balloons, I think. He's got a couple of them moving in, but with an air defense, it's not enough. Royal, oh no, the Grand Warden rather, probably can't get this. Oh no.
Gonna take a lot of damage. One more shot would do it, but it's not gonna come. The baby dragon may well be the last hope down the south side here. The rest of the mini hounds will come on, and the minions, they may just be able to finish it off. 20 seconds, all that's left. I think there's enough to get it. They will get the turret down. Is the mini Tesla. One left hit. I don't think there's enough.
Oh no! One lava poop, and it goes down. Oh, I can't believe it. If the Wizard Tower fell to the balloons, the lava pups and the minions would have finished that off. Just not Zepto's day, as they leave another opening for MCES to really put themselves in the lead now. Just heartbreak on that attack.
It shows how tight it is. That's a 98 and now a 99% fail. Oh my god. I mean, if you could call 2-star 99% fail, everybody else would be happy with that. But in this clan war, it is not enough when MCES are delivering the perfect game to answer alternate ATAX's quarterfinals. Here we go once again as we get the battle blimp off early onto the scatter shot. Does manage to get that down, goes in towards the crossbows and gets a lot of value for that starting item.
Yeah, sets up pathing for his Archer Queen as well, which is something you really want to be looking at. Arium did not get a 3-star in the opening war, so he wants to correct that. Make sure that each player from MCES has put a 3-star on the board today. Quickly deploying the Super Wall Breakers, obviously trying to direct the Queen in, but she's not following that path. Looks like she's going up to the top, but he has opened up the compartment, so she could redirect all of the way back around.
Breeze goes down, pushes the balloons back, will get the Inferno Tower down. That was the main focus. That's what they were looking for as the Queen continues to get the air cover just to hook those traps. You can see the Queen having to deal with everything that he's got. Now, 2-minute marker. Where do we go from here? Because there's still a lot of base to be had as the Queen passes around to the north.
It's all about pathing for the hybrid, and he's even wanting to get the Town Hall by the looks of it with a Super Warbreaker coming in. But with the Lava Hound now tanking and wasting time, I think Arium has to make some adjustments here. He has to start the hybrid early. There is the King to the right of your screen to try and force the funnel. 125, he looks at the clock, realizes that he has to start this. So in come the Miners and Hog Riders, might decide to pop the Queen's ability just to get the Town Hall and make sure the Hogs and Miners are protected, but he doesn't need to. Manages to save onto it.
The sweeps are actually keeping the healers away from the Queen right now, so the Queen's not able to get healed, just about gets in time. The sweeps will push him back to the Queen under pressure, but you can see the freeze coming through. The Hogs getting it done so far, but it's starting to hurt them. The Miners also taking a lot of damage along with the King there, but the Queen continues to work. Has to get caught out by the walls now, so it's all down to this south side attack.
Yeah, the Miners need to get into the Eagle and the Scattershot, and fast. They are stuck on the high HP storage of that of the gold storage. As they move down, the Royal Champion is there as well. Could be enough. As the Royal Champion tanks the Scattershot, Miners can take that down, and with the Seeking Shield, Arium might have just turned this around.
Warden hanging on, the Royal Champion, the heal and the clutch moment on the Royal Champion there. He's going to get the 2 turrets down, and this looks like he's done it. 20 seconds left to take down a lot of base.
The Queen charge was so lengthy. Arium recognized that. That is why he sent in the Miners and Hogs early. But as we get to the final 5 seconds, I don't think it's going to happen.
Miners, come on, Miners. One more. No, not again. This time it's a 98% for MCES, and that gives a small chance to Zepto.
It certainly does. If they were to get a 3-star and MCES were to get a low percentage 2-star, then they could nick this war right at the end. You can see how the percentage is so close. MCES need to keep the pressure on. However, Zepto need to get that 3-star first.
Well, Honk got himself a 3-star in the previous war. Can he do it once again against Tryhard's defenses? Where will things begin? It is going to be Lightning in the middle, going for that Clan Hall. Should be able to take most of the damage down. Does get a big portion of the Inferno, but doesn't take it down in the Wizard Tower.
It's interesting because he is using the specialty of MCES, which is the mass Hog Riders. From taking down the Clan Castle, he doesn't get a huge amount of value, but he takes pathing, and he also lures out the southwest area. Notice that the Town Hall is kind of luring the troops in from that area, and that's because the Clan Castle troops would then come out. Both scatter shots can sideswipe, but by eradicating the Clan Castle, taking that out, he can free roll in here and take a lot of the base down.
Boosting up that King, but the King will fall. I think he wanted more from that as the Wall Wrecker's stuck as well. That's not what he wanted, and that Wall Wrecker, I don't think he's even going to get the wall down. Is it before it drops? No, it doesn't. Oh, no.
That is a big deal here. Sends in the Super Warbreaker. Is it too little, too late? He needs it open before the Queen turns, but she does. She's gone in the wrong direction here. I'm not sure what he can do. He has to either send the Hog Riders in once he gets to 50% or wait and send the Royal Champion in. But with a single Inferno, this is dangerous for Honk of Zepto.
You can see the multi-Inferno putting work on the Queen. The Queen's so low already, has to use the ability to try and pop out and keep that damage going, but this has fell apart. The attack is not how Honk planned it, and the Queen will fall.
Yeah, the Town Hall is just not going to activate. The Town Hall will activate when you get to 51% damage, or it takes damage in itself. So notice that Honk is sending in just a couple of Hog Riders, try and snipe off 1 or 2 defenses with wizards behind, to drive up the percentage and allow him to get to the Town Hall. He's at 44, and he has to start here hoping that it gets to 51 before the Hog Riders path around it.
They're going to path around it, as you say. They're going to path away. Oh, but now just as they all get there, it triggers. Maybe just slightly mistimed that. They will get the Town Hall down, but have they got enough left? They can see the Hog Riders took so much from that attack.
As if to rub salt in the wounds, the Grand Warden's ability wore off the millisecond that the Giga Bomb went off, and it obliterated Hog Riders. From this point, it is all about protecting percentage, and MCES will just need a 2-star to close out the war. They are ever so close to moving to the Grand Final, but they have to finish it out first. Royal Champion on this attack, doing what she can.
Does go down. You can see the Warden taking the damage from the Inferno. The Royal Champion got the towers down, but there's just nothing left, unfortunately, for Honk in this attack. And it will be a 79% 2-star. They needed a 3 to take the war. It looks like it's not going to happen, barring a major failure for MCES, which I just don't see happening.
I think on their current performance, I definitely don't see a 1-star attack, which is what would be required. Even the 2-star will put them ahead of Zepto and move them through into the finals. It is Synthé with his signature Hog Riders, which we just seen by Zepto. So let's see how the Master gets this one done.
I see a funnel. I wonder if he's going to go from the west side, the Quakes, the Lightnings. They get it done. And now comes the Wall Wrecker. Finds the hidden Teslas. Not too sure if he wanted them. Yeah, throws the freeze down just to prevent any extra. And that's going to work out. The Wall Breaker will go straight through towards the Town Hall and get that Town Hall down, unless these turrets can stop it quick.
A lot of safety within this entry. There wasn't a lot that could do damage to the Wall Wrecker. It is sneaky goblins inside there who are invisible whilst they attack resource buildings, which the Town Hall is, and that is why it went down in a flash. Synthé setting this one up exactly as he wants, starting with the Hog Riders early at the top, even though the rest of his attack is still ongoing.
So much still to be had, but they are pouring through the base. Straight towards it, you can see the Royal Champion for the defenses coming down to try and stop them. They haven't got this Inferno turret down just yet. That's what's delaying them at the moment, as well as the cannon. They will finally turn that around. Meanwhile, the Queen down south is getting a lot of work done as well, a lot of value for money. But these Hog Riders getting pulled into the multi-Inferno, that's going to hurt.
Uses the Grand Warden's ability to try and protect them. He figures there might be giant bombs within this region as well. Hog Rider, there they are, two giant bombs, but he gets through them. He had a heal down initially. They take major damage though. He's got to get the scatter shot and move through. He's just about protected some hogs.
The Royal Champion is doing so much behind them. I feel that he's actually wiped out any defenses. There's just 2 turrets left. That's all that's left of these bases. And the top corner, you can see a single cannon. The Royal Champion will have no problems with that. There's a mini hog just being popped. One left, I guess, that didn't come out in the initial attack.
There is one Expo just up to the top. You might have missed because that could do a lot of damage. It's hiding just underneath the Wizard Tower, and he basically needs the Queen or Royal Champion to get onto that, or it could be good night.
The Tesla's finished, and as you say, the Queen, there's no healers on this Queen.
Oh, no.
It's going to be able to take the turret down, but the Tesla's in there as well, and that crossbow will drop the Queen. It's going to be a 2-star for MCES, but I think the percentage is high enough, and the damage has been done. It will be MCES will take the war, but it's not a perfect run.
They continue the 13-star benchmark, moving through against Zepto. Unfortunate not to get the 3-star at the end there, but they kept the consistency throughout and a really dominant performance, in my opinion, with some fantastic defensive bases as well.
13-12, MCES move to the finals. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will break down that matchup and then look towards the next semi-final. See you in a few.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, and we have our first grand finalist here in our Clash of Clans competition. MCES securing their spot. We'll find out who they'll face off against a little bit later. My only concern looking at that performance was that they seem to lose momentum towards the end, and I worry about that in a grand final situation.
I mean, I just wonder, obviously we saw, for example, Tryhard and co were finishing strong for MCES. This time they were all at the start, and I don't know whether that was an answer to obviously John Cena posting the initial 3-star here and the way that things were going and thinking we need the perfect war, or maybe they were just adjusting based on what they saw in terms of defenses. It's an interesting one to read. Yes, there was a few problems. Kingsman obviously answered nicely here with a 3-star of his own.
Yeah, I think it was interesting because we did see other players from MCES getting 3 stars that did not 3-star in the first war, but I would agree towards the back end of the war, they did lose their momentum. Maybe it was the fact that they got the lead and they just, needed to hold on to it, but either way, they did lose a little bit of momentum, and I do worry with how powerful alternate attacks were. If they were to put on another performance like that in the semi-finals, then MCES would need to, pick things up into the final if they wanted to take it.
And this one here for Zepto, I mean, XYZN, a 99% 2-star, it was so close between these two. Like, on a different day, Zepto certainly could have taken this.
I'm sure Zepto must be kicking themselves after that 4th attack that we just saw. It was so close, and I feel like that was the turning point when it's sort of the rest of the war didn't really go in their favor.
Yeah, I think that, when you're on a little bit of a streak and you're getting 3 stars and then you have like a crushing defeat like that and MCES then bounce back with a 3-star, it definitely must be hard to then pick yourself up. So what I wanted to do was break down one of the attacks by MCES that continued the 3-star streak and managed to push themselves into the lead. So this was Tryhard, and the reason I picked this attack was the single target Inferno. We have mentioned this throughout the broadcast a couple of times, but if you want to take down a single that's relatively near to the edge of the base, you can do so with 1 lightning spell, 1 earthquake, and the Royal Champion's Seeking Shield. So that is how Tryhard will start out this attack, and he essentially carves out the bottom of the base to allow his Archer Queen to then drive into the next section. So let's take a look at this. As the Royal Champion comes in, you can see the Earthquake and the Lightning. Not doing one, then the next, then the next. He is doing them all together to maximize time. Once we have this area of the base down, it also helps to create a funnel whereby the Archer Queen can easily move up. Now, we talk about the players being able to adapt their gameplay a lot, and I do think that Tryhard does tremendous here. Look at the Super Wall Breaker. Doesn't quite get deep into the base, and what Tryhard needs is, because he's taken down the bottom area of the base, he also needs to get into the center for the multi-target Inferno, and that is because the Lava Loon can then path around the outside. He doesn't have to path the Lava Loon into the center, to the multi. Now, this causes a couple of problems, because the Archer Queen, as much as she gets through the Clan Castle troops, I think the original plan was to send the Queen in here, the King in here, and with the Super Wall Breaker, target this compartment. But unfortunately, Tryhard is waiting, and it doesn't happen. The Archer Queen steps up and will indeed try and take down a lot of the buildings. But remember, wall breakers attack buildings that are behind walls. So you need to make sure that the gold storage and clan castle are down. Otherwise, the super wall breaker would target this layer of wall. So that is why he's waiting and waiting to allow the super wall breaker to hear. Recognizes it's not happening, so sends the super wall breaker in to take this layer of wall, and that again opens up for the queen to come in. So looking back, although he has adapted, he has stuck to the plan of taking out one area, then getting the queen into the center to extend that funnel. Now we see the Lava Loon, as we always explain, into the town hall, but also from the right-hand side. Look at the other defenses here. That is because you need to keep the defensive path up and around to this scatter shot, the major defense. And I also think that is another reason that Tryhard wanted the queen in the center, to tank the scatter shot. But he has a plan B. Dawn Slammer towards the back end scatter shots, and it really just showed the patience of this attack. He timed it perfectly, funneled the bottom area, got the queen into the center for the lava loon around the outside. So key takeaways from this breakdown: if you want to take down a single target Inferno, one lightning, one earthquake, and the royal champion seeking shield can do so. Wall breakers attack buildings behind walls, so make sure you are careful of that. And also you need to set pathing for the lava loon to come around the base. Very nicely done by Tryhard, kept that streak going for them, and it's ultimately what helped them get the victory.
An incredible play from Tryhard, but another player that I really want to point out, and we've spoken about him before, but again, he came in and performed. Remy, what an incredible attack, defense as well. He really is their star player, in my opinion.
He's proved that today. He's got 2 3-stars back-to-back, and he actually was their top player for the previous qualifiers as well. So I think your statement is definitely valid in that regard. He just seems to tear apart bases again and again.
He also sets them up really well. His defense is on point. Let's take a look at that bracket now. We do have, like I said, our first grand finalist. MCES is in there. Who will they face off against, though? Resistance is going to have to take on Alternate Attacks. And this, for me, looking at what they looked like in the previous war, Alternate Attacks, this is their one to lose.
Absolutely. I mean, Resistance have got some great players. Obviously, Rigatoni in there. But the question is, have they got 5 great players? Because Alternate Attacks bringing the perfect war against the Beast. Will they do it again? Maybe not, because it was close on some of those battles. So it is very much a chance that they can pull it out. But as I say, while they have some absolutely fantastic players, have Resistance got 5 fantastic players to come up against the world number 1?
Yeah, it's interesting because, the thing that I'm looking at, though, is that from Resistance point of view, they know they are on the same side as Alternate Attacks. So if we look at the lineups, as you mentioned, all 5 stacked players for Alternate Attacks. And Resistance, we've got Rigatores that had that overwhelming attack, but we didn't see massive amounts of expert breakdowns of the bases from the other players in the other matchup. I think they definitely need to pick things up moving into this one.
Yeah, it was Meshu and Flippy that missed the 3 stars. Obviously, for the rest of the guys, they pulled off those 3 stars. And for them, it's going to be the pressure on them coming up against, when you see someone post a perfect war, you have a lot to do.
And also, Alternate Attacks is going to be feeding off all that momentum of a perfect war, because obviously it's going to uplift the spirits in the team, in the clan. They're all going to be feeling good, and that confidence, especially in tournaments like this where it comes down to small mistakes, that confidence can make all the difference.
It certainly can, but they can't let anything slip. Resistance will be determined here. They will know that there's a good chance they could have faced Alternate Attacks in this semi-final, so I think they're going to be well prepared.
We're going to find out who will meet MCES in the grand finals in a little bit, straight after this short break. What do your friends and family think about you being a professional player?
I mean, I think some of my friends and family members, they think that's really cool, but there are also some of them which are saying like, yeah, okay, esport and like pro Clash of Clans player, that's not a real thing. Maybe focus more on your studies, but yeah.
Don't worry, my mom says the same thing to me, and I've been working in esports for like 4 years.
They're happy for me. As long as I enjoy it, they're happy.
At first, it was a difficult decision, but they support me a lot.
Ils sont très heureux pour moi.
They feel very well that I am playing in the competitive scene, and they are proud of it.
I mean, they just like support me, I guess, because I like that. I like doing Clash of Clans.
Aktuell nicht viel, weil wir noch sehr neu sind in der Szene. Deswegen, ja, nicht viel eigentlich.
They really understand it and they really appreciate it that I'm a professional player, and yeah, they're not that interested, but they like it.
Where is your favorite place to play?
In my room.
Très peu de temps, il a fallu faire quelques matchs contre des grosses équipes et je me suis rendu compte de mon niveau.
Well, there is not a favorite place. Whenever I feel like I want to do attack, even I am at home or at outside, I will just open my phone and play Clash of Clans and do my hit.
In my bed.
Zu Hause, an meinem Setup.
At home and on couch.
How long did it take for you to realize that you were really good at the game?
I played the game for like 4 years, I think, when I like really started to play in the competitive scene. And yeah, at some point I got better and better, and was one of the best in my team. And then I was realizing, yeah, that's nice, and that I'm really capable of doing something.
I think I wasn't good at first, and it's a lot of practice and, as I said, to look pro players' attacks and to learn from them.
I don't remember the moment. I've been playing for 7 years. It was probably 2 or 3 years.
À mon bureau.
When I got my base maxed at TH12, I started playing in the competitive scenes, and when I get a 3-star with my plan, it boosts my confidence, and I think of myself as a good player, and I can improve more and more.
Well, I realized that a year and a half ago, probably. That's when I started playing more competitively and more seriously.
Denk mal seit einem Jahr ungefähr.
It took me quite 1 to 2 years.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the second semi-finals. I need Demon Smith and Judah Soth alongside me to drop the knowledge bombs all the way through the day. We are on to alternate ATACs up against Resistance. It's going to be a tough challenge for Resistance here, I feel, Judo.
It certainly is. They are part of the Existence squad, but in the matchups before this, although Resistance put up 13 stars, alternate attacks got the perfect. So let's see if Resistance can start out this attack the way they mean to go on.
Meshio starting things off. I missed what he just lightened in there as it came in. I was a little late to the party, so I didn't see what he got down. I'm going to quickly browse around and assume it was a scatter shot that was there to prevent that A, or maybe an Inferno.
Yeah, I think it was a scatter shot looking at things, taking down that area, and also a quick use of the Royal Champion down there means that the Archer Queen can move up. Now look that the Tornado Trap has been activated. That is pretty huge because it means that he knows now he doesn't have to worry about that with the Lava Loon.
It's a little heal on the Royal Champion to get a little extra bang for buck. And here's going to be the Queen that continues down the side here. Now we've got to watch the time as well. We're hitting that 2-minute marker already. That King tanking out the artillery shells will hit the heel as well.
Oh!
Go head to head, but unfortunately the Inferno turret on him as well.
Yeah, and the Super Wall Breaker actually got busted. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a giant bomb. I couldn't quite see. There was so much going on. But Mechu has only managed to break into one layer of this base. He had 2 Super Wall Breakers. Maybe it was just as a backup. But let's hope he can get this one done. We're already down to 1 minute 45.
Good use of the freeze, catching the Queen out there. So we'll take down the Queen, and the Inferno will be next. But the artillery is still continuing to pummel down. I think a lot of heals have been used. A couple of minions down the south just to clear out any of the clutter. And here comes the Lava Loon down the south side with the Warden behind it.
Trying to push in towards that Town Hall heavily. Queen is low on health. Will have to force the ability. I think he might have wanted the second Super Warbreaker to move up into that more northern compartment. Looks like the Town Hall will fall here, but struggling with the balloons.
Yeah, absolutely, because that Inferno is still up. Meanwhile, the crossbow with focused on the Queen is actually helping out because the Warden's getting him for free while that Queen is being healed up. And now with a double crossbow on the Queen's going to drop. The Queen goes down. That's a little too late with the Royal Champion still standing. He's going to clear out those balloons as well, and this attack is falling apart.
There is a lot of base left over, and I can't help but think that alternate attacks know the fact that Resistance are a Lava Loon specialty clan and have set up this base to trip them up. Only, well, it looks like maybe 80% here by Resistance.
The Lava Pups will fall, or the mini Lava Hounds, as I like to call them now again, will go down. It is going to be, well, very little. A single minion in the top, maybe we'll make it 81%, but that is not the best start for Resistance. This is what we talked about coming into this game. Meshu didn't get that 3-star in the first quarterfinals and has failed once again here against Alternate ATAX, a team that absolutely won't let them slip so easily.
And with alternate attacks putting up perfect wars, you cannot afford to slip up. Let's see what Resistance have up their sleeve on defense as well, because Mechu actually thinks that defense is one of their strongest attributes and the most important. Let's hope that they can hold Boom off here, as it looks like he's starting the lightning spells to take down the clan castle.
Yeah, attacking one another. Boom's defenses were the ones that worked so well against Meshio. So Meshio see what he can bring. Doesn't find any hidden traps down the south side. And that's going to buy time for the Queen now to start pushing on through. Also drawing out that scatter nicely on the north side. There goes the Ice Troll down. This looks like a nice simple path around the north side for the Queen.
Yeah, this is interesting attack. Boom needs his Queen to step in here, uses the Barbarian King's ability to force the Queen in towards that scatter shot. Very nicely done. And check this out, she can actually take the Town Hall here as well. An interesting base design, more like something we would see in multiplayer when you are trying to protect the Town Hall and the 2-star. Boom has cracked into the left-hand side, taken that out, and he's looking to just fly around in that nice C shape now.
Yeah, really nice use of the Baby Dragon as well to tank out that Town Hall damage. It does mean, obviously, they left the space open for the Stone Slammer to just roll on through. And here comes the balloons down the south with the Warden being used just to cover them off and get them in closer and closer. And this is looking a very good attack suddenly for Boom.
It certainly is. The difficulty is there was a lot of Tesla around the scatter shot. That has pulled some of the balloons. Now, whilst they stay alive, it does mean that he's lost a little bit of momentum, but he's still got balloons at the top, and Boom is tearing apart this base. He's pretty much used all of his spells right at the end, and, well, how many balloons is that left over? I don't think I can count it at this point, D-Man. What an attack!
Absolutely fantastic. It is going to work out and will be, as we expected, a 3-star starter for Alternate ATAX Boom. And that is the delivery after defending so well against Meshio.
That is what we expected from alternate attacks, but it does mean that Resistance are on the back foot from the opening attack. They have to make sure to get some 3-stars up. We talked about this earlier in terms of rosters. I mean, what happens here? Do they put Rigatores up, or do they put someone up that they know can 3-star one of ATN's bases?
Well, that's just it. I mean, the pressure is on them. Rigatoni was the last to attack last time. Now, Diego is going to be next. He did get himself a 3-star in the very opening attack, Diego Jorge. So we'll see whether it can work out for him.
Yeah, Diego said when we interviewed all of the players that he watches the pro players on stream and tries to backtrack what it is that they've done and why it is they've done it in order to learn. So clearly a man that really puts a lot of attention to detail, and I'm hopeful that he can get this one done and keep Resistance's chance alive.
Hasn't used any opening lightning either, so different approach. Often seeing the scatter going down early or something like that to that, but they were certainly close enough together. But the Queen getting good bang for buck down the south side, as you'd expect, but always a little bit slow to go.
Has to use the rage spell because the minions in the clan castle are very powerful against the Archer Queen. They have such great range that he forces out a couple of early spells from Diego there.
Still not getting a great deal from that rage either. Still finally getting through the wall, but you can see that crossbow is putting a lot of work down on him, forcing him down. Meanwhile, the King did go down on the north side, so that attack has been stopped abruptly. A P.E.K.K.A down on the east. And I know you guys in chat, you'd love me to use the clock system, which I can quite happily. We had this discussion with Judo, and he prefers a north, south, east, west. And well, speaking out of the south, here comes the Hog Riders.
I'm pretty adjustable. Whatever works, it does not matter. Diego is pushing in the Hog Riders and Miners direct to this area. It's a similar base layout to what we've seen taken out with Hog Riders and Miners earlier on in the tournament, but they are doing incredibly well right now. The multi-target Inferno that is targeting the healers is the major threat, but thankfully some Hog Riders peel across and take that out. Looking pretty good now for Diego.
Tesla's doing so much damage to the Hog Riders, though. We got a lot down there, but the Royal Champion will join the party, and he's going to burn down the turrets. You can see the Eagle Artillery going down in the center, as well as now the balloons continue through to try and cover off any other protection, as my cat's getting involved in the cast. I don't know why, but either way, the Royal Champion is doing work.
I don't think there's anything that can stop Resistance now. So many troops around. Notice the freeze spell on the clan castle of alternate attacks for a couple of extra swag points, making sure that Resistance stamp their mark and just hope that ATN slip up.
Fantastic. Diego with the double 3-star, delivered in the quarterfinals and delivers here in the semifinals in style, and puts the pressure back onto alternate ATAX. It will be the next match coming up. It's going to be Yo-Yo for alternate ATAX attacking Diego's base.
Well, let's be honest. Alternate attacks have had 6 attacks so far today and 6 3-stars, so they want to continue that. Couple of balloons in order to tank initially. Does get a black bomb, sending the battle blimp in, trying to get to the single target Inferno. He does get there, pulls out the clan castle, getting very good value right now.
Absolutely working so well for him, pushing on through. And there's the Queen now on the top. Often we'd see it at the start. It's going to be delayed by all of these minions. Has to use the freeze to slow things down. Was there an ice troll in there? It was a freeze spell.
Yeah, it was a freeze spell. I think he recognized that there was so many troops, and the last thing you want to do is lose your Queen's abilities. So he just uses the freeze spell to make sure, to be honest, trying to set the funnel over to the northwestern side of the base, or the 10 o'clock area. Then we have the P.E.K.K.A and Bowler coming in directly to the town hall.
Absolutely, they're going to be pushing straight into the town hall. Meanwhile, you can see this sweep around to the west is looking great for the King, raged up and absolutely dominating. But the Royal Champion should be able to take down the King. Yes, so the King will fall on the side there, but that's going to be the town hall drop. The first star comes in as they continue the charge.
With the Royal Champion deployed to the left-hand side of the base, she will be able to swoop around here so long as the P.E.K.K.A can move through. The good thing about the P.E.K.K.A is that the scatter shot basically doesn't do any damage, so they take it down incredibly fast. The single is locked onto the troops in the middle, but with Tesla down this area, Royal Champion's ability will need to go off and does not get any damage to the single target Inferno. Can she get through that?
Looks like she should, as the heal came through, and the Champion will take down that. The Frost comes in as well, just to confirm, I think, to get the second one as well. And meanwhile, the Queen pushing through the walls, taking down all the towers as well. This is looking like a great charge. 58 seconds on the clock, not a great deal left to deliver. This is going to be all on the Queen and the Warden.
It is, and it's all about time. She is trying to go through the wall towards the gold mine, but actually we need her to go the other way in order to get to the other buildings. 40 seconds, Queen ability in tow, but I think he's saving onto it just in case she does take damage. There it goes. Tornado catches her. That could be the difference maker if time were to run out.
30 seconds left. The bomb goes off. It doesn't catch the Queen, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be a tight run. I just don't think there's time left. With 20 seconds to go, there's too much for the Queen to do.
Yeah, the headhunter comes into the bottom of the base trying to rescue things. The Queen is fine with the healers, but it is all about time. Alternate attack slipping up for the first time in this tournament. They will still be ahead of Resistance on percentage, but moving through, we do not know yet who is going to snatch this war and move on to the finals to face MCES.
The first crack in the alternate ATAX defenses shows, and at last there is a fall to a 2-star, and that opens things up for Resistance. We know that Rigatoni is still yet to play. We know there are other players. I think it was Corona that actually missed out on the 3-star by like a fraction, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how this one can work out for Resistance. Obviously, there's Space Station Gamer players in there. Can deliver. They're very much experienced. It's going to be Flippy this time around, though.
Yeah, I was just about to mention Krisan and Flippy, two of the top attackers of Resistance, and one of them steps up to the plate. We do have the lightning spells with 3 earthquakes as well, so it looks like we're trying to take the clan castle and get a bit of damage onto the Inferno as well, so that the Royal Champion Seeking Shield can finish that off. Oh, he's missed the clan castle.
He didn't get enough. He didn't get enough down on it. That might hurt him. We'll see how that affects the attack, or whether he can make the adjustments. The Ice Troll down up in the north side. The King, meanwhile, and the Queen down there. That's going to freeze out. So the champion as well, it's going to be a full hero push on the north.
Yeah, he needs to just push everything in, because he had enough spells to take down the clan castle. He must have missed with one of the lightning spells in order to leave a tiny little bit of health, and the clan castle troops are going to be a big nightmare right now.
The King chasing the troop instead of going for the clan castle. Disaster with the rage, and now the Queen's going to fall as well, and he really has not got what he needed from this one. And Felipe having to use the Queen ability already to naught effect, and this is not going how Flippy started this one off.
He needs to adapt now. We know that he wanted the clan castle in order to allow the heroes to the town hall. Looks like what he is doing is waiting. I thought he might have sent in the stone slammer, but it's the battle blimp he uses through the Grand Warden's ability to get to the town hall. If he can get that down and save some of the troops inside, he might just be able to help support the lava loon, but it's definitely not as planned so far.
Absolutely. This is not looking great. You can see the balloons bunching up there, looking to get caught out. There's been a whirlwind in there at the moment. You can see the crossbows going off. Here comes the artillery as well, pouring the damage down into the warden. They got a few more balloons coming over on the north side as well to try and get the damage down, but there's just not enough. This is going all kinds of wrong for Resistance.
All kinds of wrong, and we talk about pathing so often. Getting your defense targeting troops such as the balloons into the center. Notice that the Eagle artillery stands in that region, and that is the difference maker here. Once the balloons pathed around it, they were going to be taking damage throughout the entire attack. The Eagle can pretty much hit anything on the base, and alternate attacks gave Resistance a bit of an opening, but they haven't taken it.
Wow. And that's just gonna give, well, alternate ATAX a real chance to just push away from this one. We've not seen the nade yet. Obviously, we've not seen Rigatores from Resistance. We know he's likely to be the final player to come out for them. the one last wizard will go down. Okay, there we go. So it is just going to be at 83%, and You know what? While obviously it could be a 2-star, and 2-star is fine sometimes, you want a high percentile, and that's going to drag the whole team percentage down. When the door was open for a possible victory there, it is going to be Ast, the next one for alternate ATAX against Rigatores' defense.
It is going to be the Lightning into Lava Loon again. The percentage, so much of an advantage now to ATN Attacks. If they were to get a 3-star, they are cruising in this war. With the Lightning, he does take down a central area of the base. Like yourself, I missed actually what it was, but it looks like it was a scatter shot.
It did look like that, yeah. Meanwhile, okay, let's see what the Royal Champion can do.
Oh, he's missed the single.
He missed it. Oh, well. It just goes to show that, you know, even the top pros can make these mistakes. And a small slip like that opens up the entire south side. That Inferno should be gone. The tower should be gone. The champion should have taken it down, but it's not. And that could change the attack completely.
It could change everything. I think he has to wait and then use balloons. Or wait a second, the king is moving over there with his ability. He will be able to get through that, but the single is locked onto the king. He gets to the single, takes it down, and I think Ast gets away with that one.
Absolutely. The Wall Wrecker also coming in and doing its job. That will be the hull going down in just a moment, but that crossbow still doing some serious damage across the side. You can see the trolls, they keep on going down, but there's just not enough damage on that hull.
Interesting that he chose to use ice golems in the Wall Wrecker to protect the Archer Queen. Obviously felt like going with that rather than sneaky goblins was a more comfortable method. Maybe let the Archer Queen get a little bit more damage. He gets what is needed, let's be honest. And now here comes the Lava Loon.
And the balloons come through. The Lava Hounds will pop. The pups will come through. The Eagle Artillery looks like it will fall without any problems, but where are those hidden traps? I can see the bombs being drawn, the black bombs being drawn away on the western side, so that mitigates the damage there. But I still feel that opening attack is really where it went wrong. Is there enough left here to get the 3-star? 70% and counting. Still a lot of turrets to be had in this north side.
Yeah, it's difficult to predict. I think he's got enough, but I think the question is, has the opening rocked Ast here? And is he going to make any more errors? One final haste, saving onto it. Oh, he uses it early to try and get the single and push through to the air defense, but the balloons move around. That could be the difference maker here. 30 seconds. It's going to be close. Still difficult to predict, actually.
Throws out the one more balloon, but I think he wanted it to path to the north to take those buildings down. Instead, it's joined the rest of the pack. Oh no! Black bomb comes through. That's going to take a couple more balloons down as well. Finds a cheeky little trap that he wasn't expecting. 10 seconds remaining, 96%. The lava pups coming through. They should just have enough. 4, 3, 2, 1. There's that one building. Oh, it's a 99% zero. Oh no!
Oh my word! The difference maker being the single target infernos, the single target inferno that didn't go down, having to adapt around that. 99%. It still means that alternate attacks are way in the lead on percentage. But remember, stars are all that matter. So the stars are equal. Resistance still with every opportunity to take this.
And it's Chrisan and Rigatores to attack. The last two remaining for Resistance. Two fantastic players. It will be Chrisan up next against Yo-Yo's defense. Is there a possibility for a 3-star? Chrisan has to deliver now for Resistance.
Going with the hybrid attack, one lightning and the earthquake, so it looks like we will have that royal champion technique we talk of down to the bottom area of the base. Now he's not going to be able to get the Archer Queen, but I wonder if he's just softening up the area here to then push the heroes in, take down the scatter shot and the Queen.
Well, Royal Challenger does manage to get at least the Inferno down, along with the lightning, and now the Queen, of course, opening up the pathing for the Queen to go off to the right-hand side. And that's where the healer's now going to drop down with that balloon to try and sniff out the traps.
Yeah, looks like he decides to just send the Queen around to the Town Hall. Potentially, we will see the Hog Riders and Miners coming in from the 8 o'clock area directly towards the scatter shot. But we'll just have to wait and see how this one pans out.
I got a feeling then crossbows are going to transition onto the healers in a moment. Let's see where this queen paths. Okay, that's why the king's up there, and it's just managed to pull the queen through the center.
Yeah, Queen's going to step up here, should be able to take down the defending Archer Queen. I think the reason he's charging the Queen into the Town Hall is notice all of the gaps around the defenses in the Town Hall. Maybe he is predicting a lot of spring traps in that area. However, over to the other side of the base, the defenses are a little bit more compact. So the Hog Riders and Miners would be safer through that section. Oh no, he just sends them into the Town Hall anyway.
Sends them straight in on the Town Hall. The Hog Riders coming on through. So this is going to be a blitz effect through the north and just try and sweep around. Let's see what it can do, because that artillery, the Eagle artillery, is still doing some serious damage at the moment with how much they are stacked up. That Eagle artillery is going to keep on popping off. I'm looking to see where it focuses. The Hog Riders continuing around. They're on the scatter right now, getting the damage down, but the Eagle artillery, you can see it is landing on the Hogs.
Yeah, I think he must have wanted the Queen into the center. I'm so surprised on the deployment of the Hog Riders and Miners. Basically did that to redirect the Queen into the middle, as has happened. But is it too little too late? There's so many defenses left.
Yeah, and the Hogs are gone. The Hogs are gone. There's very little left. It's all on the Queen. You can see 49 seconds. There's no way. The Queen's struggling still to get through the wall. We'll get through this one. We'll be able to take down the few defenses around him. I don't think she can reach the Inferno from there and will fall. The healer's not enough to get her through.
Resistance struggling, big style here. The percentage nowhere near alternate attacks. So really it comes down to whether they can hold the mighty alternate attacks off on defense. If they can, they are still in with an opportunity, but they're not taking the chances that they are given.
And now they've got to hope there is another 2-star performance from alternate attacks. You're looking towards the enemy team and hoping that they can give you the chances, because as of right now, they're certainly not going to hit the 13-star. They can hit the 12-star at best with Riga Torres on the final attack. But for alternate attacks, if they pull out a 3-star here, they are looking golden to take this.
Yeah, I mean, if they put on a 3-star right now, they would have to get an incredibly low percentage 2-star in their next attack, with Resistance also taking the 3 because of the percentage advantage they have. And who is it? Nobody else but Linnaeus to try and put alternate attacks well in the lead and comfortably moving through to the finals.
Linnaeus starts things off with, once again, the Queen down the bottom. It is going to be the Battle Blimp going straight through for the Town Hall. We'll see whether it managed to get there in time. It will not. It drops at the scatter. The scatter will go down, but I don't think that's going to get close enough damage on towards the Town Hall. There'll be nothing to come from it.
I think he actually wanted the scatter, and this is an interesting move because I think Filippi might have thought he had that area covered from the Battle Blimp technique because of the sweeper. But Linnaeus used the freeze and used the Battle Blimp in that area anyway. So I think that's a little bit of a weakness that Linnaeus has identified. And with the Queen charging through, look, she can take the second scatter shot, meaning that Hog Riders are well protected. Good base identification here.
Yep, King pushes on through to the north. That's going to pull the Queen in towards his scanner and onto the Town Hall. In just a moment, you can see the Queen will be able to focus off as well. Perfectly done. The King will fall up in the north, but that's fine. His job is done. The sweeps are going to push the healers away just briefly, but nothing really coming from it.
The Super Wall Breaker targets directly into the middle. That will allow the Queen even further. He pops the Tornado Trap so he doesn't have to worry about that with Hog Riders. Linnaeus is charging through this base so well that I can't really see too much more going wrong right now. Hog Riders will be deployed momentarily. He's just waiting on the Clan Castle troops going down.
Yeah, the Clan Castles goes off, and here comes the Hogs over on the west-hand side. West-hand side? That's not even a word. But either way, the Queen is still fine in the middle, and the rest of the Hogs are going to come to join the party. The Warden following up the rear. going to pop his ability to try and keep them all alive as they get onto that Eagle artillery.
And the Grand Warden skin is the Party Warden, so perfect choice of words on that one though. As the Hog Riders move through, a rage spell not needed for the Queen will push them through the remaining defenses. Still has freeze spells, still has the Queen's ability and the Royal Champion's ability. Linnaeus proving how good he is.
Yeah, plenty of time to finish off this base. The Hogs and the Champion with all the damage they need to just bust on through that base, hopping over the walls as they go. The Queen now rotating all the way around clockwise to finish off the northern side, while the Hogs and the Champion finish off the south. This is a simple 3-star. That's what alternate ATACs needed. They are 1 foot into the finals.
They have moved themselves so much closer with this epic 3-star by Linnaeus. Interestingly, Linnaeus actually said that he always feels he is going to fail before he attacks. But he proves himself wrong again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, well, we know it's Rigatores. We know he can do 3 stars, and he's got to do a 3-star. And I'm just trying to think who is left for alternate ATACs to attack. I think, is it Yo-Yo?
I think it's Vale.
Oh, Vale, yes, you're right. You're correct.
Yeah,
and Vale, yeah.
I think you mentioned it correctly, didn't you? Rigatores has to 3-star here if there is any glimmer of hope of alternate attacks, then slipping up and allowing the war to be won by resistance.
It needs to be such a bad 2-star as well, with 98.2% for alternate ATACs. It's going to have to be a real stinker. And here comes the Battle Blimp straight in. The free spell actually just clearing. Surprised that he didn't try and push it at the same time. Oh no, that got pushed back. Is it going to be enough to get around? I don't think it is. This could be a fault in Rigatores' attack.
It certainly is, because he had sneaky goblins in there as well. So he clearly wanted the Town Hall with that Battle Blimp. As they move to the Town Hall, he actually has them sprung off the map as well. That actually does him a favor to protect the balloon. But Rigatores has to adapt now. He's going to have to just send his Lava Loon into that portion unless he saves the Royal Champion.
I wonder if he just slightly mistimed that with the freeze and the sweeps there. It looked like it was just slightly out, but the scatter shot is going to go down. But you can see the damage on the north side is slowly whittling away. The king will fall, and now it's all on the Archer Queen right now to deliver. You can see the bombs will move in. The balloons will find out the traps, but oh my god, that double crossbow is working hard for those healers. The healers are taking damage from the tower. This is all going wrong for Rigatores.
He is trying to keep his Archer Queen alive as best as possible, but there she goes. Archer Queen down, nothing he can do now. Sends in the Lava Loon, wants to try and activate the Town Hall with that one little minion so the Royal Champion can finish it off. What type of percentage can Rigatores get? Can he even get this done against all odds?
I don't even think they have a chance here, because they're looking at alternate ATACs to get a simple 1-star. This is not going to be a 3. There's no chance of that. The Royal Champion doing what he can against the Hall. Should be able to take the Hall down with the last spear, but it's going to be enough. I don't think so. The rest of the balloons pushing on through. The minions are working it down. It's going to be very tight here with 40 seconds to go.
It's not going to happen, but Rigatores has been incredible with that attack. To be honest, the way that it fell apart at the start, this is pretty close. It's not far away. He did have a lot of balloons. Had he have been able to use the rage spell on the balloons rather than the Royal Champion, it could have made all the difference, but it's not going to be enough. Resistance will only have 11 stars. So basically, ATN just need a star to close this one out now.
Single star is all it requires. Simply pop that hole early on and job done. That's all they require. But I think Vale is going to want more than that. I think he wants a bit of style. His defenses have just worked. And an unusual error, I think it's safe to say, for Rigatores there. Obviously, just not quite timing that Battle Blimp.
Yeah, but that proves that even the best players in the world do make mistakes. So whenever the wars are ongoing and, we see the top level players coming in, you never know, because they can slip up, and all you need to do as the opponent is keep putting up the stars. Keep the pressure on. Vale wants to close this one out, as you mentioned, and here he comes with the lightning spells to take out the clan castle, and I think you're right. He's just wanting an early stab at the town hall as well.
Yeah, it's where the percentage will come. It's all he really needs, but will he want that extra style points? The 3-star victory would be the icing on the cake. It is going to be the Queen up on the north with the King. Does find a couple of those hidden Tessas, but should be fine. The King's there to tank it up. This is the Golem will go down. Now, the Queen will move on to that Inferno. That will be easy. Doesn't matter. It's going to freeze it up anyway, just to make sure. By the time for the King down south, raises him up, and away he goes, and they're just going to tear the south side apart.
Protecting the Royal Champion as well. A very nice move that, in order to direct the Queen to the Town Hall and also protect the Royal Champion so she could get a little bit more value down through the bottom area of this base. He has taken out an incredible amount of percentage, but also a lot of key buildings.
Yeah, that Inferno took a spear from the champion as well, so that's not a lot of hit points on that. You can see the balloons descending on it right now. The artillery will go down. The Queen was finished off, of course, but it doesn't matter then. There's enough done already. We've already hit that 1-star marker as the rest moves through. The Battle Beam, the Stone Slammer doing some serious work as that pushes onto the artillery. The artillery should fall any second now. The scatter shot's what they need though, but what's in the blimp? It's more balloons, of course it is.
Uses the freeze spell to push them on top of it. They are very low in health now. Vale doesn't really mind. They have the victory, the 2 stars, but he wants the 3. Uses the final haste to push the balloons to the multi. If they get this down, it could be the 3 stars. They need to move to the air defense. 1 balloon moves across. Will indeed take that. Vale finishing off in style for ATN Attacks with another 3-star. What a dominating performance.
Did we expect anything less from Alternate ATACs? It may not be the perfect war this time around, but it will still be a 13-star victory up against some very, very good players. That's for sure. Solid performance. Alternate ATACs will be in the finals against MCES. They were the number 1 and 2 seeds. They were there for a reason, and we're going to have one hell of a battle on our hands.
We certainly are, and both teams achieving 13 stars in the semi-finals to move into the grand final. We also have the show match ahead of that with Queen Walkers and Darkest Muzhan, so incredible matches still to come.
Absolutely, some fantastic matches. Really looking forward to see what we have, and I'm really looking forward to see Judo break that one down after the break. We all learn something when Judo does that. We'll see you after the break, ladies and gentlemen, in a moment.
We have a grand final on our hands. MCES is going to face off against Alternate Attacks. And that performance from Alternate Attacks, they showed some chinks in their armor. And I actually think if Resistance had taken advantage of those chinks, we could have a very different final.
Very much so. I mean, the door was there. It was open. It was waiting for Resistance to walk on through it and put a real challenge in there. But every time it was unanswered by those 2 stars. And they weren't strong 2 stars either. They were 80%ers. They were not the big 90, 99s that we were seeing throughout the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder whether they are to open up the door like that for MCES, who have mentioned this is their World Championships. Would they be able to take advantage of it? So definitely going to be interesting for that final.
I do think as well, though, that Jojo had that small slip up. And the moment that happened, I think if you were MCES and you were watching this, you would have gone, okay, hold on, we have an opportunity here because look, there's the first mistake. And then slowly again, as the war continued, I thought that they just kept, the slip ups became bigger. And that's concerning for me, much like what I said about MCES earlier on as well. It almost feels like both these teams have lost a little bit of momentum in the semifinals.
I think they definitely showed cracks in their performance, and for me it's really just who steps up. But you know, we did see some good defensive layouts as well. Felipe struggling on the replay you see right now to get the job done, because ATN continue to have areas of their base that just tripped the opponent up, and I think that's where Resistance just kept falling short.
Resistance, though, still performed really well. I think that they put up a really good fight. What are some of the things that you noted from them and their strategy that they could maybe improve on a little bit so that the next time they face off against ATN, they've got it in the bag?
I think it was probably more the fact that Resistance are known for being the best in the world at Queen Charge Lava Loon, and a couple of times they tried the attack and it didn't work because ATN were probably able to predict that, in fact, so maybe that had a big impact on it.
Do you think that ATN Attacks have got some things hidden in their pockets, maybe getting ready for the grand finals and obviously Worlds as well, possibly going to surprise us?
I'm not sure if they're going to go for a surprise tactic, but one thing's for sure, they know what MCS are going to do. MCES. These guys have played each other a whole bunch of times. They are very much aware of one another.
Yeah, they had a couple of really good advantages they took part of. We mentioned earlier on the telestrator with the Witches taking advantage of the 2 scatter shots together. And I actually wanted to highlight that in this attack by Linnaeus because a similar principle was taken advantage of. When we look at the base, I think Linnaeus identified that there were 2 scatter shots in the town hall together. We mentioned how important these buildings are. So how does he take that down? Well, the Yeti blimp is a fantastic method, and on base design we have a sweeper that is pointing in the direction of the scatter shot. So I think Resistance thought they had this method covered from one side, but Linnaeus feels like he can just use a freeze to take out the sweeper and enable the battle blimp to come through. So very nicely done. Now he could have rotated and just used the battle blimp on the other side, but by using the 1 freeze to take out the scatter shot on the left, it means that his Archer Queen charge, when it is deployed into this area, has a lot better value because we have the enemy Queen and an Inferno Tower. So I think that's why the 1 freeze spell was so much better value for the Queen to then be deployed. Now, whenever you are using a Queen charge, you always need to set the pathing, and the Yeti blimp has already done that. Taken out a huge chunk of the base, the Queen is not going to the left. She is moving to the right now, and this is where the Barbarian King on the outside sets up the funnel for her to move in. So you always have to be thinking 3 steps ahead as to where your Queen will go. And in this situation, she's then able to take down the scattershot, the town hall, so all of the splash we mentioned, and also the Queen and the Inferno Tower. So ATN have been taking advantage of base weaknesses, I feel, and using creative methods to do so. Now, with the Hog Riders, it is all about defensive pathing. So We have the Town Hall down, which is important. You would need the Grand Warden's ability to get through that. But also the other thing you need is the Clan Castle troops. And that is why Linnaeus is waiting onto this. As soon as the Clan Castle troops are lured, they come to the Queen. That is when the Hog Riders are deployed from the left-hand side. And we have defensive pathing. All we mean by that is this nice L shape around the base. The Hog Riders will continue to move up, and it's very predictable where they will go because of the defenses. The only thing which could cause them to move to the outside are the mortars on the outside. So that is where you want to save on to just a couple of Hog Riders to try and reinforce, and now you see them coming in. What that does is keeps the main pack moving to the Inferno Tower, which is the main defense. When he doesn't have to use the Rage, he can use it with the Hog Riders in order to help power them through, and in the end for this one, by taking advantage of that small base weakness, he was able to overwhelm it. So, Hog Riders, how do you get it done? Create pathing, try to take out the Town Hall, because then you can use the Grand Warden's ability anyway. Be conscious of the Clan Castle, and also trying to take down as much splash damage, which Linnaeus was able to do with the Yeti Blimp, getting the Town Hall, Scattershot, and then the Queen Charge for the Scattershot and Town Hall. That left the defensive pathing for Hog Riders to move on around, and I feel it is the advantage that we've seen from ATN attacks, taking parts of the base that have a little weakness and really just using creative methods.
Judo Sloth is basically turning us all into pro Clash of Clans players by the end of the ESL Mobile Open with these breakdowns. Let's take a look at that bracket now. Your grand finalists, of course, we've mentioned them now, and now you know this is the journey that they took to get there. MCES will take on Alternate Attacks in our grand final. But before we get into the grand final, we're going to have a little bit of fun with the King of the Castle. So Judo, Queen Walkers taking on Darkest Muzan. How do you think this one's going to go down?
Oh, this is tough. Queen Walkers and Darkest Muzan both qualified into the World Championship finals. Darkest Muzan qualified in the 5th qualifier, Queen Walkers in the 6th. So it's a little bit of a match that the teams can use to scout out their opponents for World Championships.
And obviously it's also bragging rights, because you want to go into the World Championship saying that you are the King of the Castle. It just gives you a little bit of a confidence boost.
Absolutely, and let's not forget it's Japan versus China. There is a little bit of history there over the millennials, but yeah, absolutely. Coming into this one, obviously Queen Walkers off the back of what was an exhilarating qualification for them. Coming into this one, absolutely will want to take Darkest Muzan down, as you say. Going into Worlds as the King of the Castle.
And the thing about King of the Castle as well is it is bragging rights, but there are 10,000 gems for the winning team and a streamer kit for each of the winning players. So a lot on the line as well. They get to practice for Worlds, and they will be trying to take home that prize as well.
It is always nice when there's a little prize at the end. That's what they're going to want. Who are the players we should be keeping an eye on?
Well, Klaus is probably the coolest looking player you'll ever see.
Well, I think Wei of Darkest Muzan actually was in the World Championship winning team last year, Nova, so he's probably the main person to be keeping your eye on.
There we go. Those are the players you need to watch. We are going to have a little bit of fun. When we get back from the break, it is King of the Castle. First question, which troop is your favorite?
My favorite troop is the Archer Queen.
Hawk Riders.
La guérisseuse.
Superhexe.
Balloons.
Dragon is my favorite troop.
My favorite troop is the Loom.
I think that's the Headhunter.
Who, in your opinion, is the best Clash of Clans player in the world?
In my opinion, the best Clash of Clans player in the world is Stana from my clan.
Well, there are a lot of good Clash of Clans players. I think like Boom or someone like these guys on the top of them.
Je pense qu'il n'y a pas un meilleur joueur.
Ast from Alternate Attacks.
I would say Lineage.
Well, personally, I think Junghang from Batang is the best player in the world.
For my opinion, the best player is Michael DP.
Leonade.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of what could be an absolute memorable match between Queen Walkers and Darkest Muzan. It is an exhibition match. It is going to be the king of the castle. It has continued on throughout the last couple of months, this one, Judo, and it has been some very entertaining games.
There has been, and a little bit of background history. Alternate Attacks, who we will be seeing in the grand final after this, they lost to Nishang Dance earlier on in the tournament. Nishang Dance lost to Existence. Existence lost to Darkest Muzan. And that is where we now have Darkest Muzan versus Queen Walkers. Who's going to take the whole thing, though?
By that path, nobody's retained it. So therefore, Darkest Muzan will lose.
Darkest Muzan actually beat Existence with a perfect war in the previous matchup. So they are moving into this with full confidence. But we referenced earlier Queen Walkers with a very good performance in the previous qualifiers, beating the dominant INTZ in the finals.
Yeah, an absolute epic game, and we're straight into it. The Queen Walkers starting off their attack. It will be Stardra that will start things off against Tai.
And this is unorthodox, shall we say, right off the bat. The Super Witches, but with bats for the back end of the base. So the Super Witches can sometimes be a little bit slow, but if you can take down enough splash damage, bats are incredibly quick to finish off the rest of the base.
Wasn't it Yuta that used the bats in the INTZ
He did.
game?
He did.
Yeah.
He used them alongside the dragons. So maybe a bit of a favorite for Queen Walkers.
Maybe a bit of discussion. Maybe a little bit of homage to the victory that they had against INTZ. But obviously starting things off with the healer in the water. It's going to be a slow start. Already gone in this one. A very slow start.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to take the Town Hall, in fact. And the fact that he uses a Rage tells me that he is. The Rage spell is only used to speed the Grand Warden up. He's not in danger, but it would take him forever to take through that Town Hall. And you see there's already a minute done. So he uses the Rage to speed the Grand Warden through that. But with the Town Hall down, that's a very good start.
Actually going to get that tower down with the balloons as well, so that works out. Here comes the Witches, as we expected. And now the real push begins. The King over on the western side. And the Pecker up there as well.
This is interesting because he's going to use the jump to directly target the inside. He doesn't. Wow. I thought he was going to use the jump a little bit further up, 1 or 2 tiles further up, to access the center. That's interesting.
Piling on through. There's the jump, and now everybody goes through into the center. It doesn't look like the Warden's path as he wanted, though. Maybe he wanted him to go more central than this one. I'm not too sure if they're going to get close enough to that tower that's putting a lot of damage down.
I can't believe he didn't use the jump to get to the center. The multi-inferno is tearing apart the troops. Surely he's seen that moving into the base. He has to just start with the bats now to the right-hand side and hope that he can get the multi-target inferno down.
It's just putting so much damage down. There's nothing they can do. The Queen is in all sorts of trouble. He's going to have to pop the ability in a moment. You can see the bats are getting a lot of value for money, but the rest of the force in the center has been obliterated. The Queen is just going to step away, but with very little health left. The bat's going to continue through. This is going to be an incredibly close one, but I think there's too much damage done at the start.
Yeah, and the multi-target Inferno finishes off the bats. He could have used the freeze spell to get the multi, but I think he was trying to save onto it for the wizard tower at the north. I can't help but think that the jump spell placement was a big mistake. If that had have been 2 tiles further up, it would have allowed the witches into the multi-target Inferno compartment, and I think this was a 3-star. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that single witch is going to be all that's left in the central, and you can see just trying to slowly beat that wall down, but with that gone down, he's going to turn his attention, and don't forget the Royal Champion sat in there ready and waiting. They're going to run out of time. 91%, 2-star for starter of the Queen Walkers. Not the start they were looking for.
Bit of a nervous start, I would think, because he misplaced the jump. I can't see any other way that he meant to place it where he did. He didn't have anything else to get to the core. So a big mistake there, right at the start, and gifting Darkest Muzhan an opportunity, especially when they got the perfect war in the last round of the King of the Castle.
I think we're going to have the opening start for Darkest Muzhan. I think it's going to be Wei. It is going to be Wei. Okay, Wei starting things off against Klaus.
Yeah, and remember I said Wei was part of the winning team of last year's World Championships, Nova, and he was actually the MVP of the entire tournament. So this is a man that has a lot of talent, uses the Earthquake spells around the bottom area of the base to take out the Clan Castle and get a lot of damage onto the Town Hall. Alongside the single Inferno, I think Royal Champion might be coming into this area.
Yeah, that has just carved open that central point. You can see the Queen already down the bottom. So it's just going to work out. Won't have the healer backup. Just a little draw with a little goblin on the eastern side there to see if there's any traps. That's going to ball the time for the king to come through with the ice golems to set the charge.
Yeah, there is the Ice Golem as well. Probably see that ability, which will finish off the single target Inferno. Directly then targets the Town Hall. Will take down a lot of the major buildings right now. Queen still has the ability. King still has the ability. I think he's going up for that scatter shot as well, which is fantastic value.
Queen just being tanked as much as he can, obviously covering off. The king will finally fall, and now the queen just uses that ability in the last second. Will fall eventually though.
Oh,
now let's see what comes from it. Was it enough? As here we go, the next siege comes through. Stone Slammers gonna lead the charge and try and tank out most of that damage for the balloons.
I think he wanted the scatter shot and the enemy queen, in fact, because there is so much damage to the back end of the base. He does have 3 headhunters, will be using them through the Grand Warden's ability, but the Grand Warden needs to move up with the balloons. Finally moves forward, reinforces the lava balloon from the top to try and help the pathing through the middle. Gets a little bit fortunate that the tornado trap has already popped, and that will mean that the balloons are caught in it, but only for a fraction of a second.
He's getting so much from that Stone Slammer. It's still going. It's just piling on through. The crossbows will fall. There's a mega stack of balloons here. This is looking like a 3-star in the back. I don't think there's too much that can stop it. The Warden's going to have to face off a moment ago against that king. The king's just sat helpless as the balloons go passing over his head. And this is looking like a tremendous, tremendous start for Darkest Muzhan.
Well, maybe Wei did not want the scatter shot or the queen at the start of the attack. He didn't need it. He had spells left over, and he still has spells left over.
Got a freeze.
With a pack of balloons. This is why he was the MVP of last year's World Championships, putting Darkest Muzhan out to an early lead.
Well, you said they had the perfect win over existence. And they've started off once again here with a 3-star in style. Still, 18 seconds to go in this one, and absolutely stacks and stacks of minions to do it for him. Wei will take down Klaus in a 3-star opening for Darkest Muzhan, putting the pressure onto the Queen Walkers.
They need to respond, don't they? And the thing that I always admire about the top-level attacks is when you can save onto troops and spells at the end. That shows that you planned the entire thing and you didn't panic either. So Wei had freeze spells, haste spells, everything left at the end of that. But Stars needs to respond. Now, interestingly, Stars was actually the MVP for the Queen Walkers, getting 5 perfect attacks in the previous qualifier. So he'll be wanting to respond right now.
Quakes go down. Does manage to get the clan hall down, but the And the clan hall in there as well. The golem getting quickly popped out. Didn't get a great deal with that one, but it does manage to freeze out those Teslas, which is what he was aiming at. And he will be able to finish him off with the Royal Champion and the King. The King taking so much damage. Have to use the heal on him straight away. Get that ability off the Queen. The Champion also under serious fire. The heal goes through on him, but gets the damage done. Hops over the wall, and that turret will fall. Gets enough from it. So, what path has he opened up here?
Did take a lot of damage with the Teslas, but the Ice Golem came in really valuable. And what he has done is allowed the Queen in towards the bottom area of the base, where the Scattershot and Defending Queen is. And I think the Lava Loon will just go directly into the Town Hall from over at 4 o'clock. Here we come, and that means the single target Inferno really isn't a threat at this point. That's why we have a couple of balloons in, because you never want to take major damage from your Lava Hound or from your Battle Blimp. But check it out, there is a black bomb following it. Can it get to the Town Hall in time? It can.
Gets over that wall. That's the most important part. You can see there's a Lava Hound inside as well. More importantly, the Queen got taken down on the south side. Did manage to get the other Queen down, which is the main target of that attack. As now the balloons come in, the pups are popping, the Hound will push on through. And is there enough? The minions coming around. Okay, let's see what can stop them in their path here. I don't think there's a lot. The sweep is facing the opposite direction. That's going to do nothing.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot. There's a couple of splash damage defenses, but look at Stars bringing balloons from every single angle. The splash damage won't really be able to take a hold onto these balloons. Probably going to use the Grand Warden's ability pretty soon, I would think, because the balloons are about to split up. He does, and has 2 haste and a freeze for the back end Scattershot. Looking incredible for Stars.
Fantastic attack. This has worked out absolutely perfectly to plan. No adjustments required, it seems. The minions even going to take down the King on the top there just to rub salt in the wounds. The balloon should split, hopefully, because he's got 40 seconds. There's still plenty of time to take everything down that's standing.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, and exactly the response that Queen Walker's needed. Behind already to Darkest Muzhan's early 3-star attack, but that is the 2 MVPs attacked, if you will. Way of Darkest Muzhan has already got the 3 stars. Stars with the responding 3-star, so it's all down to the rest of the team now. Beautiful start here. Darkest Muzhan, though, need to keep the pressure going.
Living up to his name and delivering the stars. So, Darkest Muzhan, you know what? If they've had the perfect score, the perfect war against existence, so we know that every player is totally capable of pulling out the 3-star. It is going to be 25 plus versus Stadra, and we'll see. Interesting defensive setup.
Yeah, very spread out base here. Clan Castle in the center. Now, the reason the Clan Castle is in the center with nothing around it is so that you can't really get good lightning damage, because you're only getting the Clan Castle. So that's why the base is like that. But it's going to all be about how well 25 plus can pick apart each and every area of the base. So it looks like he's Queen charging the northern area. He will have a plan for the area with the Town Hall, probably something else to the south, Royal Champion maybe, and he'll just be trying to pick apart the different areas of the base with different troops.
Ooh, that Queen taken very low, has to use the ability early on. And we'll finally get that turret down, the Inferno turret. Now we'll see the damage coming through, but they maybe possibly used that a little earlier than he planned there, as the Royal Champion gets the focus on him as well. You can see the healer continuing to work on through as the Champion will fall and the Queen push continues, but now they see the Clan Hall hopping on towards that Queen, but now we're going to see the attack down on the eastern side. That's where the P.E.K.K.A. will come through. That's where the King is.
I think he's done okay here, you know. The Clan Castle troops will go down because there's only one Expo onto the Queen, and he quickly shifts his focus over to the right because he knows the Queen is safe. With the Grand Warden ability early, the Town Hall will go down, and what he's going to try and do is keep the Miners and Hogs moving around the base in a C shape and just reinforce with the Royal Champion, probably to 6 o'clock.
Queen ability used, so...
Oh, Royal Champion's there.
And it's continuing to go through. This is working out very well for him. And here come the Hogs. From behind the backup Hogs, yeah, the Royal Champion managed to work on through as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize the Royal Champion was deployed. He actually had her in between the Miners and Hog Riders, so very well protected since they are taking the damage. But there is a lot of defenses still in this back area. One freeze spell. He's got a multi-target Inferno now raining damage onto the Hog Riders. 4 balloons to try and help out. Is it going to be enough? There's more than enough time. It's whether they can push through the defenses fast enough.
I just wonder if he wanted that Queen to be on the multi-inferno before they got here. Hasn't quite pathed the way they wanted. You can see so much damage done. All the hogs, all the wizards, all falling. The king tanking it up. The warden is still there and it's taking out all the surrounding buildings. The queen now looking to focus it, but has to get that wall down first.
Yeah, I think he might get this. He's just got enough firepower. Uses the balloon after the air defense goes down. It was a bit of a shaky end there, you have to admit. Had so many troops in towards the final area. Not a lot to help take down the multi, but he saved enough troops to get it done. And that is the second 3-star now for Darkus Muzan.
Can they do it once again? It would be incredible to see a back-to-back perfect in the King of the Castle. That would certainly throw a marker down to everybody attending those World Championships, whether Darkus Muzan can continue through.
Gaku now, of Queen Walkers, needs to keep the pressure on, and he is normally a Lava Loon style attacker, although he is quite versatile. Looks like it is the ground that he is focusing on here. Trying to look at the expos, looks like there are 2 grounded expos. Obviously, still feels there is advantage to this base, even though some of the defenses are targeted at ground troops.
19 miners being brought in here and just the 10 hogs, so we know what he has in mind. Let's see if it can work out as the queen takes the focus fire and will heal on through that nicely. The balloon sweeping out all the turret defenses. There's a couple of hogs deployed to the north, gets the turrets down what they were looking for. I think he just dropped 2. He did. That was all that was required to just prevent the queen from pathing that direction.
Yeah, exactly. Forces her into the center to get the enemy Archer Queen. Nice use of the Super Wall Breaker will now allow her to the Scatter Shot and also the central multi-target Inferno, which we talk about so often.
King down, and now we see the Royal Champion coming up on that northwest side. Takes down the Inferno on towards the crossbow that's tanking. That queen taken so low, but the crossbow now goes. That should be enough to hold out. You can see the pups will pop, but I think the queen should be fine now with the champion coming in to help out.
Oh, she should be fine, but he really wanted the multi-target Inferno down a little bit quicker than that. Took some damage with the Hog Riders and Miners. Needs to hope they can push through here. Uses his heal. Still has 1 of them for the back end of the base, and it could still work out here for Gaku.
Oh, a cheeky little trap pops onto the healers, but it doesn't manage to take them down. You can see the Eagle Artillery falls down the south, and this looks like a sweep that will work out for Gaku. This is looking like another 3-star. The Queen will fall. The healers will transition. Look at those bombs that have been triggered. Oh, the healers might get popped here. You can see all the bombs getting straight on towards them. The Royal Champion turning his attention that way. Meanwhile, the Hogs pushing on through. I don't think they've quite got enough to finish off this Tesla.
I think it's too little too late for Wave Darkus Muzan. Gaku has his eyes on the prize. 3 stars it is, keeping the pressure on them and making sure that the Queen Walkers pick their confidence up after the opening 2-star. They have certainly picked up the pressure, and if we've seen anything today, it's that teams have started to falter towards the end of the war. Our Queen Walkers hoping that Darkus Muzan have a little bit of a slip-up.
Well, that's all they need for the Queen Walkers to be let back in the door. They're still effectively trailing while they have that 2 3-stars and a 2-star so far, putting them on 98 stars. Darkus Muzan with 2 perfect openers. And now we wait for their 3rd attempt. Is it possible? Could they finish another perfect war? It will be Utah that's under attack by Tai.
Yeah, we've seen it happen already today. Alternate attacks getting the perfect war. Remember, you will see them in action against MCES in the grand finals. But Tai of Darkus Muzan, interestingly, starting off with an Electro Dragon to the bottom. Nothing down there that will be able to take that out. And it can just chain through the high HP storages.
Don't forget the baby dragon. going about his business. And here we go. It is the Dragon Balloon attack. Not something we've seen too often today. I think we've had it maybe once in there. The Battle Blimp also being popped to head straight for the hall. And that's going to be right on top of the King's head in just a second. Not a great deal that's there to stop it. You can see the brush comes through, and it's going to be the balloons that come out, and that's going to be a quick haul. And as you mentioned about the Electro Dragon, just going about his business down that south side. Electro Dragon also comes out of the Battle Blimp.
Very nice move indeed, because the Giga Bomb was going to take out whatever was inside the Battle Blimp. So having a high HP troop such as the E-Drag is very important. Now, he had brilliant dragon pathing initially, but they have started to move around the base here. But I don't think he has to worry too much. There's not a lot of defenses now that can do damage to them. I think he's picked apart this base incredibly well.
Yeah, I think he's just looked at it, and you can see the E-Drags down the south. They've really had nothing to contest them. They're just going about their business, sweeping around. The Battle Blimps did it. The sweeps were there, but really, the pathing he chose, the sweeps did nothing about it. And this is probably the easiest 3-star I think I've seen today. Yeah, 123 left on the board. Even though the dragons pathed around, it didn't matter because he picked apart the base so well. Over a minute left for Tai of Dogger's Muzhan to keep their 3-star streak. They certainly don't look like they're going to be defeated anytime soon at this rate. Absolutely incredible. The perfect score continues for Darkest Muzhan. This just shows the quality of opposition that stands at the World Championships. They're going to have to be at the very best. Alternate ATACs, I think, are going to be watching this one and thinking, this is what we're going to be up against, guys. Yep. We need to be delivering. They got the perfect score in the first game, but right now, it's all on Klaus. Probably the best looking player you've ever seen in your life. He's up against B of Darkest Muzhan. And let's see if he can do this. He's not just good looking, he is incredibly good at the game as well. He was also another player of the Queen Walkers who managed perfect attacks. 5 attacks, 5 3-stars in the previous qualifier, and he needs to keep the pressure on now. Using the Lightning and Earthquake around the clan castle to take that out. Got pretty good damage to the scatter shot to the western side of the base, so I wonder if he's just aiming to lock his heroes directly into that area. Beast goes down. Was it just a golem? There is a golem in there, I can see. That looks like it's going to be the second golem that will pop, and that's going to keep the Teslas off the Queen. The King will manage to take them down. So well read by Klaus to start things off. That little baby dragon doing work as well. That Queen getting taken very low, though. Getting banged for buck as the King finally moves into position and cover him off, and the Queen is still going. Okay, Royal Champion also comes out on the western side, so the Royal Champion's going to push. This is just a nice clean sweep across the west here, getting a lot of getting a lot from this hero push. A lot indeed. With the Tesla farm down, that is one area of the base that you know you don't have to worry about. The balloon pathing is now predictable. You know there's nothing going to draw your balloons around the outside of the base. And he got everything he wanted there. Now can send in the lava balloon to the town hall. But the interesting thing is, what is going to activate it? Are the lava pups? Yes, lava pups indeed turn to the town hall, will do damage, and that allows the balloons to take it out. Sweep came through, but the freeze was quickly answered, and that will be the hall going down. In comes the Battle Blimp on the north side. Out comes a stack of balloons on them as well. It is Balloon City right now, and is there anything that can be able to slow this down? More balloons from the north side. The sweep will push them back. There's the freeze going down, but the sweep had already done the damage and pushed them back. They will be able to get back onto that multi-inferno, but it had delayed them enough. It certainly had, and the Battle Blimp was incredible to force the balloons in towards the multi and the scatter shot, but is it too late? The scatter shot did so much damage, took out a huge pack of balloons, and if the wizard tower wasn't there, we probably could finish this one up, but the minions and lava pups, as many of them as there is, are probably going to get taken out with the wizard tower. Yeah, and they're on the King right now. The King's obviously tanking this up. The Warden will finally take him down, but that leaves the pups to go in onto that wizard tower. They're not focusing the wizard tower either, and that means they will just fall. And Klaus's attack, unfortunately, is not going to get him a 3-star. It will be another 2-star for the Queen Walkers here, unless the Warden can get it done, but it's 20 seconds left. I'll be very surprised if he does.
Yeah, he probably could get the Archer Tower, but I don't think it's enough time to get through the base. In fact, he's not even going to get that. The defenses of B do stand tall. It's another slip up by the Queen Walkers, and it means Darkest Muzan might even be able to close this war out if they get a 3-star in the next attack.
94% and 2-star. Not enough when Darkest Muzan are just unwavering in their attacks. 3 perfect rounds so far. Is there another to come here?
We've seen the diversity that they have in attacks as well. I think each and every one of their attacks have been different. It's the first time we've seen a dragon attack 3-star today, and it looks like they are coming in with dragons again. Kartik only taking 3 lightning spells. Now that is interesting, probably for a single target inferno with the earthquake and one of the sweepers, because you only need 2 lightning spells for an air sweeper.
You love to see it, especially when we've not really seen a great deal of it today in this European competition. It's interesting to see how the meta's looking over in China, perhaps. Obviously, with the stack of dragons. Where are the lightning going? Straight. Oh, actually splitting. So going for both the scatter and the inferno in the north. There was also a lightning down the south near the hall.
Yeah, he managed to get one of the air sweepers, so presumably that's now where the dragons are coming into the town hall with the 1 lightning and earthquake to the top. We see the Seeking Shield from the Royal Champion takes out that area, and what that does is means that as dragons move up past the town hall and to the scatter shots, they are directed left towards the next Inferno Tower and air defense. So very nicely setting this attack up. Oh, but a Tesla farm might indeed trip him up.
Yeah, right on top. He just popped the dragons down there. The balloon uncovered it, but it does delay him briefly. And that actually takes quite a bit of splash damage onto those dragons to start things off. They get themselves quickly over. Tesla goes down and going to push on down towards the hall and see if they can get it done. But as you say, that was a surprise factor. I think he'd already dropped his units.
Yeah, interesting, because the dragons are now getting caught to the right-hand side. He needs enough pressure in towards the single target inferno and the air defense. Potentially, he could swap to the battle blimp, actually, and just send that in from the west of the base to take that out, because dragons are now starting to take a lot of damage. They are getting through this area relatively good, though. There's a lot of them. Maybe he can just push his way through and use the free spells to help.
Yeah, the king is getting work done down the south here as well, which is obviously forcing the dragons to move more central, which is what he was looking for. There's the stone slammer up on the top side. That's going to come on through, so that's going to focus on the towers on the top and the eagle artillery, which is where the balloons are just being drawn towards to pop out any of those traps. The sweep does push the stone slammer back a little bit, but these dragons are falling. There's not a great deal left.
There's not a lot left. What is inside this stone slammer? Can he take the air defense? It's another dragon and balloons. Thankfully, they path to the air defense. When that goes down, there's not a lot left defensively now. Queen with the ability, free spell. I think it might be another 3-star by Darkest Muzan, making sure to stamp their dominance before the World Championships. Very impressive.
Fantastic stuff, and they've shown so much versatility as well, just different styles of attack already. It is once again 3-star Darkest Muzan not letting up, and Queen Walkers now need Darkest Muzan to completely fail in their final attack to have a chance of taking this and deliver a 3-star in their final attack.
That is what they require if they are going to be kings of the castle. 10,000 gems and streamer kits to the winners. So everything on the line. But as you mentioned, it also gives them confidence into the World Finals and shows the other teams what they are up against. Now, it's a difficult one. Maybe you don't want to reveal your full hand, but also if you can put on a good performance, you can play a little bit of mind games with your opponents for the World. So definitely different ways of looking at it.
I think also the way that they've shown, and obviously why we've been looking at Lava Loon constantly throughout the day, we've seen from the Darkest Muzan guys that they've brought so much to the table. It's very hard to defend against when they can quite clearly operate on multiple different attacks. It's worked out so well for him, but we're looking at Yuta right now. Obviously, he's got that lightning down. In comes the Siege Breaker to try and work in towards the Town Hall. You can see they're getting the freeze spells off on the Inferno, but I'm not sure he's going to get the last wall down. One more hit, what it requires, it just about gets it down.
He did, and he really timed the freeze spell perfectly. Sneaky Goblins onto the Town Hall. Can they get it? There's a small bomb there. Pushes them back. They get sprung off by a spring trap, and he's missed it. Town Hall still survives. He needs the Queen to step up to make sure she gets it. King actually jumps in. He will get it. And rescues Utah 14 from what could have easily been a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, it could have been a disastrous start, not the ideal start he was looking for. The Queen down the south, King going to the north. King will be finished off, and a couple of balloons getting popped out in that north. Here we go with the lava balloon attack on the north side. It's going to sweep on through, and I speak of sweeps because I'm looking for them myself to see what can slow them down.
Oh, the Queen missed the multi-target Inferno at the south of the base. Now keep an eye on that, because coming to the end of the attack, that could be crucial. You actually see Utah 14 deploying balloons over there to try and take that down. He knows how big of an impact that defense could have. But let's shift up to the top, because as you said, the balloons are taking major damage themselves. They might not even get there.
Around the trap. Oh, they get it down just about, but it manages to cost them a lot. And I think with that trap, you saw the black bomb come in. It did so much damage to the initial pack that you see heading down south now that they are almost done and dusted. They're gone. But is there enough left? The minions are out clearing out the rest of the trash around the outside of the base. I'm not sure. They've still got the Warden in there trying to do what he can. He's going to drop down as well.
The balloons have such little health, they are able to get through the defenses here because the defenses are single point defenses. If the multi-target Inferno was alive, it would have shredded the balloons and they would have gone down. Utah adapting with a couple of balloons to the multi at the bottom really was the game changer to give him the 3 stars. That was incredible.
A glimmer of hope from Utah 14, the man that put the Queen Walkers into the World Championships, delivers once again here against Darkest Muzan. But Darkest Muzan are now looking at completing their second perfect war here in the King of the Castle. And what a performance that will be. It's down to B.
And it is the witches. We have seen the witches used very often throughout today with a mixture of success, I would say. So if Darkest Muzan are to get the perfect war here, he needs to plan this perfectly. 5 lightning spells, presumably for a scatter shot. And it's difficult to see which one he's going to go for. Starting with the Grand Warden, though, to the right-hand side of the base.
Few balloons in there just to scout out, see what they can find. Baby Dragon working. There isn't a Quake actually into the center as well. A little bit later on towards them. Just trying to rumble out what he can. The Warden taking quite a bit of damage, but as you mentioned, the healer's on him. It's all fine so far.
Yeah, managed to take an Expo there as well, so definitely the best scatter shot to take down, actually. And B can now just allow the Grand Warden to get a little bit more value. Only 30 seconds have passed in this attack, and he's already sending the witches in. Look forward to the King coming down to the 6 o'clock area of the base. There he is. If he can power through the non-defensive buildings to the left here, it will direct the witches in towards the center.
Perfect with the Golem. Will come through and freeze out the towers. And then, of course, it's the artillery you got to be looking towards. It's going on to the Warden, I think it is, at the back there. Tell a lie. It doesn't matter either way. It's going to hit a bunch of the witches, which was one I was more focused on to see exactly how much damage that was going to do. You can see them stacked up.
Oh, the witches are moving on the outside. He needs to use the King's ability, but interestingly, I don't think he's bothered. He sends in the Super Wall Breaker to allow them through this initial portion. Then with the Siege Barracks over to 9 o'clock, he can use the jump spell and push everything to the Town Hall. Very good recognition.
Echo and Wizards also deployed on the west side to push on round while this big clump's working through the middle.
He used the Super Wall Breaker trying to open up the access to the Town Hall. Oh, he did. I thought he'd missed it, but he gets there, uses the Grand Warden's ability. So many witches still alive. Now the jump spell can be used to get to the scatter shot, and this looks very good for Darkest Muzan to close out with the perfect war.
As you mentioned, it did send the King and a stack of skeletons around to the north, but it doesn't matter. There's enough witches in this middle that the Hog Riders now joining the party. They're just going to clump on through, and that is really, really incredible. It has to say, it is a marker to the rest of the World Championship teams. Alternate ATACs are clearly in the final, but they now know what they're going to be up against when they reach those grand finals in 2 weeks.
Well, we know they are capable of a perfect war, but whenever your opponent is putting up perfect war against existence, perfect war against Queen Walkers to win the King of the Castle, you know you are in for a tough ride. With the Queen's ability, Royal Champion's ability left, he can celebrate with them to the end. Darkest Muzhan stamping their dominance and letting the other 7 teams know that they mean business and they are the top of their game for the World Championships.
Absolutely insane. On some day you'd think 13 stars is enough to take the finals, but no, the perfect war from Darkest Muzhan. And I gotta be honest, it didn't even look like it was close. If you think of was it Ty's game that was with a minute left? I believe it was. There was
I'll break it down for you.
Incredible. Yeah, that's what I want to see. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll look at exactly how China's best delivered in the King of the Castle.
Darkest Muzhan are now your kings of the castle, and for any team preparing for the World Championships, they're going to have to be on Monday. That all the books are coming out. There's going to be lots of strategies being written down, because if you'd just seen that performance, you've got to be nervous.
Look, for me, we saw dragons, we saw loons, we saw everything. It was obviously the hero push that worked out well. Ty's battle that finished in got a minute plus to spare. It's just a wow.
Yeah, they were very impressive, weren't they? And we mentioned it, but their versatility is what really impressed me. And that is something that is hard to predict. You know, you can not know someone and not predict them, but also if they are that good, they're also hard to predict. It's definitely an advantage.
How do you prepare your defenses for something like that, knowing that you're coming up against a team that's extremely versatile, that has a lot of attacks in their pockets? Well, what is the best way to plan your defenses in those instances?
I think that the teams just have to try and make as many situations that can trip up your opponent. So anything where the clan castle troops could, be lured out at the wrong moment, or just anything that could be a surprise, but it's incredibly difficult. You can only defend against a set number of strategies, so you almost just have to have a guess.
And for me, I think, obviously, while we're talking about Darkest Muzan's attack, we should talk about their defense, because the amount of times that you thought Queen Walkers kind of had it, and then suddenly a trap or something just triggered, and you suddenly like, whoa, what just happened? And they just lost so many of their forces, just some little hidden bomb somewhere that's just tripping up Queen Walkers.
That was something I wanted to bring up straight after that, and it's exactly like you said, D-Man. Their defense is really good as well, and obviously there's always that saying a good offense is a great defense, but they do definitely, on both sides, again, kind of feel a little bit unstoppable.
I mean, they really were that good there. We mentioned it earlier, but you can't beat a perfect wall, really, unless you are going to, beat their time. And we've seen Ty took out a base in like half of the time. So even if Queen Walkers had have got the perfect wall, I dare not say they wouldn't have been able to catch them anyway, given how fast Darkest Muzan's attacks were.
Obviously now the kings of the castle, and that'll be great for their morale as well, moving into Worlds.
Yeah, well, we did mention that they are going to be a formidable force, and the attack that they did take down in half of the time, I want to break down for you, because it was the first time throughout today that we have seen the dragons getting the 3 stars. So let's take a bit of a closer look. Now, whenever you are planning dragons, you have to keep an eye on the sweepers. So we see one to the north, and we see one pointing to the south. What that does is leaves this little area to the west, whereby the dragons, if the funnel is correct, can be targeted straight in. And also look at what is there. An air defense and a single target inferno. They are the main defenses for dragons, and interestingly, they are spread around the base to the corners. So that is where there is a plan for each of them. Firstly, we have lightning and earthquake spells to take out one air defense and one single target inferno. That also means that this bottom area of the base can be taken out with just an electro dragon, a baby dragon, and that sets up the right-hand side of that funnel we talked about for the dragons to then move directly into the base. That is why you now see the king and queen to try and take out the non-defensive buildings on the outside and keep the dragons moving through. That means that they have pathing into the center. And one thing I want to pause here, because we may be missing it, is the battle blimp moving through. You always want to have a plan for the town hall when using dragons. And with the dragons going nowhere near the town hall, he can use his Grand Warden's ability and protect the battle blimp towards the town hall. And I really like the use of the E-Dragon there as well, because there's nothing to protect the balloons when they come out of the battle blimp. They will be susceptible to the Gigabomb. The Electro Dragon has enough health to survive. Now at this point, the dragons move through the base, but they start to split to the right-hand side because we lose the pathing. However, it does not matter. There's a gap in the wall here that Ty recognizes that the king can walk on in towards the air defense. Also plans the second air defense for the royal champion. So basically, once you have taken down the major defenses, it doesn't matter where the dragons go because there's nothing to take them out. So the fact that he created pathing early on, took out the major defenses for the dragons and flew around the sweepers is why it happened so quickly. So that is what you need to be focusing on if you want this attack to work. And I say less than half the time, pretty much half the time. That's incredible, and it truly shows the correct attack for the right base.
That was an incredible performance from Darkus Muzan. But on the other side, one of our grand finalists, Alternate Attacks, I mean, they are the top seed going into Worlds. Pretty sure they've got some interesting opportunities and attacks in their pockets as well. Maybe we get to see some of them now in our grand final?
Yeah, it's different. It's difficult because do they reveal something that could be helpful for them in Worlds? But as we mentioned earlier, they want to win this to have their confidence moving forward. So I don't know. I think we could see something very well.
Let's take a look now at that bracket so you can see the journey for our two finalists to get to this point. The grand finals of the ESL Mobile Open. They are going to be battling it out. MCES and Alternate Attacks. And if you'd asked us before at the start when we looked at all 8, I'm definitely sure that these two teams would have been on the favorites list. It's going to be a formidable matchup and a really entertaining war.
And it's the one that MCES will absolutely want to win. This is their world final. This is their world championships. They didn't qualify to be there. They were there last year. They were runners-up last year, in fact. And they're going to want to prove that, they feel they should have been there. Just a few things changing. Remio absolutely delivering, try hard, delivering for MCES. Now is the time to shine. They haven't broken the 13-star marker yet, though. That is the one shining example for Alternate ATAX after their perfect war, albeit in the quarterfinals against the Indian team.
Alternate Attacks, off you go, Judo.
I was just going to say, I think it could be anybody's game because MCES have kept their 13-star momentum moving through, and we did see some cracks opening up from Alternate Attacks, so MCES will be wanting to continue that momentum moving through.
That is right. As you said, Alternate Attacks showed some kinks in their armor early on in the last war that we saw, but they've also had a perfect war today and potentially maybe practicing a little bit more because they know that they're getting ready for Worlds. So I don't know if maybe there's been a little bit more scrim time with the clan.
Could very well be, but you've got to say both of the teams are incredibly stacked. We're looking at the rosters now, and each and every one of these players have the talent to put 3 stars up again and again. It's going to be one epic final, that is for sure, and I cannot wait to see who's going to take this.
Yesterday for the ESL Mobile Open, we had an epic final for Auto Chess. We're getting it once again. It turns out lightning strikes twice. MCES taking on Alternate Attacks in that grand final. When we return from this break, the war begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the grand finals time for Clash of Clans. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and bringing us into this is Judo Sloth, the expert dropping the knowledge bombs as we see MCES come against Alternate ATAX, the old adversaries, runner-up of the World Championships last year versus the #1 seed going into the World Championships this year. What a match we have.
What a match indeed. It's probably what we could have predicted. MCES, the #1 seed for this tournament. Alternate ATAX being the #2 seed. But we are in already. It is Yo-Yo23 who has had a pretty outstanding performance so far today, wanting to start out with the 3-star for Alternate ATAX.
Does manage to find that Tesla farm as well. A lot of pressure onto that Queen early because it didn't really get a great deal down to protect him from the start. So we'll manage to find all those Teslas. The King also there is going to get some damage down, but that's going to be the King going early for Kingsman. Not what he wanted, I don't think, to start with here. Great opening from Jojo.
Yeah, and the good thing about this attack is, notice that the base is symmetrical. If you draw a line through the center, it's exactly the same to the left and the right. So he has been able to just deploy the Queen directly at 6 o'clock. No matter which way she goes, he doesn't have to commit any funneling troops, just adapts now that she walks to the right. And with the King opening up that side, she can get access to the Eagle, the scatter shot, and he's holding on to the Super Wall Breaker to try and get her right into the center.
I was going to say, going to need to pop something here. It's about to take a hell of a lot of damage, but it's going to be the Eagle Artillery gone. The scatter will go, and this is opening things up beautifully at the moment. The King actually funneling inside. Not too sure he wanted that. I think he wanted him to funnel around the outside, but it doesn't matter. In comes the Royal Champion to help things out. The Queen will pop the ability. The Royal Champion comes in, and now we have the Siege coming in. The Stone Slammer getting pushed back.
Yo-Yo, we mentioned, has a nickname of Lalo23. He is pulling in his main attack now. The Queen is standing still in the center, uses a rage spell down there despite having to focus on 10 million balloons at the top of the base who are shredding the town hall now. That goes down, and this looks so good for Yo-Yo with the Grand Warden's ability helping them through.
Oh, there's bombs in there. There's more black bombs coming in. That's a lot of damage done to the balloons, but the freeze spells may well just carry it on through. The Queen does fall. Meanwhile, there's more bombs, balloons being dropped around the side. This is going to be incredibly close. Also threw a dragon in there to try and tank out as much as he can from the turrets, but it looks like this one could be a 3-star opener.
A lot of backup plans in this one for Yo-Yo. Having that dragon in there, sometimes used to take down the enemy Archer Queen, even has a couple of loons to use on the back end to secure the 3-star. Minions now surround the balloons in order to take down the final buildings. With over 20 seconds remaining, Yo-Yo proves why he is one of the best in the world with Lava Loon. 3 stars it is for Alternate ATAX.
Absolutely perfect start. What they would expect. What we expect when we're in a grand finals. If you're going to deliver, if you're going to perform, now is the time. You're setting a statement. And for Alternate ATAX, they would have just watched Darkest Muzan setting out the perfect score in King of the Castle against World Championship opposition. And they're thinking, okay, we need to deliver. We need to step up. We know what they have. We know what MCES can bring to the table as well. They certainly can deliver. And we've seen Alternate ATAX slipping up a little bit in the finals. It's time for EYAM to deliver for MCES.
Well, MCES have attacked second in each of their matchups. In the first round, they had a 3-star against them first by Euronics, then exactly the same, 3-star by Zepto, and on each of those occasions, they responded with a 3-star and won the war. So EYAM will have that in his head, looking for the 3 stars on this one with the Hog Riders and Miners. Oh, the Super Wall Breaker opens the outside wall, but he still has 2 of them to try and direct the Queen in.
Yeah, that Queen taking some damage. Very interesting to see that we've not had Quakes and Lightning in these opening 2 matches here. That's going to be the pot popped for the Queen, trying to keep him alive at the moment. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage from the minions that were spawned out, but it looks like he will get it. There's going to be the Wall Breaker coming through again, so he does manage to bust that straight open for the Queen to path in.
Very nicely done by Arium. Very controlled. Used the rage spell ahead of time and a combination of the poison and freeze to take down these super minions in the center. He has committed a lot of spells to the queen, but we are only 1 minute into the attack and the base is taking a lot of damage. Arium looking pretty good. He has another super wall breaker. He wants to get even further in.
Pops it down, the Warden drops in the north as well. Pekka over on the northwest side. Here comes the Hogs coming straight through with the Royal Champion in behind them. There's going to be a hell of a lot of damage harding through onto the scatter. The Queen has been dropped. That may stall it out a bit. They did manage to get the Inferno turrets down and those Hogs are taking a beating.
That Inferno Tower could be crucial because the Miners and Hogs can get to the Eagle as you see now, but they have to swoop all of the way back around to the multi-target Inferno. We already have the Royal Champion on the board, so it's not like the Royal Champion could be used on the right in order to adapt. They are stuck inside the Tornado Trap now as well with the scatter shot raining damage. Nothing going right here for Arium, but he's trying his best to muscle through with a heal spell.
Royal Champion still getting the damage done. He's got to get towards that multi-Inferno, but he's onto the crossbow first. Not what he wanted. You can see the Warden in the background. Should be enough. Has he got enough to take it down? He will, but has the rest of the armies? Where have they gone? They've wilted away, and it's going to be all on the Royal Champion to get it done with his Warden in behind. There are healers, but they're on the Warden, not the Champion.
She got the single Inferno. The Miners take the Archer Tower. The Royal Champion now falls to the cannon, and can you believe for a second there, it looked like it could have happened, but it turned around so quickly. Oh man, it's all on percentage now, but MCES will be trailing at the start of this war.
Just needed the healers to get onto that Royal Champion for a split second to keep her alive, just to finish off and get the damage done. Does so much more damage than the Warden, and you can see with 10 seconds left, it is going to be a 90+ score in the 2-star era, but is that going to be enough for MCES, because alternate ATACs have brought their A-game to the party.
This is the first time that MCS have not opened up the war with a 3-star attack, and it is against alternate attacks, the one that they really needed to do it with. The grand final, they trail after the first attack already.
Down to Boom against Synth. 3-star starter for alternate ATACs. I was talking about the lack of Quake and Lightning in the previous 2 matches, but we are right back into it, and it opens it up nicely in that center. A big old opening, that's what they needed.
Yeah, taking down the scatter shot, but as you mentioned, the big hole in the center as well is so crucial to create pathing for the lava loon. It creates a dead zone, and now Boom is trying to extend that dead zone with his heroes to the right-hand side. Royal Champion for the multi, King and Queen for the single Inferno down to the bottom. If all of those defenses go down, you see how we now then have a defensive line around the outside of the base.
Royal Champion should get the multi-Inferno down, does. That's enough come from it, but the Queen's gone down a little bit early, I feel there. Probably wanted to get the second Inferno with that one, and that didn't work out.
Yeah, I think he did. Mind, he didn't have any wall breakers, so maybe he didn't. It's difficult to say, but with the Lava Hound coming in, he's
pulling all those bombs. Look at that.
Really early.
Pulls all the traps away though for the balloon rush, and in come the Lava Hound. That does manage to work out. There's the Warden in behind them, and now they're going to pile on towards the hall.
I see what he did. He sent the Lava Hound in front of the Town Hall because he is going to use the Stone Slammer in that area, so he was able to check for the black bombs, and it's a good job he did because there was a lot of them, but Boom is struggling now. Balloon's taking a lot of damage, stuck inside the Tornado Trap, and I can't see how he can get this one done.
He does manage to get the hole down, but as I mentioned, we talked about it, the Queen wanted to get that Inferno down, and it may well have cost him, and the Warden hasn't been able to get the hole down either. Oh no, it's not worked. The Stone Slammer comes out, but I think that's cost Boom, and this is potentially a big opening for MCES.
It certainly is. If the Grand Warden could have got the Town Hall, he could have then used the Stone Slammer to the other area of the base. He doesn't have that luxury because he needed the second star, but this is going to be a low percentage in comparison to the 94% we just seen from MCES. So if MCES were to get a 3-star, they would catch up on stars, leapfrog the percentage, and this is interesting. Alternate attacks showing cracks early on in the war, unlike the semi-final matchup where they came out incredibly strong.
Just a few small errors from the Queen going down, missing the Inferno, and that just trashed the entire attack. He tried to stick with it, assuming that maybe, just maybe, the balloons could get it done, but no. Single dragon left will fall. It's a 79% 2-star. It is a low score that we did not expect from alternate ATACs.
Definitely didn't expect that. It pulls the percentage right down into the 80s. Only just mind it's 89, but it is the opening for MCES that they needed. If they get the 3-star here, they will be looking a lot better in this war. And it's the man we keep talking about, Remio, currently perfect. If anyone can do this for MCES, surely he's the man for the job.
And well, he's been pulling the Lalo build throughout the tournament. There is an adjustment here. Let's see if it works out for him. Quickly going through with the wall wrecker, sorry.
Very creative.
So it does manage to work it. Is the goblins in there? No. Yes, he did. Okay, yes. Does manage to come out on top. So that's going to be the hall going down. And here comes the king and queen on the west side.
Very nicely done. You don't see a lot of the Wall Wrecker and the Royal Champion. Normally you see the Wall Wrecker to tank for the King and Queen, but having the Royal Champion alongside the Wall Wrecker meant that she could just pick off the defenses as the Wall Wrecker was tanking them. So very creative that by Remio. Now we have the King and Queen directly able to come into the scatter shot, and he's looking to create pathing for the Lava Loon to just swoop the top area of the base.
Yeah, nicely done with that ice golem, just freezing everything out for the king and the queen. The queen's taking way too much. His path.
Oh, she's not going to go to the scatter. She's missed it. She's missed the scatter shot, which is what he needed. The king didn't create the funnel enough for the queen to step into the scatter. What can he do here? If he sends in any balloons, the sweeper will push them back. So he needs to adapt big style in order to take that scatter shot. I think he's maybe just going to save a couple of balloons and try and send them in late, because he's started the main force of the attack now.
That Lava Hound pushing on through, drawing out the traps, manages to pull the pups out, but that Multi-Inferno is doing work on these balloons of Remio. I'm not too sure he's got it in him here to pull the 3-star out like he's done throughout the quarters, throughout the semis. The balloons going through onto that clan castle, not going to get that down. They're getting transition. There's the sweep going through, and you can see he's just losing balloons left, right, and center.
He certainly is, and the defense of Ast has just played into the hands of Remio here. Lava Loon clearly not happening. With the scatter shot staying alive, it meant that he had to try and adapt. I wonder if that had have gone down, whether he could have fully focused, sent them in, but it is not what they needed. It is a better percentage than we just seen from Boom, but let's remember, alternate attacks got the opening 3-star, so they're still in the lead, and MCES really needed to take advantage there.
Yeah, this is where, if you were to look at the teams, you'd be seeing the potential for 3 stars, and it's not going to be 85%. Looks like it will be as well, and a 2-star, and it drags incredibly both percentages down to 89.5%. It is alternate ATACs that lead on stars alone.
Percentage being relatively even is still okay for MCES because there's still 3 attacks. They could very easily catch up here, but given the performance of alternate attacks earlier on with a perfect war, they need to hope there are some more slip-ups. So it is Vale coming in with the lightning into witches. Interesting, Vale attacked last in the previous war, attacking a little bit earlier on now.
Absolutely. This time it is going to be the Warden push. Working out. Looking for his party in the skin. Got these cool shades on, but has he got his cool abilities ready to go? 2.5 minutes ready to go. It's around about now that he's going to be looking to pop and push.
Yeah, with the scatter shot down thanks to the lightning spells, it means that the right-hand side of the base here is fully taken out. Witches will be directly targeting in towards the town hall, I would suspect. But he's got a risky play here because he has to make sure to direct the troops down the area with the 3 Inferno towers, but also into the town hall. So this could be difficult for Vale.
You can see the Inferno stacked up, all 3 of them along that northern edge. which is where it's drawing. The P.E.K.K.A.'s actually drawing a lot of the damage away on the multi-inferno as the balloons come through to try and get on it. Meanwhile, the focus also on the clan castle in the middle by the Queen and the Warden trying to push on around. The P.E.K.K.A. continues to do the damage. The King on the north doing as much as he can, and they've still got one more Inferno turret to go.
Yeah, the King goes down to that Inferno as well, and with the Scattershot doing a lot of work to the Witches, he needs that Scattershot down quick. He's not getting any damage onto it because the Royal Champion is taking the fire. How crucial are them extra couple of seconds that just happened? We've still got a lot of splash damage, but with the Royal Champion, she could get around the outside of the base and use the Seeking Shield to finish off.
Jump spell coming in. Should be able to heal across as well and jump over there. The Warden continuing along with the Witches that are going to funnel around the south side of the base. The pathing, it's kind of leading into the defenses, I feel, of Tryhard here.
Yeah, the gaps in the wall, it could be the difference maker here because the Witches can move into the compartment and back out. If the compartment was closed off, then the Witches would struggle to get through there. Now, the reason people have gaps in the wall is because it messes with wall breaker pathing. But notice the Royal Champion's ability still in tow. That could be the difference maker here. Vale is getting closer to his 3-star, and I think he's going to get it.
Absolutely, the Queen completely healed up, back fresh as a daisy, and you see the ability coming on from the Royal Champion there, just smashing through the turrets and taking down the 3 stars for Alternate ATAX again and tossing the gauntlet into MCES.
They continue to put the pressure. One slip up, that might be all MCES were given, and they didn't take it. But they need to continue putting the 3 stars on the board and hope that alternate attack slip up yet again. 3 stars it is by Vale, though. Comfortably done as well. Probably you're thinking that alternate attacks, they're pretty happy right now. Let's just say that.
Absolutely. You think what's left for Alternate ATAX, Linnaeus and As to both still attack. It's going to be Synth that will start things off for MCES here as we look to open up once again. Interesting defensive setup here.
Interesting indeed. Synth with his Hog Riders, which is the specialty I mentioned earlier from him. He always seems to find bases that he can pick apart. Tends to send in the Wall Wrecker to the Town Hall, which is exactly what we see now. And always make sure to get the Clan Castle, which you can see. Here they come. They're directly behind the Town Hall.
Yeah, with the Queen behind it, Ice Golem's going to be in and around there, so all those minions, as soon as one of those golems go down, will be frozen solid, and the Queen should be able to pick them all off freely. Now here come the Hogs over on the right-hand side, but that Multi-Inferno is getting a lot of damage down on them at the moment. No free spell coming down on that one. He saved it to whatever he's choosing to save it for further on in the base. It doesn't matter. The Hogs have managed to push on the through over to the right-hand side. The Queen, meanwhile, is taking down the Hall and continues to push on from the north.
An early Grand Warden's ability did protect all of the Hog Riders in that area. Just look at the evidence of giant bombs over there. Probably not the area that Synthé would have liked to have entered from, but nevertheless, he got through that with the Grand Warden's ability. Still has the Royal Champion and a freeze, so he may still get this, but the multi-target Inferno now does lock into the Hog Riders. Has to use that freeze. Royal Champion recognizes that the Hog Riders are in danger. She steps up and takes that, and can the Hog Riders now return the favor to tank the single target Inferno?
They need enough from this Royal Champion to try and finish off the game. The Queen goes down, but it should be the multi-Inferno. The single Inferno will go down as well. The Royal Champion doing just the work I think he needs, and MCES may well get themselves their 3-star on the board that they've been looking for. We expected it to come from Remio, but it's Synth that is delivering and keeping MCES in the game.
He certainly is, and with 1 minute remaining as well, it means time is a big factor, but they are still behind. Alternate attacks have an extra star. MCES continue to play catch up, and a good job they are doing, but they need another slip up by alternate attacks.
Do we expect Ast or Linnaeus to make a mistake for alternate attacks? Because that's what MCES are asking right now. Will we see one of the star players slip up? If I'm not mistaken, Linnaeus actually did 2-star in the semi-finals.
I think he 3-starred in the semis, but I think you're right. In the opening matchup, I think he had a 2-star. Oh, no, they had a perfect war. What am I talking about? No, so... Yeah, he definitely got the 3 stars because he was what basically transitioned it back for alternate attacks. I remember that. So, let's move on. Lenade it is, hoping to get another 3-star and keep the pressure on MCES.
Well, just about the perfect opening for him, as you would expect with the Queen push on the northern side. And this is a interesting spread, actually, defensive-wise on that northern side. Very much back, tucked in, and you can see the focus on that Eagle artillery in the middle with the sweeps.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have a huge gap around the Eagle artillery, so it's difficult to path to. However, the fact that the defending heroes are in the middle could actually draw the troops into that region and leave the Eagle artillery then vulnerable. So could work out in your favor, trying to work around the Eagle, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see giant bombs and skeleton traps in that area as well. But here come the Hogs and Miners from that left-hand side. They are taking major damage early on with the skelly traps and Teslas.
Maybe the hall that they want to try and head towards. We can see the King and the P.E.K.K.A. trying to work around the side defenses. That's going to push on through. Oh, the healers just took a couple of bombs to their faces there. That's not ideal as the sweeps push on away from the Queen, but you can see the hall will follow. Meanwhile, down the south side, the P.E.K.K.A. continuing to get the damage as the Hogs also move in around the edge with that Royal Champion putting the damage down towards that Eagle artillery.
He's hoping to get enough of the miners in towards the Eagle. He certainly has. Wow, he has so many of them. It's difficult to see when the miners are underground, but they popped up to take out the Eagle and really displayed how dominant this attack has been because there is so many left alive. I don't think that Arium can stop this attack now.
Oh, this is looking like a fantastic push. The Queen managed to get through the wall at the exact same time as well, putting so much of that damage down. So much so is being done that the Queen's decided she wants to head north, but the Hogs are gonna beat her to it. They're all hopping over the wall. In they go, and my word, the healers have even decided to follow onto the Royal Champion, it seems, and keep him alive because she's doing so much damage. It's gonna be another 3-star, and MCES are gonna have to deliver once again to stay on the coattails of alternate ATACs.
Just clinging on with everything that they have. They really need to keep the pressure on because they could still win this. They have 2 attacks. If they 3-star in the next one, then alternate attacks slip up. The percentage look is still pretty close. MCES could take this.
Kingsman has delivered many times for MCES and once again called into action against Lenade's base. It is a tough ask. If you don't get a 3-star here, you're looking at likely not taking the finals in what they consider to be their World Championships, and immediately the pressure on the West. The sweeps come through, and that's something you need to watch towards as the Queen is absolutely tanking that crossbow.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time over there as well. You mentioned damage, but we're already 30 seconds into the attack. Not a lot done at this stage, and we have a lengthy Queen walk ahead of us, so I'm a little bit concerned already. The jump spell comes in, but it's a little bit too late. The Queen's already gone.
Yeah, she already passed to the north. They completely missed the jump spell. That's a nightmare for Kingsman. Clearly, you can see where he wanted the Queen to go. He wanted it to head towards the hall, but that's not happening. Instead, he's going to path to the north. And now, what adjustment will he make? You can see he's clearly stopped right now. He's thinking, okay, what can I do? What can I change?
It's difficult. Look at the scatter shot. That will turn and hit the healers momentarily. He's used the Queen's ability. It locks onto the archers, but there we go. It's onto the healers, and that is going to be good night to the Archer Queen. And it means that the Hogs and Miners now have to take the rest of the base themselves. And I just don't think they have enough in this.
Just that split second. I mean, that's where they wanted the Queen. The jump spell's there, evident for everyone to see. The Hogs instead will be the ones that will pass on over in towards that hole with the Royal Champion. But this has gone all manner of wrong for Kingsman. This is not what he was hoping for coming into the 4th round.
Yeah, the scatter shot stays alive to really just throw salt in their wounds, continuing to slam into the miners. Tries to use a heal spell to allow them to take down the first scatter shot, but notice there's still another, and the Eagle artillery. There is just nothing going to turn this attack around. Sends the Royal Champion in, just throwing everything at the base now, but it's not going to happen for MCES. We need a mistake now from alternate attacks.
We need a big mistake as well, because this is going to be a low score as well. It's a 2-star, but it's going to be a low 2-star at that, as the Wizards will get battered by the Inferno. Nothing comes from that. A 64%, maybe 65, yeah, as the Wizards will get the last little hit, but that is it. A disaster for Kingsman.
I talked prior to this attack starting that MCES have kept the percentage the same, so if alternate attacks got a 2 and they continued to get 3 stars, they would leapfrog on percentage. But what it means now is alternate attacks basically need a low percentage 1 star to give MCES an opportunity.
Wow. 9-11. Alternate attacks looking to take the finals right here, right now. And it will be Ast on the final attack against Remio's base.
Looks like he's using a hero dive into Lava Loon. A very interesting base. Notice that area just to the kind of central area to the west of the air sweeper. That's a little bit of a dead zone. And I think Ast will be looking at that as part of a natural funnel. So it looks like we're diving into the town hall. 1 lightning and earthquake for an Inferno tower. There it is to the top with the Royal Champion to finish that off.
Yeah, the Royal Champion coming down. The Inferno taken very low. The Golem down on the side. The Royal Champion, okay, is going to path towards it. And there we go. Uses the ability, smashes down those turrets. Has got the second Royal Champion on him, though. So the defensive Royal Champion will take him down, but he's done the damage. He got the Inferno down. That was the main focus. The Wall Wrecker, don't think it's going to reach the Town Hall. No, it doesn't. So the Wall Wrecker, what came out of that, it is going to be a stack of golems.
Yeah, an interesting approach that we have seen from alternate attacks multiple times today. 3 ice golems within that. Now, the reason that that is pretty good is if you have your queen anyway, she can get even more value. You don't necessarily need the sneaky goblins to get the town hall. Queen will do it. When you do not want to use ice golems is when you have healers on your queen, because there is potential they move to the ice golems. But in this situation, he can make best use of it.
Well, he lost the barbarians and the king to the tornado spell. Didn't work out there. The tornado defense is showing, not the spell. And the queen looks like on her last stand as well will fall. So here comes the lava loons. Have they got enough to try and finish off this base for Ast? Of course, he's already got that 1 star. It's looking like it's likely to be alternate attacks. He just needs that 2nd star, which is not far away now to complete. And there we go. Alternate attacks will be the champions. Can he now finish in style and finish off with a 3?
Well, they will be taking home the €10,000 prize pool. Notice the sweeper next to the scattershot pushing the balloons back. That is the major threat right now. He has a 2nd pack of balloons moving in, but the back-end scattershot starting to do damage on that. Ast powers through. He has so many balloons that he will actually get it, and it looks like he will be wrapping up in style with the 3 stars. Lava Hound over there by the Archer Tower. It might not be enough, actually. Might have just jinxed him, but at least they take the tournament, and that makes me feel a little bit better if I've jinxed an attack.
Absolutely. The Pups trying to get it done, but it's going to be a 90% 2-star, but that's all they needed, really. I think a little bit of celebratory style from Ast, but instead it will be a fantastic victory for the number 1 seed heading off to the World Championships. They are going to be going with the ESL Mobile Open Championship in the bag, and that's going to give them some beautiful confidence to go and represent Europe over in the finals.
And we have seen some dominating performances by them today as well, opening up with a perfect war, then moving on to a 13-star and another 13-star against highly leveled teams here, really showing their diversity of attack strategies as well. And as you mentioned, that really will have their confidence moving into the finals. Let's see what MCES can do for us in order to close this one out.
Yes, final game for them. It's not possible to take victory here, but if they can make it to 12 stars, it would certainly make it look very, very respectable for MCES. Alternate attacks do hit that magical 13 stars. It's generally the marker, and of course it will be Tryhard, the final man, who has hit 3 stars already today, and we're expecting a fancy finish.
He opts for the Queen charge. a very fancy finish because it is a technically difficult technique to use. Uses a super wall breaker to open the outside compartment. Now that's actually a pretty good play because when there's only a single tile gap, it can be difficult to direct the queen in. So using a super wall breaker to just open up the area is very good to enable your queen directly into the center, sending balloons as well to try and protect the healers. And even though he knows he cannot catch up, this is a very comfortable start, really wanting to put on a performance for the viewers.
Yeah, you generally do put your 5th player in there as almost a guaranteed 3-star, and that's what Tryhard has been delivering for MCES to date. So you wouldn't be too surprised to see him delivering well on the final match of the night. It is looking very, very good down the bottom. You know, the King has been doing some serious work down there. He's been working around. Now the Royal Champion up on the north side as well, starting to push on around, take the towers down there. The Queen paths perfectly in towards the towers. Is still taking a lot of damage, actually. Has to use the freeze there on the healers. Not what he's looking for. He's going to bring the Stone Slammer down and has to freeze it again. He wants the Stone Slammer to get that Multi-Inferno down.
It was looking pretty good, and I think the healers just moved in the wrong direction, but all it's mattered is a couple of freeze spells because the Stone Slammer has taken the multi-target Inferno. He can path the Lava Loon directly into the Town Hall now, but actually with the Queen getting raged through, he might not even need to. This does look very good for Tryhard. There we go, coming in from the top of the base direct to the scatter shot, and with the Queen's ability, Town Hall will fall.
Has to use that ability, but now you can see the balloons come through. That should be enough to clear out this eastern side as well. And the Queen push continuing to work out well. The minions around the outside with the pups will clear up the outer layer as well, but it's just those few crossbows left that are trying to pluck away at the defenses. They will fall as well. It is going to be a 3-star style finish from Tryhard, but unfortunately for MCES, it's just a little too late.
It is a little too late, and think about it, alternate attacks had a little bit of a slip-up at the end there as well. Could have really built to a climactic finish, but Tryhard, even though he gets the 3-star and in style, it is not enough because it is alternate attacks who are going to be your Mobile Open Europe winners and 10,000 euros in prize money.
Fantastic finish. Did we expect anybody else? Alternate ATAX representing at the World Championships and coming out on top here in the Mobile Open. 13-12, close run tournament for MCES. That's all they're going to reach this year though, and best luck to them moving on in the future. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll break down and have an interview with the champions, Alternate ATAX.
There you have it. Alternate Attacks is your ESL Mobile Open Clash of Clans champions. They were the favorites going into this. I say that though, a couple of mistakes in the final again. They may need to tweak their Worlds prep, maybe.
Absolutely, there was clearly openings, and if you were to look at it against Darkest Muzan, who delivered the perfect game against the Queen Walkers, then I think alternate attacks are going to be looking at it and thinking, okay, we got to tweak our attacks a little bit more. We got 2 weeks to do it.
I would agree with that because MCES had the opportunities, and if you go up against a squad like Darkest Muzan when they're putting up perfect wars, you can't be making mistakes.
We say that though, their mistakes are so small, they're still the champions. They had a perfect war. We're giving them a hard time because we want the best from them. Let's take a look at their journey to the grand finals. Those top 8 clans coming in here, each and every one of them putting on such an incredible performance. I definitely think the level of gameplay was right up there. It was exactly what we wanted for a final.
We had some very close games. Obviously, Zepto, ESEU, we were expecting ESEU actually to pass on through, but Zepto stepped up and pressed MCES all the way. And for Resistance, they're going to feel a little aggrieved because they also had chances to take down Alternate ATAX.
Alternate ATAX, your champions, here they are, and of course also the top seed going into the World Championship. So this is going to be a great morale booster for them leading up to that.
It certainly will be, and we're putting pressure on them because we know the talent of these players. They were getting 3 stars again and again with different strategies, and that is why they came out champions today. They put on a show for everyone, and congratulations, absolutely.
We do actually have Boom from Alternate Attacks with us now. We have a chance to chat to him. Boom, congratulations. Well done on your win. What were the tactics going into that final with MCES? I think you actually might not have heard my first questions. Boom is with us now. Congratulations, Boom. Well done on that win. We're just waiting because the virtual studio, sometimes we have to press some buttons. It looks like he was so excited that maybe his camera froze. Okay, we're going to try and get Boom back for you in a little bit. Let's talk about MCES though. They did a really great job in that final as well.
Yeah, and somewhat surprisingly, it was Remio that failed to hit the 3-star. He delivered perfect results throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. He was the new starlet, effectively, that had joined MCES this year and had delivered. But his telltale attack, the lava loons that he's so proud of, backfired on him.
Yeah, it was the attack that he normally pulls in the 3 stars. But again, it just shows the strength on defense of both of the teams. And Alternate Attacks, although they didn't put up a perfect like they did earlier on in the tournament today, their bases held up very strong. And, well, I hope we can get the interview with Boom working because I'm pretty sure they'll be celebrating and using this as a platform moving on to Worlds.
I have no doubt in my mind he was celebrating and he knocked the camera. I know because I've done this before, so that's probably what happened. But now, what is the type of preparation that they need to do? We now have confirmation. I'm going to cut it off there. No questions. We do have Boom with us. Boom, congratulations on that fantastic win. Fantastic win.
Thank you very much. I am so happy that we were managed to get the win. We were so excited at the end.
It was a great job. Now, what were the tactics going into that grand final against MCES?
Like it was really hard to plan on the bases, and for example, on my attack, they saw my attack going and they baited the attack, so it was really bad 2-star. But other than that, I'm so happy that our 2 Valentines, like that's Linnea and Vale, got a perfect day today.
They did have a perfect day. There were a few small mistakes though from your team. Anything you might change when you look back on that war?
I think we did pretty well the preparing and planning. I think if I look back, I would probably say that we should have planned more effectively. We were like kinda also watching their attacks, and I think we should not do it anymore in the future. to use this time to plan even more in detail.
Obviously, Worlds is next. All of Europe is going to be behind you. What sort of preparation are you going to put in place now leading up to that?
Because of the World Finals, we were preparing really lots, every day. After our work, after our study, we meet on Voice every evening, and we test bases and we build new bases against all of the strategies out there, especially against our first opponent, which is HT Family.
You're going into that the number 1 seed. You're also going in now the ESL Mobile Open champions. We wish you the best of luck, good luck, and well done for today.
Thank you. Auf geht's, Attacks.
So there you have it. Some words from Alternate Attacks Boom telling us about their journey to the grand finals and a little bit about their experience as well. I'm really excited to see this team battle it out in Worlds, aren't you, gents?
Absolutely, I'm going to be watching. It's going to be fantastic stuff. Judo will be there to cover all the action. I'm almost certain of that. He's been cheering them on throughout. I mean, as we said, it was June when they qualified for that. So it's been so long since we really see them delivering in the top competitive performances. But taking down MCS here, it's going to be a great start for them. Clearly, they've been prepping hard for these World Championships. It's going to be great to see.
Yeah, I think even though they qualified way back in June, they are still right up there, and it is just going to be an epic match between them and HT Family and the entire tournament, to be honest. All 8 of the teams are so good. It's been so close throughout this year. I'm just a fan of Clash of Clans, and I always just get excited when we see the matches. And I think moving out as champions of ESL Mobile, they are going to use that to their advantage.
Champions of ESL Mobile Open means that they also get to claim that 10,000 euro prize at the top of the prize pool. Let's take a look at what all 8 teams will be taking home. Of course, a fantastic amount of money distributed amongst these different clans. And that's also always the nice one as well. Every single one of these teams had to play to get here. They are the best of the best, and they'll each get rewarded when they leave.
Absolutely, the Beast are going to go away with some fantastic experience taking on the overall champions. Obviously, they're going to be representing effectively. They've played against World Championship teams. So even though they go out obviously very early against effectively the perfect game, the only perfect game we saw today from Alternate Attacks, they're going to have that experience along with the rest of the teams.
It's always nice when you get to say that if you get knocked out and you get knocked out by the eventual winner, the salt in the wound is a little less, right?
It's got to make you feel a little bit better about yourselves at least. And, the Beast will have known that they were going up against the almighty Alternate Attacks at the start here. I think they'll be pretty happy with their performance, and I think all of the clans will be. It was a great event, and I think everyone brought their A game. Just a couple of things for some of the clans to work on, but what an event we had. I'm so glad that I was able to join you both for it.
We were so glad to have you as well, Judo. I've learned so much. And like I said at the start of the show, new to this game, but now definitely going to be playing more. I'm going to be rewatching all your recaps to try to see if I can go pro. That's the plan. D-Man and Judo Sloth, your commentators. And of course, this was only day 2 of the ESL Mobile Open. We are going to be back tomorrow with even more action. PUBG Mobile Finals will be taking place. That will start at around 2 p.m. CET. So make sure you're recharged, get up nice and early, be prepared because we're bringing all the fun right back to you. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.